Chapter 151. Are the bugs here? Let's go for a spin. Marco flew all the way. While flying, his eyes were searching everywhere, and his observation haki was also activated from time to time. Behind him, two small tails followed closely, which were Vista and Jaws. Soon they passed the forest and a small stream, and then entered a jungle. As they continued to move forward, finally, they arrived at the foot of a small hill. After arriving here and looking at the bottom of the hill, Marco was shocked. What is this? In just a moment, Marco's figure in the air stopped and was stunned, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What's going on? Marco, why did you stop? Did you finally find something interesting? Vista, who was running on the ground and following Marco, searched for a while and was a little bored. Now looking at Marco's figure stopped in the air. He couldn't help but start joking. While talking, he quickly crossed the last obstacle of the jungle in front of him. What came into his sight was a clearly visible hill. But these are not surprising. He looked in the direction where Marco was looking. The smiling face froze. What a joke! How could this guy appear here? Vista said with a look of loss of composure on his face. Dang! Dang! Jaws, who followed closely behind him, also came to Vista's side and looked over with some curiosity. After all, it is quite rare to make Marco and Vista lose their composure. Soon, he looked angry. At the bottom of the hill, there was a stone chair cut out of the mountain wall. On the stone chair that looked simple and rustic, a figure was sitting on it. Looking at them leisurely, he looked lower than them. But he felt that he was looking down on them. The King of Terror, Ryomen Sukuna, this man is actually here. At this time, Jaws' mind was blank. After defeating Kaido, the man's whereabouts became extremely difficult to find. There are rumors that he jumped into the sea and committed suicide. But some people also said that they saw him riding on a sea king. There are also pirates who clearly found him, saying that the captain found him floating on the sea, and was beaten half to death after saving him. What is the truth? Many people don't know. But according to the route, this man is indeed heading towards the sea area led by Whitebeard. This is something that Marco and his team can be very sure of. Because the man is right in front of them. Are the bugs finally here? Ryomen Sukuna looked at the one flying in the sky and the two running on the ground. Seeing the figures coming, he finally got a little interested. Put down his slightly raised left leg, slowly stood up, and walked towards Marco and his team. Hey! The wind was blowing gently, cool and dry. But Marco and his team felt even colder. Day! At this time, Marco landed next to Vista and his team from mid-air, and said with a serious face. The King of Terror, Ryomen Sukuna, has come to this island. The situation is urgent. Vista, go back and inform Daddy and the others. Jaws and I will stop him here. This time, Marco and the others did not bring Den Den Mushi with them. If Marco had informed Whitebeard and the others, it would have been faster, but Vista and Jaws would have needed to stop Ryomen Sukuna. Facing the dangerous man in front of him, Marco did not want Vista to face him directly. He was the user of the Phoenix Fruit, while Jaws was the user of the Shining Fruit. One had achieved the ultimate in damage nullification and recovery, while the other was the ultimate in defense. The two of them should be able to hold off the man in front of them for a long time. But even Marco did not dare to guarantee it. Because the man in front of him had defeated Big Mom, Kaido and other pirates one after another. How long they could hold off was really an unknown. But it was definitely no problem to hold on until his father arrived. After all, the journey was not very far. Okay, I'll be back right away. Vista didn't object to Marco's proposal. The situation was urgent and there was no time to argue. Boom! It was just a moment. Vista shot out. With his speed, it wouldn't take much time for Whitebeard to know the situation here. Watching Vista rush out, Ryomen Sukuna didn't stop him. Because the two guys left in front of him were quite capable and very tough, and Ryomen Sukuna knew a little about their information. After all, although Ryomen Sukuna did whatever he wanted, it didn't mean that he knew nothing about the outside world. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get here. Watching Vista go away and the man in front of him didn't stop him. Marco's tense heartstrings relaxed a little. Ryomen Sukuna, you came here to challenge our dad. Looking at Ryomen Sukuna walking slowly in front of him, Marco began to delay time. The purpose of the guy in front of him was clear from the beginning. The entire New World is his territory. Even the Pirate King Roger doesn't dare to say such a thing. He is alone, yet he dares to say such a thing. How arrogant! You don't have to answer the bug question. Hearing the man in front of him raised his evil mouth. Even Marco was a little angry. They really couldn't beat him, but he actually belittled them as bugs. This man is so arrogant. Without waiting for Marco to continue speaking, Ryomen Sukuna has continued to speak. Come on. Little bug, struggle as hard as you can. Then please me. Hearing his words, Marco and Jaws looked at each other and said nothing more. The next second, Marco Kinjian spread his wings and flew into the air and rushed towards Ryomen Sukuna. The feet turned into claws and pressed hard on Ryomen Sukuna. And Jaws also stomped on the ground and shot directly over. His arms rotated, and most of his body turned into diamonds. Crane claw. Shining collision. Facing the two people's attack from the sky and the ground, the smile on Ryomen Sukuna's face became even bigger. Just a sudden 1.1 sideways pass through the two people's attack, as if a piece of paper was floating behind Marco. What? Marco was shocked. Because the man was not very fast, he easily avoided their attack just by foreseeing it in advance. Showing a very high level of observation haki and physical skills. Go and turn around. A low voice came from behind Marco. Then he felt that he was suddenly grabbed by the back and thrown towards the sky. The sudden impact made him flip several times in the air. He used his wings to balance his body. But a figure was getting closer and closer in front of his eyes. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 152. He wants to help him, my gift. Boom. It was just a moment. Ryomen Sukuna stretched and flexed his legs in the air and hit Marco's belly directly. Cough cough. Marco couldn't help but cough dryly, and then shot towards the forest on the ground. After smashing two trees in the forest, he fell hard on the ground, and the ground broke in two, with a crack of dozens of meters long. Marco. Jaws on the ground had no time to support, but he couldn't help but worry when he saw the broken ground. Don't worry. At some point, Ryomen Sukuna's figure had come behind Jaws. Hearing the low voice beside his ear, Jaws' face changed. He swung his right hand and turned around to attack with the diamond covering his hand. Too slow. Ryomen Sukuna easily dodged Jaws' swinging fist. As Jaws' pupils shrank sharply, a hand suddenly grabbed his head. Let me see how hard your head is. Jaws only heard the man say so. Then his body lost balance. Ryomen Sukuna pressed Jaws' head to the ground with one hand, and at the same time, he pushed Jaws' foot that was still on the ground with one foot. Jaws' entire 14 people were grabbed by the head by Ryomen Sukuna and the whole person was moved horizontally in the air, and then smashed to the ground. Boom! A half-meter hole was directly opened on the ground. Jaws also felt that his head was about to become a paste, and he took advantage of the clarity to extend his ability to his head. And his actions obviously won him a chance to survive. The armed color shock wave directly penetrated Jaws' head from Ryomen Sukuna's hand. Boom! This time, a larger hole was directly opened on the ground. Jaws felt dizzy. The body instinctively wanted to struggle. Watching the burly Jaws struggling with his hands and feet, Ryomen Sukuna did not let go, but showed an evil smile. He grabbed Jaws' forehead and pushed hard on the ground. It was like plowing a field. The ground was breaking, and the surrounding earth was rumbling. Jaws' hands and feet were struggling more violently. Try harder. Ha ha ha. Ryomen Sukuna pushed while laughing wantonly. Boom boom boom. The ground was pushed directly into a gap of dozens of meters. Jaws. A figure shot out from the sky. It was Marco who had recovered. He looked at Jaws who was struggling in Ryomen Sukuna's hand and listened to Ryomen Sukuna's crazy laughter, and felt the blood rushing to his head. Ryomen Sukuna, die. Phoenix Seal. Feeling Marco shooting out from the air, Ryomen Sukuna suddenly turned around and dragged Jaws in his hand up to block in front of him. Jaws. Looking at the back of Jaws in front of him, Marco had no choice but to deflect his attack to the side. Boom! The shock wave of Marco's attack lifted up the ground in front of him. The wind was blowing wildly around. Despicable! After the attack, Marco couldn't help but curse. He he he. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Ryomen Sukuna laughed and threw Jaws in his hand. Looking at the Jaws that was shooting over, Marco couldn't help but reach out to catch it. But the next moment his face suddenly changed. Ryomen Sukuna's figure, the shadow, appeared in front of him, and the fist kept getting bigger in his eyes. Boom! Just one punch hit Marco's forehead hard. Before Marco could catch Jaws, he shot out fiercely, and Jaws fell to the ground freely. Ryomen Sukuna followed Marco's figure with the moon step. He grabbed Marco's head with his right hand. When Marco was about to hit the ground, Ryomen Sukuna's feet landed first. He used his solace as a fulcrum to grab Marco's head and spun several times. Finally, he grabbed Marco's head and slammed it towards the ground with a more violent impact. Boom! 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 The violent sound could be heard throughout the island, and even the members of the Whitebeard pirates on the beach at the edge of the island could clearly feel the ground shaking. They looked in the direction of Ryomen Sukuna on the island, and they couldn't help but worry and pray in their hearts. Not long ago, Vista came back with shocking news. Dad also led some fighting forces to that direction. But they still couldn't help but feel a little worried. Because now the Whitebeard pirates have to face that man, the King of Fear Ryomen Sukuna. He has defeated many powerful pirates in the New World. The most important thing is that no one knows his ultimate strength. Now they can only rely on their dad's title of the strongest man in the world. On the other side, a crack appeared in front of Ryomen Sukuna. The earth seemed to crack. The Marco in his hand also coughed up blood. The previous attack was beyond his immunity, and now he only felt a splitting headache. Looking at Marco in his hand with frowned brows and closed eyes, Ryomen Sukuna let go of his hand. Marco fell directly into the dark crack in the ground. Bang! Bang! After a few dull sounds, there was no other movement in the dark crack. Malco. Jaws, who had recovered at this time, stood up and saw this scene. He couldn't help but feel anxious and blame himself. It was because of him that Marco was in danger. Dang! 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 Jaws couldn't help but take a deep breath and ran. Shining Charge 083 still the same move. Let's try something new. Looking at Jaws rushing over, Ryomen Sukuna dodged sideways and whispered in Jaws' ear. Damn it! When Jaws was about to turn around and fight back, Ryomen Sukuna punched him hard at the back of his head. Jaws rolled his eyes and fell into the dark gap next to Ryomen Sukuna, but was eventually stuck. He was relatively wide, and the dark gap was a little hard to pass through. Looking at Jaws stuck in the dark gap, Ryomen Sukuna raised his foot. He wanted to help him. Boom! A shock wave of air vibration suddenly hit Ryomen Sukuna. Ryomen Sukuna floated away with the shock wave, and fell to the ground not far away as if it were a piece of paper. Gulala! Boy! My sons are so grateful for your care. A heroic laugh came over, and Whitebeard came over with Kanjai Unkai. Although he was laughing, there were several blue veins on his forehead. There were many figures beside him. Are you finally here? Whitebeard, this is my gift, do you like it? Looking at Ryomen Sukuna pointing at Jaws on the ground and the breath deep in the crack of the earth, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh in anger. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 153 A battle that determines history, this era is called Whitebeard. Gulala. If you want to irritate me, then you succeeded. Whitebeard walked towards Ryomen Sukuna step by step. The other members beside him also quickly ran to Jaws to rescue him. Malco is still down there. As Jaws was lifted up by Vista, Jaws said to Vista with a dizzy feeling. I know, I'll go down right now, you take a good rest first. Leave it to Daddy next. Seeing that Jaws' injury was not serious, Vista was relieved. Among the Whitebeard pirates who came, there was a young man with thick hair on his body, a burly figure, black hair and fluffy hair. His name is Teach, and at this time his eyes were eagerly watching the meeting between Whitebeard and Ryomen Sukuna. Because he knew that the next battle would determine history. If that man wins, it might increase the way to become the Pirate King. The whole world will be in a state of excitement. This battle will be crucial. Teach is looking forward to it. Will the Whitebeard father, who is known as the strongest man in the world, win, or will the King of Terror, who has turned the new world upside down in a short period of time, win? Anyway, this is a battle worth remembering. He will wait and see. On the battlefield, Ryomen Sukuna watched Whitebeard approaching him step by step, and he smiled. One eye a flash of light. It was like the aura of Shura carrying the evil of all living beings. It was like the aura of the Lord of the Night Parade of 100 demons began to rise. The whole world seemed to be eclipsed. That was the domineering aura of Sukuna Ryomen. And Whitebeard also burst out with domineering aura. The powerful aura was overwhelming and collided fiercely with Sukuna Ryomen's domineering aura. Boom! 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 The airwaves on the entire battlefield kept turning. The atmosphere seemed to be shaking. The collision in the illusory field of spiritual will caused some particles in the atmosphere to begin to escape. Lightning kept cracking and rising in the void. Crack! Crack! Under the impact of the powerful domineering aura, the surrounding trees made a sound of being overwhelmed. What a terrifying sense of oppression! Teach could not help but half kneel on the ground, with cold sweat on his forehead. Looking at the scene in front of him where the sky and earth were almost eclipsed, he felt a little bit unbelievable. It was so terrifying. Is this the spirit of Daddy and the King of Fear, Ryomen Sukuna? Even the earth was shaking. Other members of the Whitebeard pirates were also shocked to see the conqueror haki duel between Daddy and Ryomen Sukuna. They didn't expect Ryomen Sukuna to be able to fight against Daddy's conqueror haki without being inferior. This was incredible to them. Boom! As the two auras exploded, Whitebeard took action. He raised Kusugawa Kaire and rushed forward. The blade seemed to be wrapped in lightning and chopped directly at Ryomen Sukuna. Ryomen Sukuna also clenched his fist and hammered at the blade. Boom! A knife and a fist collided in the air. The movement that had stopped originally swept with a more violent impact. The atmosphere began to tremble. Lightning flashed outward at the intersection. The shock wave caused the atmospheric particles to vibrate. The light was flowing in the void like water. The huge shock waves were hitting the surroundings. Teach struggled to lie on the ground to reduce the power of the impact. But he was obviously too close. The ground was lifted up and flew away with Teach. At this time, Vista had rescued Marco from the dark crack. After coming out, he was caught off guard and flew out with the shock wave. After flying a distance, Vista held Marco to stabilize his body. He looked at the center of the battlefield in shock. How terrifying! He can actually fight with Dad. This guy is worthy of being the pirate who defeated Big Mom. When Vista was sighing, someone said in horror, "The sky is cracked." Other members of the Whitebeard pirates who rushed out also looked at the sky in shock, only to see the clouds in the sky break directly into two, sweeping into the depths of darkness. This shocking scene will feel unbelievable no matter how many times you watch it. Because it was caused by human power, it was so powerless. On the coast of the island, many members of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked to see the sky crack. Some new members who had joined not long ago had never seen such a shocking scene. Only by watching from such a close distance could you understand how terrifying the two people fighting were. Hope that Daddy can win. At this time, many members of the Whitebeard pirates prayed silently in their hearts. In the center of the battle, Whitebeard had a gloomy face, his eyes seemed to shine with a breathtaking light, and his sword pressed more towards Ryomen Sukuna. And Ryomen Sukuna also raised his mouth, and his fist pressed towards Whitebeard. As the two people's attacks got closer and closer. Boom! 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 The ground under the feet kept rolling. The whole island was shaking. Boom! As if approaching the limit, the center of the collision between the two people exploded directly. The clouds in the sky shattered directly with their heads as the center. At this time, Whitebeard took back Kurogiri, looked at Ryomen Sukuna not far away, and couldn't help laughing. Gulala! The young people nowadays are amazing. The spirit can reach this level. But, I am Whitebeard. You will have to wait another 100 years to defeat me. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Ryomen Sukuna laughed directly. He he he. Whitebeard, everyone can talk big, I hope you can still have such confidence next time. Really? Then let me meet you, little brat. Whitebeard grabbed Kurogiri directly and swung it towards Ryomen Sukuna. Crack! 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 The atmosphere seemed to be cut apart. A huge and violent shock wave instantly surged towards Ryomen Sukuna. Facing the surging impact, Ryomen Sukuna still punched down. The shock wave dissipated towards the surroundings. Come on! It's rare for me to move. Next, please let me have some fun. Whitebeard is free. Ryomen Sukuna said, waving his fist and rushing towards Whitebeard. And Whitebeard also picked up Kusukomkiri and swung it. He wanted to let this kid know that this era is called Whitebeard. P.S. Dear friends, please collect and vote tickets and flowers, please give me data. Chapter 154 The pirates who came to watch the battle, Whitebeard was defeated. The next day. Boom. 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 Kid, die. The sky and the earth seemed to lose their color. Whitebeard's Kusukomkiri, thunder, white light, and armed color combined into one and slammed towards Ryomen Sukuna. This was Whitebeard's peak attack, a peak attack that combined the domineering color domineering, ability and armed color domineering. As for more, it's not good, not more is good. If someone reaches the pinnacle in a single item, he can also reach the peak power. How can people's energy distribution be more reasonable to deal the greatest damage? This is what the top strong men need to explore. Come and try it if you can do it. Ryomen Sukuna's hand was wrapped with domineering color domineering, and at the same time, his body seemed to be exploding and slammed towards Whitebeard. Unlike Whitebeard, Ryomen Sukuna used a combination of haki, armament haki, and taijutsu. Due to his ability of extreme balance, his taijutsu successfully reached S level after this period of time, and he can exert the power of his body to the utmost. And his physique has also become S, because the power of the curse of evil is transforming his body. His body can no longer be considered a pure human body. Boom. Ryomen Sukuna and Whitebeard bombarded again. The whole island seemed to be turning over. The clouds in the sky have disappeared without a trace. The powerful impact is constantly sweeping the entire island. Even the sea began to rise, which was due to the power of the tremor fruit. Is this the duel between Whitebeard and the King of Fear? It's so terrifying. On a ship not far from the coast, Qingjiao, the 12th generation pillar of the Flower Country's 8 treasures navy, touched his concave cone head and sighed. Many ships have appeared around the island at some point. There are some reconnaissance ships of pirates or exploration ships sent by powerful countries. There are also the underground world, the navy, and even powerful pirates who come in person. They are all forces or individuals who are paying attention to the journey of Ryomen Sukuna. Because the confrontation between the King of Terror and Whitebeard is a major event that may change history. So many people are paying attention to this battle. After Wano country, Ryomen Sukuna's traces began to be difficult to find. But he still has to fight Whitebeard even if he disappears without a trace. They just need to wander around the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, this may also anger Whitebeard, who is a man who can set off a tsunami. So many forces are not so blatant. And observe from a distance. Now Ryomen Sukuna and Whitebeard have fought for a day and a night. This time is enough for some people wandering in Whitebeard's territory to rush over. Boom. Boom. With the end of the attack, Ryomen Sukuna took several steps back. At present, his curse of evil has been used, and the negative energy of the surrounding islands has been absorbed by him, but the basic attributes of agility and strength have only been raised to S. After all, the location of the negative energy is a bit far away, so it cannot be raised too high. And his armament haki is far behind Whitebeard. It is normal to be repelled in this situation. Hey! Whitebeard panted slightly. The physical strength and mental fatigue made him want to fall to the ground and take a nap. He now understood why Lingling was defeated in one day. The guy in front of him fought like a madman. Completely ignoring the load on his body, he kept using big moves. He could only follow him. So that now Whitebeard felt that he was running out of energy. There were still some blood marks on his body. He was injured by the weird slashing ability of the guy in front of him. When he focused on attacking, he didn't have any special armament haki defense. This would disperse the power of the attack. But it was precisely because of this that the opponent took his attack and left several deep wounds on his body. But Ryomen Sukuna, who was attacked by him, was like nothing happened. This made Whitebeard feel a little powerless. Whitebeard, it seems that you are about to die. At this time, after taking Whitebeard's last brilliant attack, Ryomen Sukuna also felt that Whitebeard was running out of energy. Even if the man in front of him was holding on. But this fact could not be concealed. The current situation is that Ryomen Sukuna is still in full condition. The curse of evil also showed its rogue at this time. Even if there is not enough negative energy around, it can still play this effect. Now Ryomen Sukuna's physique has been modified by the curse of evil, so it has a higher tolerance for negative energy. It will not change easily and can use negative energy for a long time. And in the end, Ryomen Sukuna was just playing, he didn't use his real strength at all. Because Ryomen Sukuna's Fumayuchu is too powerful, it is too easy to end the battle after using it. It is too boring for the battle with Ryomen Sukuna to be resolved in a short time, but now we can give this stubborn old guy an end. Gulala! You little brat, come and try to defeat me. Seeing that Whitebeard was still stubborn, Ryomen Sukuna raised his mouth and smiled evilly. Really? Then you take my attack this time. He made a seal with his fingers casually. Domain expansion. It was as if water drops fell on the ground. The surrounding environment also began to dim, and the surrounding world seemed to have changed. The ground was black and grey, and the sky was dark red. Looking at the changes in the surrounding environment, Whitebeard was shocked. Is this the ability of Ryomen Sukuna? He looked at Ryomen Sukuna. It felt like a bloody monster phantom rose from the man in front of him. Demon subduing chef. As Ryomen Sukuna's last spell fell, a strange red door in the pile of skeletons underneath appeared, and the ground also turned into a strange blue-green reflection. Is that the ability of the King of Fear? It's only used at this time. Is there any limit? The members of the Whitebeard pirates who were watching the battle from a distance looked worried. Because Ryomen Sukuna and Daddy have been fighting for a day and a night. And the intensity of the battle was so strong that some old members felt that it was much more intense than when they fought against Daddy and Pirate King Roger. Because the entire island was in ruins, with cracks everywhere, and the hills on the island had long disappeared. It looks very scary. Can Daddy really win? At this time, many people in the Whitebeard pirates were worried. Not only about their daddy's victory or defeat, but also about the people who came to investigate from the surrounding areas. They didn't care about ordinary people, but they had seen several big pirates come here to watch the battle. The big pirate Red Earl, Devil's Descendant, Bad News, and Kizaru of the Navy. Now Daddy should be very tired. If those guys intervene and take advantage of others' misfortune, the consequences will be disastrous. While they were thinking wildly in their minds, the next moment, their faces were full of disbelief. The strange space in front of them had disappeared, replaced by blood gushing from Whitebeard's body. You lost. Looking at Whitebeard who was still standing despite such a severe injury, Ryomen Sukuna said somewhat boringly. Yes. I lost. At this time, Whitebeard did not deny anything. Because facts speak louder than words. Now he is holding on and not falling down. He has no strength to fight again. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 155 Arrogant and Arrogant Man, Kizaru takes advantage of others. Whitebeard lost. Whitebeard lost. Is a new era coming? With Whitebeard's surrender. Several reporters who came to the island and watched the King of Terror and Whitebeard from afar were shocked. They hurried to take pictures. As reporters traveling in the new world, they have certain strength. However, this strength is insignificant compared to these big pirates. The reason why they risked being killed by the aftermath is not for this. Whitebeard admitted defeat himself. Originally, after the era of Pirate King Roger, Whitebeard was the leader of the pirates. However, now Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world and claims to have the power to destroy the world, has admitted defeat. He lost to the King of Terror Ryomen Sukuna, who became famous all over the world in just a few months. Add to that the shocking remarks made by Morgans, the president of the World Economic Newspaper. It is hard to imagine what the next era will be like. Will it go berserk? Dad. Dad. When Whitebeard admitted defeat, Whitebeard's members Marco, Jaws, Vista, etc. all rushed up. Especially Marco flew the fastest. Don't come over. Whitebeard shouted, and all the Whitebeard members stopped abruptly. I've already lost. Marco will be the captain from now on. The era no longer belongs to me. He never expected Ryomen Sukuna to show mercy. Since he was defeated, he had to face the defeat. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Ergao and others became anxious. How could it be? Dad, you are still the strongest in our hearts. How can it end like this because of a failure? We want to support you to become the king. Gulala. What a stupid son. Marco. When Whitebeard was talking to Marco, Ryomen Sukuna in front of Whitebeard was a little disgusted. Is this happening again? He looks like he is going to sacrifice himself. He always talks to himself. This reminds Ryomen Sukuna of the last scene in Wano country. He no longer wants to pay attention to the self-touching of these guys. Day. 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 The footsteps of Ryomen Sukuna attracted Whitebeard's attention. He watched Ryomen Sukuna walk in one direction and couldn't help but call him. Ryomen Sukuna, aren't you going to take my life? Day. Ryomen Sukuna stopped. Whitebeard. I don't care what you say. From now on, you will guard this sea for me. Whether you or anyone else, if you are unwilling, come to me. Assassination, alliance, war, whatever choice you make, then. Ryomen Sukuna turned around, his eyes seemed to bend into a crescent, his eyes were shining with a fascinating light, and he showed an evil smile. Please me as much as you want. After saying this, he turned his head and waved his hand. I hope you can bring me some new fun. Otherwise, I will be very bored. Ryomen Sukuna walked towards Whitebeard's ship, he was going to take some spoils. Now even the world's strongest man Whitebeard is only at this level, it is a bit boring for Ryomen Sukuna. I hope they can bring him some fun. But the final fun still depends on those guys. Only they can keep up with his growth rate. Day. Looking at Ryomen Sukuna's figure going away, Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. Gulala. What an arrogant man. And Marco flew over immediately. He used his blue flame to help Whitebeard heal those wounds that looked a bit scary. At the same time, he looked in the direction where Ryomen Sukuna left. His face changed. He immediately called Vista and asked him to go back to the Moby Dick. Let Whitebeard's members evacuate the Moby Dick first. No matter what Ryomen Sukuna wanted to take away, at least his companions didn't die. Whitebeard also saw Marco's actions. He was also very relieved, but Marco's strength was still not good enough. The times now are different from the past. He is no longer the strongest in the world. It is no longer possible to protect them. Powerful guys keep popping up. He needs to prevent such a situation from happening one day. Marco and his team's strength needs to be improved. Otherwise, if he leaves, with Marco and his team's current strength, they will be eaten into slag in today's new world. Day. It's really scary. Is Ryomen Sukuna that strong? Even Whitebeard was beaten like this. Kizaru walked over leisurely with his hands in his trouser pockets. I think only King can face that guy. What a monster. Kizaru thought as he walked. His observation Haki could sense that Whitebeard's breath had fallen to the bottom. Maybe now is a good time to take action. It's the monster Vice Admiral Kizaru of the Navy. Is he going to attack the Whitebeard pirates? The reporter who saw Ryomen Sukuna start to leave and was about to follow him saw Kizaru coming out. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up. They quickly handed the backup data to the assistant to take back to the ship for storage, and then took the camera phone bug to start filming. Could it be that Whitebeard was not killed by Ryomen Sukuna but was captured by the Navy instead? I don't know if Whitebeard has the strength to fight yet, and I don't know if the other members of the Whitebeard pirates can stop Kizaru. I'm really looking forward to it. If Whitebeard is captured by the Navy, it will be a big news. At this time, Kizaru had come to Whitebeard and others, and he spoke slowly. Can you please hand Whitebeard over to me, please? Seeing Kizaru approaching, all the members around Whitebeard stood in front of their father. Navy Kizaru, you actually want to come and take advantage of others. Then you have to get through us first. Sorry. I also want to make up for my mistakes. But forgive me for being blunt, you can't seem to stop me. At this time, Kizaru spoke slowly. A few days ago, Kizaru escorted the 7 sons of the Evil Fleet, Golden Beard and King Fujiman. Because of Hisoka's visit, Kizaru naturally didn't want to fight with the terrifying pirate Hisoka, so he could only let him kidnap people. His inaction made some people in the Navy headquarters dissatisfied, and some people thought that Hisoka was too powerful and it was a wise choice to preserve his strength. But no matter what, Kizaru's reputation has deteriorated again. P.S. Guys, please add to favorites, votes, flowers, and data. Chapter 156 Give me a favor and stay aside. It's just like the duel between the King of Terror and Whitebeard this time. Kizaru came here specially, and only he could come here in time without preparation. In addition to being curious about the strength of Ryomen Sukuna and wanting to witness a historic battle, he also wondered if he could restore his reputation. After all, he would be troubled if his reputation was too bad. And now, there is such an opportunity. If he catches Whitebeard, his resume can be directly added with a strong stroke. It seems that there will be no problem for him to be the next general. Whitebeard, can you please surrender with your bare hands? You don't want your sons to be injured or killed. Kizaru said slowly at this time. He didn't stop Marco from treating Whitebeard. Those horrible-looking wounds can't be healed in a short time, and Whitebeard's breath is so weak. Even if he wasn't injured, what kind of fighting power would he have? At this time, Whitebeard couldn't help laughing when he heard what Kizuru said. Gulala. Shiny kid, if you want to catch me, show your strength. I'm Whitebeard. Kizuru's threat was obviously useless. If it was a fair defeat, Whitebeard could sacrifice himself for his sons. But don't even think about trying to make Whitebeard surrender by threatening him. In a place like the New World where brutal pirates are everywhere, if threats were useful, Whitebeard wouldn't have to be the pirate overlord. This would only bring him even stronger anger. It's really troublesome. Why don't you just surrender? Kizuru jumped up into the air. With his hands crossed, a dazzling light began to shine in his hands, and the whole world seemed to be immersed in light. Yashikani no Megatama. The light particles gathered in Kizuru's hands. Watching Kizuru's light bullet in the air about to attack, Jaw's spurly body blocked Whitebeard and Marco had to heal his father. He would block the attack next. In addition to his father, the Whitebeard pirates also have them. When Kizuru's attack was about to be released, all members of the Whitebeard pirates were ready. A figure leaped up. Boom! Kizuru's crossed arms were kicked directly. Several of the light bullets he was about to fire scattered and fell to the ground, causing an explosion. He himself was kicked away and turned into golden light and hit the ground. Bang! The sudden change made reporters in the distance rush to take pictures. At the same time, some pirates and other personnel hiding in the dark were surprised. Who would help the Whitebeard pirates at this time? The golden light that fell to the ground turned into a figure squatting on the ground again. Kizuru felt his arm that was a little painful and looked at the figure that fell not far from Whitebeard. Ha ha ha! Young Navy, can you give me a face? Let's just let it go this time. A hearty laugh spread throughout the battlefield, and a tall and muscular man with white hair appeared in front of everyone. Bad news, Phil Osman. Kizuru frowned slightly at the man in front of him and said slowly. How terrible! Such an old monster is actually standing up for Whitebeard. How strange! Hearing Kizuru's doubts, Felisman laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Don't be surprised. It's just a pity to see Whitebeard entering Impel Down at this time. Felisman's answer made Kizuru speechless, and he stood up. Of all the pirates, you should have the least reason to help Whitebeard. I really don't understand the thoughts of you old guys. Kizuru left after leaving the last words. With Felisman, it would be too difficult to capture Whitebeard again. Even if the old guy in front of him is nearly 80, even if his body has spent decades in Impel Down, he is still very tricky, because he was too famous before. Felisman, the legendary pirate who dared to attack Rox, or in other words, Rox was the challenger at that time, and he was the challenged. The mountain that stood in front of the Rox pirates before Rox completely dominated the entire New World. Even though Kizuru didn't know his information very well, when this monster escaped from the Impel Down city, the senior Navy officials had already known the previous information of this monster. Hey! Whitebeard boy, it's been a long time since we last met. But it feels weird to call you Whitebeard. Ha ha ha! Looking at the man in front of him laughing to himself, Whitebeard couldn't help but frown. When he was young, he didn't have the title of Whitebeard. It really felt strange to the person in front of him. I didn't expect that you are still alive even though you have become an old man from the old times. It really surprised me. Bad news Phil Osman. Dad, are you familiar with this old man? Looking at the old man and bad news Phil Osman seeming to be familiar with each other, Marco asked curiously while treating Whitebeard. No matter what, the old man in front of them did help them. If he didn't show up, there might be other pirates besides the Navy who would come out to make trouble. At that time, they really couldn't guarantee that they could save their dad. From this perspective, this old man is indeed the great benefactor of the Whitebeard pirates. Familiar? A little bit. He didn't want to discuss too much about this Whitebeard. He looked in one direction of the island. He saw a red figure looking at him deeply under a remnant of the forest, and finally turned and left. Red Earl Redfield. Is this guy here too? Hey, that kid with fluffy hair, do you want to come to my side? I promise to make you stronger. It's a waste for ambitious guys to stay with Whitebeard. When Whitebeard was a little distracted, Firozman's words brought him back to reality. He looked at the person that Firozman was talking about, Teach. At this time, Teach had some sweat on his forehead, and he touched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. Well, is the old man talking about me? I don't have any ambitions. And my father treats me very well. Really? If you have made up your mind, you can come to me. The times are getting a bit rough now. If you wait any longer, there might not be a hair left. I won't say anything else, but the ability to hone people is quite strong. Think about it more. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Felisman's hearty laugh, the other Whitebeard members also laughed. Because the old man in front of them looked easy to get along with. When Teach heard Felisman's words, his eyes flickered and he also smiled foolishly. On the other side of the island, Ryomen Sukuna walked slowly. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. Ryomen Sukuna, the King of Terror, come and fight me. Barrett smiled with 2 rows of big teeth. The momentum looks good, but the interest is gone today. Come back next time if you want to fight. Looking at Barrett's passionate look, Ryomen Sukuna waved his hand indifferently and continued walking. Looking at Ryomen Sukuna walking by, Barrett didn't intend to stop there. Devil form. And Ryomen Sukuna looked at the guy next to him who didn't understand what he was saying, and punched him directly. The Tyrant Entanglement and Armament Color Crushing and Body 4.1 Technique Explosion are blended. Using such a violent force at this moment puts a great burden on Ryomen Sukuna's body, but he has a hang, so he doesn't need to worry about anything. Boom! The wind was blowing in all directions, and the shock wave flew directly across the ground, as if the whole earth was about to be overturned. Barrett was hit in the face by Ryomen Sukuna's fist and shot out. Don't bother me, stay aside. After a while, Barrett stood up on the rubble. This feeling. Barrett savored the power just now, and only felt the extremely powerful and violent power and the power that shocked the soul. It was really powerful. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, that feeling. He seemed to have caught something. Next time. In this case, let's go and see the so-called Big Mom first. Wait until this power is understood before killing him. Barrett thought to himself. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 157 Morgan's Fueling of the Flames, the Supernova Red-Haired Shanks. The next day. The newsbird of the World Economic News flew to the world. The big news that shocked the world began to sweep the whole world. Super shocking. The final showdown between the King of Terror Ryomen Sukuna and Whitebeard Edward. The King of Terror Ryomen Sukuna became the uncrowned king of the new world. The new path to Pirate King has been unfolded. With the news of Whitebeard's defeat, coupled with Morgan's report fueling the flames, the whole world began to boil. Especially the pirates, in the newspaper. Morgan's pointed out that the new path to Pirate King was created, that is, to conquer the entire new world by relying on personal strength. And the man who accomplished this feat is the most powerful and freest pirate in the world, the King of Terror Ryomen Sukuna. He has become the Pirate King, whether others recognize it or not. In the newspaper, Morgan's gave tempting advice. If you want to become the new Pirate King, then defeat the King of Fear Ryomen Sukuna. As long as you defeat him, you will be the new Pirate King, the Pirate King with power as the crown. The entire new world will also submit to the new Pirate King. After Morgan's published this statement in the newspaper, pirates all over the world were shocked and excited. 15 Wealth, power, and fame, as long as you defeat that man, you will have them all. No need to work hard to find any companions, nor to find any illusory great treasures. The goal is clear, as long as you defeat that man, the conditions are clear and simple. Countless ambitious young people did not see the viciousness under the simple conditions, or even if they knew, they would think they were the special one. They began to embark on the journey of pirates with beautiful aspirations. The first half of the Grand Line, the Sabayati Archipelago, Syaki Drumstick Bar. Is Morgan's completely crazy? He dared to say that. At this point, even if he is valuable, the world government is afraid that he will be wiped out. At this time, Xiaoqi was speechless when she saw Morgan's speech in the newspaper. In her opinion, Morgan said such words at this point, which was completely against the world government. The previous pursuit was just a small fight for the world government. But now that Morgan's has gone to such a point, it would be unreasonable for the world government not to take real action. Ha ha ha. It's really hard to say. Rayleigh picked up a glass of wine and drank it all. Oh? How do you say? Hearing Rayleigh say this, Xiaoqi asked curiously. Rayleigh shook the glass slightly, and his lowered head reflected the light of his glasses. Because this so-called new One Piece path will attract the attention of many people, people will not only focus on the big secret treasures, and those who look for the big secret treasures will be diverted. The world government will not want those secrets to see the light of day again. Is that so? Xiaoqi seemed to understand something after hearing Rayleigh's analysis. Besides, the current world government is probably very distressed. Rayleigh said while looking at the sun outside. The power of the Navy prison Sun King will probably make them very afraid. I wonder if the relationship between the Navy and the world government is still the same as before. I'm really curious. Hey! Xiaoqi exhaled a puff of smoke and said speechlessly. What a bad taste. Rayleigh. Let's not talk about this. The bounty on the kid you are eyeing is already 130 million Baileys. Red-haired Shanks, who is considered a supernova by the World Economic newspaper. Xiaoqi words made Rayleigh's eyes light up. Xiaoqi took out a bounty from a piece of paper. Rayleigh took the bounty that Xiaoqi handed over and laughed after reading it. On the bounty, there was a picture of a young red-haired man, red-haired Shanks, with a bounty of 130 million Baileys. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. The interns at the time are beginning to show their talents. I really miss them. I wonder what that little guy Buggy is doing now. Grand Line, New World. Wano Country, Onigashima. At this time, Kaido looked at the newspaper with a complicated expression. Mama. Whitebeard was actually defeated. Morgans actually dared to say that the New World surrendered to that kid. Does he want to die? Not far from Kaido. Big Momo, a famous figure in the New World, sat next to Kaido. At this moment, she also looked at the newspaper and laughed, and then her face began to darken again. The newspaper was directly crushed by the brute force, and the terrifying aura made Quinn's eyes bulge out not far away. How scary! This old woman! Of course Quinn didn't dare to say it directly. After all, if he called her an old woman at this age, the ant in front of him would be beaten to death if she heard it. Oh! Ling Ling! You look so angry and frustrated. Hearing Kaido say so, Big Mom stood up suddenly. Quinn was frightened, and Jin next to him was also alert. Sparrow and Owen next to Big Mom looked at Quinn and others solemnly. Because they were not sure that they could fight against strong men like Quinn and Jin, they hoped that Mom would not fight here. Sparrow prayed silently in his heart. Mama. Kaido boy, can I understand that you agree with that boy's so-called title of Pirate King? At this time, Big Mom's tiger eyes stared at Kaido, as if she wanted to see something from his face. Of course not, it's just that you look really ugly when you are crazy. Kaido's straightforward words made Big Mom's eyes narrow slightly. She stretched out her hand, and the hat on her head suddenly spoke. Mom. Then the hat turned into a big knife with eyes and a mouth. The fireballs and clouds that were floating silently beside her all became active. Kaido, it seems that you have forgotten my terror. Have you grown wings now? Don't forget, I gave you your fruit, you still owe me a big favor. Oh. Let's talk about these 990 things later. As for your terror. Kaido picked up the mace next to him and put it on his shoulder, then stood up and looked into Big Mom's eyes. Ling, I am not the same person as before. Mama. Then I will try your current weight to see if you are too arrogant. Hearing Kaido's words, Big Mom also laughed. The domineering aura wrapped around Napoleon. Then he slammed towards Kaido. And Kaido did the same. Boom. The Onigashima seemed to be shaking. The stone chips on the building kept falling. So that's what you rely on? You already have such power. When did you learn it? After a collision with Kaido, Big Mom immediately understood the reason for Kaido's arrogance. Kaido didn't answer when he heard Big Mom's words, and Big Mom didn't care. Mama. Kaido boy. Even if you can do it, so what? You don't think you can be compared with me with such power? Stop talking nonsense. Ling. Let me see if your power is still not diminished after your body shape has changed into this. With Kaido's roar, the mace was swung directly at Big Mom. Boom. Thunder flashed, the island shook. Big Mom and Kaido officially started their duel at this moment. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 158 Justice with Food and Accommodation, King who is about to become an admiral. The first half of the Grand Line, the Navy headquarters, Marineford. In the meeting room. Bang. I saw Admiral Sengoku slap the newspaper on the table. He frowned and said in a deep voice. Morgans is always causing trouble for our Navy. I don't know how chaotic the sea will become if his remarks are released. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, calm down, it will be bad if your liver is damaged. While Sengoku was serious, Garp was beside him to cool down Sengoku. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku only felt that there were a few more tic-tac-toes on his forehead. Garp. Do you know the seriousness of the situation? You are always laughing and joking. Crack. Crack. With a crisp sound, Garp finished the senbei in his mouth and said. Of course I know. But you have to take your time. There is no use in being anxious. Your current mood is not in line with your identity as a wise general. Warring states. Garp grabbed another handful of senbei from the bag. Seeing Garp like this, Warring States Guo took a deep breath. He needs to calm down. He doesn't want to be told that by anyone but Garp. As Sengoku said. The next era will probably be even more chaotic. We need to be prepared. I propose to promote King to the rank of Admiral. At this time, Crane, who was standing next to him with his hands crossed on the table, affirmed Sengoku's words, and then casually made a suggestion that shocked everyone. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Vice Admiral King has not made many merits now, and has not completed many tasks. Moreover, he has only joined the Navy for a short time. It's too much to promote him to the rank of Admiral now. Crane's words made a hawkish Vice Admiral stand up and object immediately. Other Vice Admirals also started to discuss. Crane's proposal was too shocking for them. Looking at the generals who were talking around. Sora, who was in the main seat, raised his hand to signal for silence. All the Navy in the conference room stopped discussing and turned their eyes to Sora. At this time, Sora asked expressionlessly. Xiaohe, tell me what you think. After hearing Sora's words, Crane also began to respond. Yes, Marshal Kong. Then she glanced at all the generals who looked at her, and then said in a deep voice. Now, whether we like it or not, Morgan's remarks in this newspaper have been spread all over the sea. It can be expected that the number of people who want to go out to sea as pirates will increase sharply, and he took a sip of coffee and continued. And these people will begin to advocate violence, which means they will be more vicious. If this goes on, the situation will become out of control. Hearing he talking about the seriousness of the incident, a Vice Admiral was a little puzzled. What does this have to do with Vice Admiral King's promotion to Admiral? He shook his head at the Vice Admiral's question, and then she began to answer. First, everyone has seen the power of Vice Admiral King. And because of the publicity of the World Economic News Agency and his second use of that power. Now he has a great reputation among the people. At the same time, it has also indirectly improved the prestige of our Navy a lot. Second, many strong men have joined our Navy in this world conscription. This is the credit of Vice Admiral King, and no one denies this. His answer made everyone nod, because this is the fact. Third, there is currently a vacant position for the Admiral. In this chaotic era, people will lack confidence. We can't let this position remain vacant. He looked at Garp when he said this. Everyone also looked at Garp. At this time, Garp was a little confused holding the senbei, and even the senbei he was chewing in his mouth couldn't help but whisper a little. At this time, he was a little puzzled. Why are they looking at him? Can the Admiral be forced? It's all because Kyuzan and the others are not motivated. If they are more motivated, they will become admirals. Fourthly, Vice Admiral King has great prestige in the Navy now, especially since we have conducted 3 major assessments. Many of these generals who joined the Navy and the soldiers who joined the Navy headquarters in the world recruitment are because of King's aura. They have a high degree of recognition for generals like Vice Admiral King who also joined the world recruitment. If King can serve as a general, it will boost the enthusiasm of these soldiers in the world recruitment and their sense of recognition of the Navy. Looking at the thoughtful look of the generals around him, he continued. With Vice Admiral King's current reputation and the importance of the position of Admiral of the Navy, this promotion will definitely directly overshadow the momentum of this newspaper. It will make others dare not go out to sea to become pirates easily. Especially those people who have looked up at the second scorching sun in the sky and understand their own insignificance, centered on the Navy headquarters Marineford, and heading towards the 4 seas and the first and second halves of the Grand Line. They will greatly reduce their desire to go out to sea as pirates, and may even switch to the Navy. And Vice Admiral King's own blazing and equal justice will probably be loved by the civilians, and he will become the flag of our Navy. Hearing the blazing and equal justice that Crane said, the generals also discussed a little, and at the same time cast their eyes on King, who seemed to have no expression since the meeting. Looking at King's solemn look, they also admired him. Only King was speechless in his heart. What blazing and equal justice, that was all Ethan's self-talk. His justice is the justice of providing food and lodging. To sum up, I think it is beneficial to promote Vice Admiral King to Admiral. At least it will definitely benefit our Navy more than harm. After listening to Crane's final summary, most people nodded. Crane's answer did convince most people, and even the generals who were still dissatisfied would not come out to oppose. In addition to the great resistance, there is also the reason of King. No matter what, people who have seen his power will not want to offend him. It is courageous enough for ordinary generals to oppose once. Seeing that all the generals had no intention of opposing, Sora also nodded. He cast his eyes on King. King, what do you think about being the Admiral of the Navy? Seeing the Admiral of the Navy, Kong, asking him what he thought. King was a little distressed, and he thought about it. It would be a good thing to be able to get a higher rank. Then he would have more generals under him, and he wouldn't have to take action. He could rest leisurely. Should he say a few words of thanks now? When King was thinking hard, all the generals looked at him expressionlessly without answering. They couldn't help but imagine. Does this man disdain the rank of Admiral? Sure enough, with how could a man of that power be moved by the promotion of the Navy's rank? Now it's not whether they want to promote him to Admiral, but whether he wants to be an Admiral. Seeing King hesitate to speak, Kong frowned. Is he unwilling to clean up the mess for the Celestial Dragons? Thinking about the world government spying on King's power, he took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. King, if you are willing to be an Admiral, I can exempt you from the obligations you need to make to the Celestial Dragons, and I will also explain this to the 5 elders. Don't worry. Obligations? What obligations? Hearing Kong's words, King was a little confused. But this should be a good thing. He can still distinguish between obligations and power. At this time, he also found that he had been silent for too long, and everyone was looking at him. So he couldn't think of a thank you speech and could only nod casually. Seeing King nod, Kong was relieved. Then, I will submit the matter of King becoming an admiral to the world government. With Kong's final decision, the meeting also came to an end. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 159 Hisoka's Research on Abilities, Anohanaretsu's Attributes. The next day. The Calm Belt, Daughter Island. At a palace. Moer looked at the photo in the newspaper and nodded. Now that the World Economic News Agency has issued newspapers early, the victory of Ryomen Sukuna over Whitebeard has also fermented. With the heated discussion of people, this time Ryomen Sukuna's reputation value directly increased by 2.03 million, and the total with the remaining before has exceeded 2.5 million. All this is thanks to Morgans's instigation. Otherwise, just defeating Whitebeard would not get this kind of reputation. Now Morgans is in this situation, the world government's tolerance for him is already very low. Even if his so-called second sea, the King of Thieves' path, can divert some of the pirates who are looking for the great treasure. But it is not so easy to predict what the more powerful pirates will do. From this point of view, Morgan's situation is very dangerous. But Morgans does not have to worry about danger for the time being. Under the inclination of a lucky force, he has found a backer who can rely on for a short time. As for Hisoka, he is still the same as before, looking for apples everywhere, being a troublemaker, etc. Now he has run to the new world. Mare is also very satisfied with Hisoka, just like a model worker. Now his reputation value has soared to 1.73 million. It's just that at this time, Hisoka's reputation for doing things has increased. 997 Because of his great reputation, some ordinary little things seem very normal to people, and there is no fluctuation in their hearts. Moreover, his exposure rate is too high, and people are accustomed to his constant troublemaking. Of course, although it is small, it can be accumulated slowly. At present, Hisoka's reputation value has been upgraded to S by Mel using 1 million to upgrade his strength and agility, leaving 730,000. In this way, all his attributes are S. With this basic attribute support, the level of armament haki can be quickly upgraded by slowly grinding. The same is true for observation haki, which will not be too difficult for Hisoka, or it will be simpler. Many of his abilities are linked to spirit, and in terms of observation haki talent, Zasuo is pretty good. I believe he will be able to level up soon. With the support of various abilities, Hisoka is very difficult to deal with now. Even Whitebeard can't beat him. His breath concealment and magician are both S level, and with his telekinesis, even if Whitebeard's attack is powerful, what's the use if he can't hit him? And because of his telekinesis, Hisoka is like an immortal. Even if he can hit him occasionally, it's actually useless. Of course, the current Hisoka can't really fight against Ryomen Sukuna and King. Because the ability configuration of the latter two is much higher than Hisoka. One is Cursed Evil Sucker and Demon Subduing Chef, and the other is Emperor Engine and Purgatory Warrior Explosive Heat Wave Cannon. All of them are 30,000 or 20,000 configurations. It is undeniable that the configuration is high and the combat power is also greatly increased. If Ryomen Sukuna's combat power is not so intuitive, then King's combat power can be presented in a clear posture. His current Emperor Engine and Purgatory Inferno Heat Wave Cannon are both at double S. When the two abilities are fully combined, he can directly burst out a blazing sun that is tens of kilometers high in the sky. This blazing sun can be seen from almost all hemispheres of this planet. In this case, Hisoka has almost no chance of winning, unless he can rely on strategy and ability to trick King. Although Hisoka himself is not that confident of King's power clear. But he had a rough outline of King's combat power at that time when he watched King's moves up close last time. There is no doubt that Hisoka is no longer satisfied with his own telekinesis ability. In addition to looking for apples, he is also researching and changing telekinesis. And telekinesis does have great plasticity. Before Hisoka went to the New World, he ran back, and Mel also taught him the essence of exploring telekinesis. Mel, who has a unique perspective, is closer to the essence of ability, which is one of the reasons why he can easily research various results. He also hopes that Hisoka can research more powerful abilities. Mel still likes Hisoka, a self-reliant model worker. Compared with Hisoka, King is no different from a salted fish lying on the ground. It's all about luck. The current King's reputation value has reached 1.03 million. Mel also took out 1 million of King's reputation value to upgrade his lucky power to S level. In this way, King's reputation value is almost cleared. However, King's reputation will surge again soon. With his current luck, it won't be a surprise to be promoted to general. Mare looked at the reputation value of Ryomen Sukuna's attributes. He didn't plan to use the more than 2 million reputation value. With Ryomen Sukuna's current strength, it is enough. The improvement of basic attributes and other abilities does not help his maximum combat power. Let's ignore these for the time being. First save up 10 million to upgrade the cursed food. Finally, it's Xiao Lai's attributes. Mare opened the attributes of Anohana Lai. Avatar, Anohana Retsu. Strength, A+. Constitution, A+. Agility, A+. Spirit, S. Abilities, Zanpakuta S rank, Zealotry, A, Flash Step, A. Skills, Swordplay Yachiryu, A, Armament Haki, A, Observation Haki, A. Reputation, 84,645. Note, D. Current World Ordinary Person Attributes. Her current attributes are not bad, and she became famous in a short time after going to sea. She gained 270,000 reputation points for the first time, and more than 10 times more in the following days. Finally, she defeated a great swordsman, and Morgans raised the topic of the world's greatest swordsman on this incident, and finally gained more than 500,000 reputation points again. It can be said that she gained a total of more than 1.5 million when she arrived at Dressrosa Island. She stayed there for 3 days and then set off again. Her attributes and abilities were upgraded by Mel gradually, both abilities and basic attributes were increased. A total of more than 1.9 million was spent, and now more than 80,000 is left. This attribute is already very good. Mel turned off all attributes. Looking out the window. Then he put his elbow on the armrest of the seat, held his face with one hand, and closed his eyes slowly. The perspective changed, and a curved white light could be seen extending from him and dispersing into the void in two. In a distant area, the white light enveloped a birdman in one place and a gentlewoman in the other. This is the power called luck, which enveloped Morgans and Anohana Retsu. At this time, the white light leading to Anohana Retsu became thicker and thicker. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give data. Chapter 160 Hisoka's Rating, Crocodile and Katakuri. A week later. Grand Line, New World, Universal Cake Island. A loud cry sounded on Cake Island. A giant eagle flew over, and then a figure fell from the sky. It was Hisoka. After landing, he walked towards the buildings of Cake Island with a smile on his face, and a sweet smell came towards him. Looking at the surrounding scene, desserts, donuts, cakes, creams and other desserts were displayed in various locations. The dreamlike scene made Hisoka take a deep breath, smelling the sweet smell, the corners of his mouth pulled up, and his eyes curved up. What a good scene! This kind of scene! Hisoka saw that his mount also landed on a piece of cake and pecked at it. He picked up a piece of cake on the roadside and tried the taste. It tastes okay. As Hisoka moved, along the way, Hisoka could see many people busy collecting something. And they turned a blind eye to Hisoka's arrival, as if there was no such person at all. Hurry up, Mom will be back soon. Get the party ready. The man who looked short but was actually very tall kept shouting. The people around him moved faster after hearing his words. Tables and chairs were set up around the castle in the center of Cake Island, and all kinds of pastries and meals were taken out and placed by people. The surrounding area was decorated with lights and colors. It's really good. It seems that we have caught up with the right time. Xisuo looked at the delicious pastries on the tables and sat down on a table and chair. Then he reached out and grabbed a piece of pastry, looked at the busy figures around him with interest, and ate slowly. It's good for Hisoka to feel this atmosphere occasionally. On the other side, in the castle, Katakuri's face darkened after hanging up the den mushi. Two bad news came just now. One is that a group called Crocodile Works, also known as the Crocodile Pirates, has approached the territorial waters of Cake Island, and even their leader has headed straight for the center of Cake Island. The leader of the group is the former Shishibukai crocodile, who is now offered a bounty of 1.21 billion berries by the Navy. Another even worse news is that the patrol officers in the territorial waters saw a bird suspected to be Hisoka's giant eagle flying towards Cake Island. These two pieces of news made Katakuri's mood gloomy. Crocodile is very strong, and even if he can be rewarded with this amount of money, he is not sure that he can win. Now the opponent is coming fiercely. If the banquet here is ruined, my mother will definitely be very angry when she comes back. As for the second news, the evil pirate Hisoka, that man makes Katakuri even more worried. Is this man here to cause trouble for Mom? It will take some time for Mom to come back now. If she doesn't see it, will she kill here? It is rumored that the man likes to play with people's hearts. His style is too dangerous for his family members. Hey! Katakuri took a deep breath and exhaled. Pick up the trident leaning against the wall. No matter whether Hisoka is really here, Crocodile is really coming soon. We must not let him ruin the banquet here. Day. Katakuri walked out of the door step by step with the trident. Around the castle, Hisoka sat on the chair and slowly tasted the cakes and desserts. These tasted much better than those on the road. Should I say he is worthy of being a big mom? This picky eating ability is quite powerful. Hisoka thought absent-mindedly and looked into the distance at the same time. He could see yellow sand flying in the sky, which was a bit out of place on this Cake Island. Is that crocodile coming? Interesting. Hisoka smiled as he watched the yellow sand sweeping towards him from afar. Crocodile's ability prevented Hisoka from leaving the mark of the hunter on him, at least not at the current level of this ability. He also did not leave marks on Crocodile's other objects. Hisoka had no way of predicting Crocodile's arrival in advance. However, now that he could meet Crocodile here, Hisoka felt pretty good. It is said that the Big Mom Pirates have a supreme masterpiece of the Charlotte family, known as the man whose back never touches the ground, except when he met Ryomen Sukuna. However, Ryomen Sukuna is now almost called the Pirate King of the New Era by the World Economic News Agency. It seems that losing to him is nothing to Katakuri. Day. A tall man with short amaranth hair, strong muscles, and long legs walked out of the castle. Is this the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family? Hisoka was attracted by the man who walked out of the castle and looked at the man's face with interest. What a good look! 90 points. At this time, Hisoka thought silently in his heart. While Hisoka continued to test others, he figured out a sweetness score for the fruit. Or his expectation for this fruit. There is no doubt that the current Katakuri is worth 90 points in his eyes. Of course, his score is not immutable. When a person's thoughts, ideas, beliefs, and will are changed, a person will undergo earth-shaking changes. And this is exactly what Hisoka's generation of fruit farmers want to do. Add some nutrients to the fruit or give it some strong medicine. Watch them grow in the direction they want. Hisoka is just like a fruit farmer who gets the joy of achievement. These fruits are the seasoning of his life, and he must take good care of them. When Hisoka stared at Katakuri with some burning heat, Katakuri just felt something was wrong. But looking back around, he didn't notice anything wrong, and finally he could only regard it as his own illusion. Is that a sandstorm? How could there be a sandstorm on Cake Island? At this time, some people have seen the overwhelming yellow sand in the distance sweeping towards this side. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data again. Chapter 161 Crocodile, the King of the Desert, has a lot more tricks. Looking at the tornado sandstorm that slowly swept in as if it was connected to the sky. The staff and some guests who were preparing for the banquet around, as well as the children of the Charlotte family, were all shocked. Sandstorms have never been seen on Cake Island, which is not a very large island. It happened today, and it was moving rapidly towards this side. You know, my mother will be back soon. If this sandstorm is allowed to sweep over, the whole banquet is probably going to be ruined. Then my mother will be furious. Even if he gets food cravings, it will be troublesome. Damn! It's so big. Katakuri looked at the sandstorm in the distance that seemed to be connected to the sky. It was more like a giant sandstorm. This level of attack swept across the entire Cake Island. The originally beautiful dream scene of the entire Cake Island is about to become ugly. It's hard to imagine how angry my mother would be when she came back and saw that not only the party was gone, but the island became extremely ugly. But even if Katakuri wanted to stop it at this time, he was powerless. This disaster was too wide, and he had no way to start. On the other side, a man in a black fur coat was riding a huge sandstorm towards the center of Cake Island. It was Crocodile, who had learned that Big Mom was not on Cake Island. Since she was not there, Crocodile simply let go. He now had to fight the Big Mom pirates alone. It is said that there is a so-called masterpiece in the Charlotte family who is also playing house. I hope he won't be disappointed. Whoosh! 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 The wind was howling, the sand was flying, and one side of the Cake Island seemed to be trapped in a world of yellow sand. Wherever it passed, cakes, desserts, cream, and trees were swept up. The entire giant salon roll was therefore stained with a different color. And the huge cakes on the Cake Island also blocked the salon roll's progress. As these big cakes were directly scraped off a layer, the yellow sand and gravel were embedded in these big cakes. It looked very eye-catching. The entire salon roll gradually became smaller because of those giant cakes. But even so, when it came to the castle where Big Mom was stationed, it still enveloped and raged here. Facing the sweeping sandstorm, Katakuri calmly turned the ground into a blanket of glutinous rice balls that covered the surrounding castles and venues. Then the originally fluctuating glutinous rice balls hardened directly and collided with the sweeping sandstorm. Boom! 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 Soon, the sandstorm swept directly over the place protected by Katakuri. However, the sandstorm did not stop, but continued to move towards the back of this position. But Katakuri no longer paid attention to those. He gathered the overwhelming glutinous rice balls back to the ground, and a man in a black fur coat was seen smoking a cigar and looking at this side. It was Brother Katakuri who took action. He is so reliable. He is worthy of being the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. That's great. At least the banquet is saved. But I don't know if my mother will still have the heart to hold the banquet when she comes back and sees the island in a mess. This sandstorm is too abnormal. Wait, this person, Crocodile, the King of the Desert. The bounty is 1.21 billion Baileys. It turned out that he caused it. At this time, someone had seen a figure standing in the direction where the sandstorm swept over. And quickly recognized him. Crocodile. Aren't you afraid of my mother's revenge? Katakuri ignored the complicated sounds around him and asked in a deep voice. Goo ha 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 ha. Crocodile couldn't help laughing wildly when he heard Katakuri's question. Others didn't understand why. Crocodile's face darkened after he finished laughing. I'm not afraid of Whitebeard and Hisoka, so why would I be afraid of that woman who can only give birth to children? If you want revenge, come on. Crocodile laughed without waiting for everyone to get angry. Compared to this, let me try whether you are vulnerable without Big Mom. Crocodile's words made everyone present angry. When they glared at each other, Katakuri stretched out his hand to signal everyone to calm down. Then he stared at Crocodile. Crocodile, you are so arrogant. This is the new world, not paradise. You won't stay there for too long and think that the natural system can do whatever it wants. If you are arrogant, then come and try it. If you think you can defeat me with haki, then you are really arrogant. The gravel swirls around Crocodile, and he doesn't say any more nonsense. Arrogant, let the three brothers meet you. Seeing that Crocodile is about to take action, three burly men who look a bit similar who are ready to attack nearby attack Crocodile. The armament haki is still hardened in their hands. They are the 6th, 7th, and 8th sons of the Charlotte family. They are all good at physical skills and armament haki. Be careful. Seeing them run out at this time, Katakuri is a little anxious. Crocodile is not something that their haki can defeat. Sandstorm. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. It's like a small sand roll wrapped around Crocodile. His speed seemed to be like teleportation, and he swept past the side of the siege of several brothers in an instant. At the same time, his arm turned into a huge crescent-shaped sand blade and pierced through the three people at the same time. Cough cough cough. A faint gasp sounded, and the three brothers' originally strong bodies turned into mummies and fell to the ground. How is it possible? Conti, Cadence, Cavalet. At this time, the other members of the Charlotte family in the crowd saw several brothers turned into mummies and fell to the ground in an instant. They were all shocked. Is this the power of the king of the desert, the former 7 warlords? It was so easy to deal with Conti and the others. Take them down to replenish water, and don't interfere next time. Looking at the brothers lying dead on the ground, Katakuri forced himself to calm down and ordered immediately. At the same time, he raised his trident Earth Dragon and rushed towards Crocodile. Dang! 0.3 Katakuri's attack wrapped in armament haki slashed through Crocodile's body and directly smashed a big hole in the ground. Crocodile's body, which seemed to be split apart, reunited. When encountering someone with armament haki, the natural system often achieves the effect of avoiding attacks by actively deforming the body. In this regard, the sand fruit crocodile has more advantages than many natural types. The sand and gravel scatter with the wind, gather with the wind, gather and disperse invisibly, and use the sandstorm flow, a move with sandstorm as the core. This effect is even better. At this time, the two began to fight quickly. Siso, who was sitting in a seat not far away, was eating cake and watching their duel with interest. It's really good. Crocodile. There are many more tricks. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 162 Fierce Confrontation, Unusually Great Fortune. Desert Diamond Sword. As Crocodile dodged Katakuri's attack, his hands turned into 4 large sand blades and attacked Katakuri who was attacking him. Faced with Crocodile's rapid attack, Katakuri did not dodge directly. The ground under his feet turned into a glutinous rice ball and surged wildly, like a white wave. And Crocodile didn't care, and attacked directly to cut the glutinous rice ball in front of him. However, when cutting, Katakuri had already raised the trident wrapped with domineering power to block Crocodile's attack. At the same time, the glutinous rice balls on both sides of Crocodile surged wildly, burying Crocodile who was trapped in the encirclement. Be buried by the glutinous rice ball, and then suffocate to death. Crocodile. Layer after layer of glutinous rice balls directly covered Crocodile. Even at this point, Katakuri still did not take it lightly, but used the power of awakening to directly assimilate the surrounding ground. It turned into layer after layer of glutinous rice balls to directly surround the glutinous rice balls that surrounded Crocodile. Soon, a huge glutinous rice ball over 30 meters long was formed and hardened. In Katakuri's impression, Crocodile is a person who relies on his ability. Now his move 17 Crocodile's sand ability should not have room to be used, and his physical skills are not strong. Then it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to break through the blockade of his glutinous rice ball. Did Lord Katakuri win? Great! Sure enough, even a big pirate like the Desert King with a bounty of more than 1.2 billion Baileys, Lord Katakuri can win. Brother Katakuri is so powerful. Looking at the huge glutinous rice ball that was tens of meters in size, the members of the Big Mom pirate group and the Charlotte family cheered. Let that guy be arrogant, he must be regretting it now. That's right, he really thought he could do whatever he wanted with natural abilities. Even if Mom is not here, we still have brother Katakuri. When the people around were cheering, Hisoka took a bite of the cake and chewed it slowly. Katakuri had a good sense of combat. But chlorodal shouldn't be solved like this, otherwise it would be too disappointing. In the huge glutinous rice ball, in the small space surrounding chlorodal, a layer of high-speed rotating gravel surrounded chlorodal. Sandstorm shield. At this time, Crocodile looked at the high-speed rotating gravel around him. His sand-like body was trembling, and the surface of his body was densely protruding and sinking, as if there was a violent beast in his body that was about to rush out. Sandstorm spear. Outside the glutinous rice ball, Katakuri looked at the huge glutinous rice ball in front of him, and began to scan the breath inside with his observation haki. The layers of glutinous rice balls weakened the observation haki a little. But the active atmosphere inside can still be felt. Is it still active? Let's see how long you can hold on. Katakuri silently stared at the glutinous rice ball in front of him. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. What is this? Boom! 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 Several huge sand guns pierced through Katakuri's glutinous rice ball directly. The whole glutinous rice ball was shattered on the spot. The sudden change here made the eyes of the surrounding people pop out. It was very spectacular from the scene. Several huge sand guns of tens of meters appeared in front of them, which was really scary. As the sand gun disappeared, Crocodile looked at the eyes around him and sneered. It seems that you are very disappointed. Katakuri, the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, if this is all you can do, then I will not be polite. Hearing Cloaldal's words, the shocked eyes of the surrounding people turned into anger. What are you so arrogant about? I just cracked one of Katakuri's moves. That's right, I didn't win, actually said such a thing. The surrounding words made Crocodile a little irritated. A tornado appeared directly in his hand. Shut up! Trash! Heavy sandstorm! Katakuri felt something was wrong when Crocodile opened his mouth. He also quickly prepared his moves. Grasped the rice cake. A donut instantly appeared in front of the crowd, and a huge palm wrapped in armament haki stretched out from it, and it directly grasped the heavy sandstorm thrown by Crocodile. Boom! A huge shock wave vibrated towards the surroundings. The seats at the banquet couldn't help shaking. At this time, Hisoka was drinking a cup of coffee, watching the performance of the two while drinking, but the surface of the coffee was shaking a little violently. Harm! In the venue. Since the tornado was held, no casualties were caused, but the huge palm rice cake was directly broken. Unparalleled donut. Rice cakes emerged from the ground and formed a donut shape. At this time, the rice cakes directly wrapped Katakuri's own hands and his weapon, the Earth Dragon. And two arms holding a huge trident emerged from the donut part. All were covered by powerful domineering. Katakuri directly used the most powerful attack to swing at Crocodile. Super Power Rice Cake Cut. Katakuri swung the Earth Dragon, and the donut-like arm and trident also synchronized his movements. The huge trident chopped down directly at Crocodile. Seeing the huge trident flying towards him, Crocodile did not directly take it. Sandstorm. Like a smart bird, he dodged the attack and rushed towards Katakuri. Sweet chestnut rice cake. As Crocodile's eyes shrank slightly. XXXX. Countless spikes appeared directly on the surface of the huge trident, and Katakuri's armament haki was also wrapped around it. Swish! 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 The spikes instantly burst out, and many spikes pierced through Crocodile's body. Hey! As the spikes burst out, Crocodile turned into sand and fell not far from Katakuri. Looking at Katakuri in front of him, Crocodile smiled. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Really good. Katakuri. It seems that you are not in vain. The corner of Crocodile's mouth cracked. Katakuri in front of him had a serious expression. The crocodile in front of him was very powerful, involving speed, attack, defense, and evasion. It was very tricky to fight. When Katakuri was thinking about how to win, a figure shot out and attacked Crocodile. Crocodile dodged directly. Boom! A big hole was directly opened in the ground by the fist of the figure. Katakuri was shocked when he saw the figure clearly, and he said in a deep voice. "Day fuck, didn't I say just let me do it?" However, Katakuri felt a little strange. Directly attacking with fists was not Daifuku's usual attack method, and this kind of explosion and destructive power seemed to be much greater than usual. Is it a psychological effect? When Katakuri felt strange, Hisoka, who was sitting on the banquet chair, laughed. A telekinesis extended from his feet to Daifuku, and at the same time a ripple hovered in Daifuku's mind. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and ask for data. Chapter 163 Everyone's excitement, powerful Daifuku. Humph. Can't help it. It seems that your Big Mom pirates are not all trash except Big Mom and Katakuri. Crocodile, who used the sandstorm to dodge to the side, also smiled at the guy who suddenly appeared, and his eyes seemed to have a fascinating light. Although Crocodile did not know Daifuku's fighting style, but he just sensed some dangerous aura on the guy in front of him. Obviously, in addition to Katakuri, the highest masterpiece of the Big Mom pirates, there are still guys under Big Mom who are worthy of his attention. Daifuku did not reply after hearing Crocodile's words. He did not reply even to Katakuri's question. But his eyes were full of Crocodile, and ripples flowed into Daifuku's mind at this time. The power of his body began to break through the limit and explode, and at the same time, the armed color was released with excess. This is the hypnotic effect of the magician Hisoka hypnotized Daifuku for a short time, making him burst out his potential and remove the protective restrictions of the human body. With Hisoka's telekinesis enveloping Daifuku, Daifuku danced with Hisoka's thoughts like a puppet in his hand. At this time, Hisoka, who was sitting at the banquet chair, picked up a piece of dessert again. He licked the corner of his mouth and then looked at Daifuku in the field. The fight between Crocodile and the others also raised Hisoka's interest. It's not interesting to just watch them beat him, so let him add fuel to the fire. Daifuku, why are you? Katakuri next to him saw that Daifuku had not responded to him for a long time, and wanted to ask again. But before he could finish his words, Daifuku started to act. His body seemed to be emitting steam, and he burst towards Crocodile at a speed that was like teleportation. The ground was crushed by his steps. The speed was so fast that even Crocodile was shocked. This was not just a burst of speed from Daifuku's body. The ground around him formed a radial pattern with his telekinesis. When Daifuku was in action, he would cooperate with Daifuku, so that the elasticity of Hisoka's telekinesis and Daifuku's own burst would be superimposed. At this time, Crocodile was a little caught off guard. He chose to fight the guy in front of him directly. Sandstorm Flow Diamond Curved Moon-Shaped Sand Dune. His hands turned into sand blades directly, and the sand curled around him to provide him with high burst, combined with the sand blades cutting and erosion of moisture. If you really think that you can restrain him at close range with domineering, then go to hell and regret it. After 2 consecutive defeats, Crocodile has begun to improve his fighting moves. Physical fitness and domineering may not be very effective in a short period of time. However, in the development and improvement of the fruit, Crocodile already had a direction, because he borrowed the moves of the counterfeit. Although it was very humiliating. But the counterfeit's moves were more powerful than his, which made him very angry for a while. Crocodile's hands turned into sand blades and kept waving at the guy in front of him. And Daifuku also raised his hands full of domineering, and a series of telekinesis extended from his hands to the ground behind Crocodile. Willful armed color shock waves kept waving from his fists. At this time, Daifuku waved his fists tirelessly like Hisoka's puppet, and even if his body screamed, it was quickly filled and repaired by Hisoka's telekinesis. Boom! Boom! The strong wind was overflowing, and the ground around the two was directly lifted by the shock wave. The people not far away used their arms to block the strong wind and the gravel brought by the shock wave. Then they stared at the confrontation between Daifuku and Crocodile in amazement. Great, so amazing! Brother Daifuku is so strong without using his ability. Does he usually hide his weakness? He can even defeat the Desert King and even suppress him. Lord Daifuku may also be qualified to be called the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. While everyone was amazed, some people's eyes flickered. Among them, Katakuri frowned. How could he not understand Daifuku's power? As a brother who has a very good relationship with Daifuku, Katakuri knows it very well. Although Daifuku is also a leader in the Charlotte family, his power is extremely strong even without using the power of the fruit. But it is unreasonable to be so strong. Add to that the abnormality of Daifuku just now. Katakuri began to recall, and his eyes suddenly became shocked. Could it be that man? It is rumored that when he was in Impel Down, he controlled many of the guards of Impel Down, which led to the war. And not long ago, he did receive a report that the man was suspected of entering Cake Island. He quickly looked back around. No. There is no trace of that person either. After looking around and still not finding any trace of that person, Katakuri's heart sank a little. Is that person's illusion ability completely impossible to find? What to do? An enemy that cannot be found. Then, the only clue now is on Daifuku. Katakuri cast his eyes on Daifuku, who was still fighting with Crocodile. Boom. Boom. Crocodile, who was fighting at this time, felt that his face was a little ugly. He didn't know why the guy in front of him was wrong. It was like crazy, domineering attack for free. And he could withstand so many of his attacks. Even if he used Sandstorm Flow to dodge, he would be stuck and beaten. There was no chance to breathe. It was so disgusting. Wouldn't this guy be tired? Was his body really okay with such a high-intensity attack? At this time, Crocodile only felt that his face was a little swollen. He rushed up to fight against many people alone, but was chased and beaten by one person. It was simply a slap in the face. I said, stop it. Bastard. At this time, Crocodile began to get angry, and he was going to use all his strength. Erosion Sandstorm. Then Crocodile used his current move with the strongest single target damage. The wind started to blow. The wind kept spinning, enveloping Crocodile. The yellow sand tornado tens of meters high began to dance, although it was not very big. But everyone present looked at the tornado in disbelief. The tornado just stood there, and the air became extremely dry. This is the demon lung that can swallow all the water. Just looking at the sand tornado in front of them, everyone felt their lips were a little dry and their eyes were a little dry. It was as if the water was constantly losing. Everyone retreat, stay away from this sand tornado. Seeing Crocodile use this dangerous move, Katakuri immediately asked everyone to retreat. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 164 The fruits released are ripe, I'll give you some strong medicine. After hearing Katakuri's order, everyone quickly withdrew some distance. Because they don't know if this sand tornado will suddenly move over. Just looking at it makes you feel that your water is being taken away. It's hard to imagine what it would be like if you were caught in it. In the yellow sand tornado, the original ground of Crocodile turned directly into sand as the sand tornado danced, and the surrounding ground slowly dried up and then turned into sand. In the tornado, the sand was also getting drier and crushed. The entire sand tornado gradually turned into a pink tornado. Not far away, Hisoka looked at the tornado in front of him that was about 30 meters high, and his eyes lit up. This is the fruit that was released and matured a lot. However, Hisoka looked at the water in the other coffee cups on the table that had drained away directly, and the bottom of the cup turned into a coffee-colored residue color, and the coffee in his hand was the same. The pastries on the table became shriveled. He took a piece. Crack. Crack. It tastes very crispy and sweet, so sweet that it's greasy. The taste is okay, but it's not as delicious as before. What a waste. Crocodile. Hoo hoo. 600. After a while, the wind gradually stopped. As the strong wind stopped, the tornadoes also scattered and fell. Bang! A figure fell from the sky. The people who were farther away looked at it and couldn't help but exclaimed. How is it possible? Just now, Brother Daifu was suppressing that guy. How come he suddenly fell down now? That's right, Brother Daifu was so strong just now. How could he be defeated in one move now? Could it be that the Desert King used some despicable means? The figure who fell to the ground was Daifu. Now Daifu looked like a mummy. No wonder they were shocked. After all, from the performance just now, Daifu was at least on par with Crocodile. Even if he was really defeated, he shouldn't be defeated in one move now. The conversation and suspicious eyes of the people made Crocodile's forehead a little blue. How dare you say it? Despicable means? So, do these guys think that they can rest easy as long as Katakuri protects them? Say less. A short, fat, white-bearded man wearing a pink hat spoke up. It was Longbread, the chef of the Big Mom Pirates. He was not present at first, but he rushed over when Daifuku and Crocodile were fighting. Now seeing some people in the pirate group chattering, Crocodile seemed to be irritated and was a little speechless. Even if you are gossiping, you should speak softly. Are you really worried that others can't hear you when you speak so loudly? It's just that Longbread is not a member of the Charlotte family after all, and he didn't think about it completely. Many of these people are Daifuku's brothers and sisters. Now in their own territory, they are the pride of the Big Mom pirates and watching their brothers who are seriously injured and lying on the ground. With these factors, if they still have to speak softly in front of Crocodile, then their pride will be trampled on. On the other side, Katakuri rushed forward when he saw Daifuku falling to the ground, and rescued him from Crocodile. Crocodile did not stop him, although he was a little surprised that this fierce guy was knocked down by his move. But he did not think too much. Now he just wanted to get rid of all these guys. Although Big Mom was not there, he heard that she was on her way back, and looking at the surrounding banquet. Obviously, even if she was still outside, she would not be too far away. He needed to get rid of these guys in time. Then rest and recover his strength before fighting with Big Mom who came over. After Katakuri handed Daifuku in his hand to others, he also looked at Crocodile with a serious look. The move Crocodile used just now was very powerful. Even if he was caught in it, he didn't know what would happen. Can the armed color in his fruit protect him? But no matter what, the opponent is coming fiercely. A showdown is inevitable. What worries him is that there is a high probability that Hisoka is around. The situation was just like there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind, and he couldn't find any trace of Hisoka at all. I don't know what the man wants to do. With a worried mind, Katakuri walked towards Crocodile and stood opposite him. The two held their breath, and the battle was about to start. Pa, pa, pa. A crisp sound rang out. It attracted everyone's attention. As everyone looked over, they found that there was a figure on the banquet table who had landed on it at some point. Looking at the cakes in front of him, most of them had been removed. But no one cared about these details at this time. Xi, Hisoka, it's Hisoka, the most evil pirate in history, the most evil person Hisoka. Damn it! What's going on? How did he get here? Mom is not here now, what should I do? What should I do? Everyone saw Hisoka sitting at the banquet with a smile and applauded. But I felt cold sweat all over my body and became anxious. The worst pirate in history, Hisoka, now has a bounty of 4.23 billion berries. He had previously fought with the Vice Admiral, or now the Admiral, jailed a king and indirectly caused an island to disappear from the map. Now that he is here and his mother is not here, everyone is really unsure. As a super pirate, but wandering around all day, a very dangerous pirate. Hiso ignored the shocked looks of the crowd. Day. He stood up from his seat. Step by step, he walked towards the battlefield between Crocodile and Katakuri. Under Crocodile's fiery gaze, Hisoka showed a somewhat perverted expression, with his mouth corners cracked a little high and his eyes curved like crescents. Really good. Crocodile, you can grow up like this in such a short time, which is beyond my expectation. I give you a score of 93 points. Seeing Hisoka suddenly appear, Crocodile did not think about the twists and turns. He just stared at Hisoka and ignored Katakuri who was solemn and cautious beside him. Hisoka. I didn't expect you to be here. Very good, in that case. Let you understand my hard training. This time, I won't lose again. Hearing Crocodile's words, Hisoka's mouth curled up even more wantonly. Ah. Although you have grown up. But it seems that you are still too arrogant. It seems that I need to give you some more strong medicine. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 165 Can your voice be lowered? Crocodile was killed in seconds. Guhahaha. You are so brave. Hisoka. Now I will test your weight. At this time, Crocodile didn't mean to talk nonsense anymore, and his body was surrounded by a sand roll. Seeing Crocodile about to make a move, Hisoka also smiled. Don't worry. You and this little fruit together. Otherwise, I'm afraid there is no chance of winning at all. Crocodile. Crocodile looked at Hisoka's finger pointing at Katakuri, and his face became gloomy. What a joke. Are you looking down on me, Hisoka? Hisoka covered his ears with one hand, and then said with a frivolous look. Crocodile, can you lower your voice a little? I don't mean to look down on you. It's just that I saw that you had a hard time beating my puppet just now. Are you sure you can face me like this? Crocodile felt furious when he heard Hisoka's words. This reminded him of that guy, who made him lose humiliatingly just by leaving a fake. You controlled that strange guy just now. So, that's how it is. It seems. I was completely looked down upon. Katakuri only felt that the surrounding aura was directly depressed. But he didn't pay attention to Crocodile's anger, because he was also a little angry in his heart. Sure enough, Daifuku was controlled by him just now. Puppet? How arrogant! At this time, Katakuri's arm turned into a glutinous ball and surrounded the weapon trident. The arm kept spinning, and the armed color domineering surged and wrapped around the trident. Then he thrust forward suddenly. Dang! A burst of smoke dispersed. Katakuri's trident was directly stepped on the ground by Hisoka with one foot. No! I can't have fun alone. Katakuri's heart sank. He was stronger, faster, more skilled, and more domineering than him. This time it would be difficult to fight. And he seemed to still have that kind of power. At this time, Katakuri remembered the previous defeat. With just one punch, the man made him suffer his first defeat. Whoosh! Heavy Shaolin. A tornado was seen blasted out directly from Crocodile's hand. Boom boom boom. The whole earth seemed to be shattered, and the gravel kept floating around. A hole was also broken on the ground where Hisoka stood. Get out of the way. If you're in the way, I'll kill you too. Crocodile said angrily to Katakuri, who was not far from him. Katakuri was not angry when he heard Crocodile's words. He just looked at Hisoka calmly. Hisoka was like a mountain to him now. Just as he could join forces with the chef when facing Ryomen Sukuna, Katakuri could also join forces with Crocodile when facing Hisoka. Because this battle was not only about him, but also about his family members. He was really not sure what Hisoka would do after he was defeated. This man who had started a top-level war because of his own delusion must not be viewed with common sense. He could do anything. Katakuri would fight with the worst plan. Fortunately, Mom was not far away from coming back. Mom would come back if it took a little longer. The safety of other brothers and sisters would be guaranteed by then. Come on. Please make me happy. Crocodile, Katakuri. At this time, Hisoka, who was not far away, stretched out his palm and said with some joy. Arrogant. Hisoka. My blood is boiling now. I hope you won't lie on the ground with big words later. Crocodile said and suddenly shot towards Hisoka. Sandstorm Flow Diamond Curved Moon Dune. His hands turned into sand blades, and he kept waving and cutting at Hisoka. Well, it's a good way to attack. But if it's a domineering and powerful person, your move is very dangerous. Ah! Hiso easily dodged Crocodile's sand blade attack. With a wool that shook the sky wrapped around his hand, he swung it directly at Crocodile. Crocodile's eyes bulged as Hisoka's fist approached. He felt his mind was shaken by the powerful impact, and he was stunned for a moment. Wow! The fist hit Crocodile's face hard, and then he spit out blood. When the bright red blood shone in the air like a red gem, he had already shot out. The direction of the shot was exactly the Big Mom Pirates, directly smashing through the tables, chairs, buildings, and cakes that were blocking the way, and then embedded in a building. Am I going too far? Hisoka looked at his fist with a teasing smile on his face. What was that just now? Katakuri's face was a little uncertain. There must be something wrong. It was indeed that kind of power. Hisoka really could do it. He had to be careful now. Otherwise, he would be killed in 1 second like Crocodile. Killed in 1 second. That Crocodile was so powerful, but he was killed in 1 second by the great pirate Hisoka. How is it possible? He is so powerful. What should I do? Contact and see where my mother is. I have contacted her before. I heard that my mother is riding Zeus and is rushing back. I hope Brother Katakuri can hold on a little longer. Chef, please go up and help Brother Katakuri. At this time, the people around were a little confused. How powerful Crocodile was before, how terrifying Hisoka is now. It can only be said that Hisoka is worthy of being a pirate with a bounty of more than 4.2 billion. They couldn't help but think of the last time Katakuri and the chef fought against the King of Fear together. It was also easily killed in seconds. Finally, when Mom came out, she was also defeated. It was the first time they saw Mom so injured. This is the shadow of the Big Mom Pirates. In the ruins of a building, Crocodile's sandy body slowly condensed, and at this time his face was gloomy, and he was still panting. Just now, he almost fainted. Even though he was not dizzy now, he was still seriously injured. With just one punch, he almost lost the battle. Could it be that after trying hard, the gap between him became bigger? Crocodile recalled the attack just now. He must have been careless. With this thought, Crocodile directly rushed out with the sandstorm. He wanted to save his dignity. He was not the kind of man who fell easily. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 166. Which family member do you care about the most? Another instant kill. While Crocodile was buffering, Hisoka also walked towards Katakuri. Katakuri watched Hisoka coming and also focused his attention. He did not take the initiative but became alert. That kind of attack seemed to have the effect of mental deterrence. As long as he could concentrate, then the effect should be weakened, he would not lose his mind, and he would have the energy to defend in time or even counterattack. This is the way of resistance that Katakuri can think of. Now it's time to try whether this method works. Not bad, very calm. Katakuri. Hisoka looked at Katakuri with satisfaction, as if he saw a fruit of excellent quality. His eyes suddenly flashed with light. Boom! A shocking aura swept across the sky and earth, which was Hisoka's domineering aura. This aura focused on Katakuri. Boom! Katakuri then burst out with a powerful aura to fight against Hisoka's domineering aura. Boom boom boom! The airwaves around them kept turning. The atmosphere seemed to be shaking. The collision in the illusory field of spiritual will caused some particles in the atmosphere to begin to escape. Lightning kept cracking and rising in the void. The sky and the earth seemed to lose color. Under the collision between the two, some Homies soldiers in the distance fell down directly. Some pirates and residents of Cake Island who came for the banquet also fell down. This is domineering aura, that man's domineering aura is so terrifying. Awesome, does Kakuri-san also have Conqueror Haki? The people who were still standing on the field at this time looked at the soldiers and subordinates who fell to the ground one after another. They felt a little weak and looked at Hisoka in fear. Some people looked at Katakuri in surprise. Since Katakuri rarely showed it, these people didn't know Katakuri's Conqueror Haki. Now they were shocked when they suddenly saw it. Does that guy also have Conqueror Haki? Crocodile, who reappeared from the broken building pile at this time, looked at the two people fighting with Conqueror Haki on the field. Looking at it gloomily. He was not surprised that Hisoka had Conqueror Haki. He would be surprised if such a lawless person didn't have Conqueror Haki. But that BIGMO he was a little surprised and complicated that the M family's highest masterpiece also had him. Surprised that such a domineering ant could have such a person with domineering Haki. Complicated because he didn't have it. The scene of the domineering Haki collision between Hisoka and Katakuri. Hisoka smiled at Katakuri, whose eyes seemed to emit a fascinating light. His domineering Haki surged more violently, and he ran towards Katakuri madly. Boom! The two domineering Haki seemed to explode directly. Katakuri also took a slight breath, but his eyes were still fixed on Hisoka. There was no intention to move away. Looking at the calm Katakuri, Hisoka licked his lips. Your domineering Haki is really good. Katakuri. Hearing Hisoka's praise, Katakuri spoke. Hisoka, why did you come to our Wanguo territory? Katakuri's question made Hisoka's smile even more intense. Of course it's for you little apples. Katakuri. You seem to care about your family very much. Hisoka moved his eyes to the crowd not far away, and then laughed. Can you tell me which one you care about the most? As Hisoka finished speaking, Katakuri's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes released a compelling momentum. Hisoka, stop talking nonsense. At this moment, a rotating sand gun suddenly shot towards Hisoka. And Hisoka also flashed slightly. The sand gun directly pierced into the ground sideways with his body. Boom boom boom. A deep hole was directly pierced through the ground. Can you please stop interrupting others? Crocodile. But I'm so happy that you can come back. Crocodile came over with the wind and sand, and Katakuri was relieved by Crocodile's interruption. I'm not a man who falls so easily. If you think you can finish me with just one punch, you are too arrogant. Crocodile said so, but his body was slightly tense at this time. Now he has to be careful of the attack from Hisoka just now. It's true that one punch can't knock him down, but if that guy comes to punch him continuously, he can't say for sure. Now he has to face Hisoka's attack again, otherwise he will never be able to defeat him. Flowing sticky ball, sandstorm, spear, crocodile and Katakuri suddenly cooperated at this time. It's more of a coincidence than a cooperation. The two people's current abilities are one for containment and one for attack. It's just a good match. Hisoka looked at the sand guns that were spinning in the air and the glutinous rice balls that were surging wildly on the ground. He also laughed. He turned into foam and disappeared under the surprised eyes of the two. The next second, he appeared in front of Crocodile. He waved his shaking wool again. And Crocodile was also extremely focused in an instant. This time, he was not easily shocked. He barely used the golden hook to block it. Boom! The shock wave flew across, and sand and gravel overflowed. Crocodile also flew out directly. But this was not the end. As Crocodile's eyes narrowed, Hisoka followed him like a shadow. One hand hit his stomach directly. Wow! Crocodile vomited ruby-like blood again and burst out. Crocodile was killed again. Sure enough, Brother Katakuri and the others are still no match. I hope they can delay until Mom arrives. At this time, seeing Crocodile, who temporarily joined forces with Brother Katakuri, burst into the building again after just one round after coming out. It was also a bit frightening. The suppression shown by Hisoka was too great, which seriously lacked their confidence. But the fact is so. Now Hisoka's ability combination is very unfriendly to those who are weaker than him, and can be called a killer of the weak. Just as if he wanted to. It is difficult for Crocodile and Katakuri to find him. This is even more true for the weak. And now he seems to have no blind spots. Yesterday he also upgraded his observation haki to S level by himself. It can be said that it is too difficult to defeat him by siege. Very good, the ignorant little fruit has calmed down for the time being. Can you trouble me to answer my question just now? With Katakuri's pupils shrinking slightly, Hisoka asked him again. P.S. Guys, please collect, vote, and flowers, and data. Chapter 167 Hisoka's Threat, the Grumpy Old Fat Woman. What? Don't you want to answer? Hisoka smiled at the silent Katakuri, but his smile was like a devil in Katakuri's eyes. Come on. Tell me. Which family do you think Katakuri treats best? A man with a thin upper body and a thick lower body and slender limbs walked out of the crowd not far away. He is Mondor, the 19th son of the Charlotte family. From the outside, he looks like a smart man. At this time, he walked out of the crowd with a dazed look and his eyes came in front of Hisoka and Katakuri. Mundo? What's going on? Why did he suddenly walk over? Not good. It is said that Hisoka's ability can control others. Mundo is not controlled by Hisoka to threaten Brother Katakuri. Although they were anxious, Mundo had already walked in front of Hisoka and the others. Now if they went to stop him, they would undoubtedly face the terrifying pirate Hisoka. It might even drag down Brother Katakuri, this is one reason, and there is also the factor of fear. Brother Katakuri and his third son Daifuku and fourth son Owen are triplets. I heard from the brothers that they played with Brother Perospero since they were young, and they have a good relationship. Brother Katakuri usually cares about Sister Bruli and other brothers and sisters. At this time, Mundo said in a daze. And Hisoka saw Katakuri's face darken and his mouth cracked. Bruli. It's this Bruli, right? Katakuri. Hisoka. Katakuri couldn't calm down anymore. His arm turned into a sticky ball and surrounded the trident. It began to spin continuously, and the armament haki was also wrapped around the trident. His eyes were shining with a fascinating light. The weapon in his hand stabbed directly at Hisoka. Dang! It was still a similar scene. Katakuri's trident was directly stepped on the ground by Hisoka. But Katakuri didn't care so much. Instead, he punched Mondor with his left fist and sent him flying. He was going to use a large-scale attack. Flowing sticky ball. Katakuri pressed one hand on the ground. The surrounding ground seemed to turn into white waves and surged. It surrounded and buried Hisoka and himself in front of him like an overwhelming force. Hey! Can you calm down a bit? Katakuri. Seeing Katakuri not intending to talk to him and using this attack regardless of the consequences, Hisoka laughed even more happily. He didn't indulge him directly. Holding his hand high with a trembling will. In an instant, it hit Katakuri's face directly. Wow! Katakuri spat out bright red blood and was about to burst out. Hisoka's fist changed into a claw shape and grabbed Katakuri's head directly, and then grabbed his head and pressed it hard against the ground. Boom! A hole appeared directly on the ground. The armed color shock wave rushed out from Hisoka's hand, passed through Katakuri's head and hit the ground. The ground was also cracked on all sides by the shock. The surrounding white waves began to disappear. Katakuri brother! Katakuri brother! At this time, the people of the Big Mom pirates not far away saw Katakuri being pressed to the ground by Hisoka and looked at him worriedly. Some couldn't help but want to attack together. But they were stopped by the chef. After the last disastrous defeat, the chef knew very well that only Linlin could face these pirates. These members who have not grown up yet will be killed in seconds. Now that Hisoka seems to have the leisure to chat, the most important thing for them now is to delay time and wait for Linlin to come back. Instead of going straight up and fighting. Are you calm down a little? At this time, Katakuri only felt a splitting headache. But he could clearly hear Hisoka's voice. He felt Hisoka touch his arm. Come here. The guy named Bruli. With Hisoka's shout. A woman with long light purple hair and a scar on her face walked out in a daze and came to Hisoka. Hearing Hisoka's words, Katakuri also opened his eyes suddenly. But he had already seen Bruli slowly coming to his side. Katakuri, feel it. Katakuri didn't understand what it meant. Suddenly he felt a sense of danger coming from his right arm. However, he was a little slow in consciousness and did not use the armament haki in time. Boom! With an explosion, Katakuri felt as if his arm was about to lose consciousness. However, as a genius who has been called a monster since childhood, his physique is extraordinary. This injury is nothing to him. But his face suddenly changed. Because Bruli squatted down, and Hisoka grabbed her neck directly. Then let her go back. This scene made Katakuri's memory wander. This is just now. At this time, he recalled that Hisoka had just touched his right arm. Then his arm exploded just now, could it be? It seems that you guessed it. Now Bruli's neck can explode at any time. You have also experienced the power of the explosion. I wonder if she can bear it. Looking at Katakuri's understanding look, Hisoka laughed. Hisoka. At this time, Katakuri's eyes turned red when he heard Hisoka's words. As if a red light flashed. Let's make a deal. Katakuri. Become a sweet fruit. You are still young now. I will give you a year to go out to sea and train hard to grow up. If you can satisfy me, I can cancel the explosion of Bruli. If not. Hisoka laughed under Katakuri's angry eyes. Hehehe, you will get a broken neck, Bruli. How is it? Isn't it a good deal? At this time, Hisoka stood up and turned around, because a cloud carrying an old fat woman flew over in the distance. He walked towards her now, and suddenly Hisoka paused slightly and turned his head to Katakuri lying on the ground and reminded him kindly. Friendly reminder, if you want to use sea water or sea stone to remove it, you can try it. But it will be a bit scary if her head suddenly falls off. Then Hisoka no longer cared about Katakuri and walked towards the figure that was about to arrive. Boom! A huge figure jumped down from the cloud in the air. The whole ground shook directly. Mom, it's Mom who's back. Great! Now Hisoka can't do whatever he wants. Seeing that figure around the castle, all the members of the Big Mom pirates were 550 excited. Finally, they don't have to worry. With Mom here, even the evil pirate Hisoka doesn't have to be afraid. Is Big Mom back? At this time, in the ruins of a building, Crocodile recovered. When he came out and saw the figure that looked like a giant, he also became serious. There are enemies here. Now he is in a bit of trouble. Mama! The most evil pirate in history, Hisoka, you dare to come to Cake Island to cause trouble. Are you ready to bear my anger? The ant who appeared at this time had an extremely violent and powerful aura. She had been upset in Wano country, and when she came back she wanted to have a good party but it was ruined. Especially when she came back she saw that the scenery of the entire Cake Island had become ugly, as if there was a layer of sand on it, it was so ugly. At this moment she felt like she was about to explode. She didn't care about the worst pirate in history, the king of the desert, etc. now. She just wanted to chop them away with a knife. What a grumpy old fat woman. Come on. I hope you, a big guy, can make me happy. Hisoka looked at the grumpy ant teasingly and laughed directly. Old fat woman? Big guy? Mama. Hisoka, Right. Go to hell and repent for me. Napoleon. Yes, Mom. The old lady shouted, and the hat on her head turned into a big knife. Looking at the old lady who was ready, Xisuo also greeted her with a smile. Boom boom boom. A huge sound resounded through the sky. The clouds in the sky broke. A shocking battle began on Cake Island. P.S. Dear friends, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 168 Kaido, the Beast, is defeated again, in Anohanaretsu's Kendo tournament. 5 days later. The news that shocked the world flew to all parts of the world with the news bird. 2 shocking news were reported above. After Big Mom was defeated again, Kaido, the Beast, was defeated, and the great swordsman Yachiryu became the swordsman of Wano country. Big shock. 1 month later, the great swordsman Yachiryu will hold a Kendo tournament, and the world's greatest swordsman will be born. This time people were also numb. Not long ago, the World Economic News reported that Big Mom and Kaido had formed an alliance, and a few days ago it reported that Big Mom was defeated against the most evil pirate in history, Hisoka. Now Beast Kaido fought against the new great swordsman Yachiryu, and was defeated, and even made Yachiryu worshipped as a swordsman by the people of Wano country. So are all the great pirates in the new world made of paper? After Big Mom and Kaido were defeated by Ryomen Sukuna. They were defeated again, and people actually had the illusion that these great pirates were just like that. Some new generation pirates are even more like this. They sharpened their knives and prepared to enter the new world to practice with Big Mom and Kaido, the 2 great pirates who were once regarded as symbols of terror. Then they went to find Whitebeard, and finally killed Ryomen Sukuna to become the new pirate king. Many pirates start with this beautiful wish. As for the Kendo tournament at the back of the newspaper, it is also a big news that attracts people's attention. The great swordsman Yachiryu Anohanaretsu is preparing to hold a Kendo tournament on an island. This news was also judged by Morgans as the world's greatest swordsman, which made people curious. From ancient times to the present, people's nature has subconsciously desired the title of the strongest and the first. Many times people only remember the first and the second is ignored. That's why Morgan's title immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Especially those swordsmen and swordsmen from all over the world, even the great swordsmen, attracted. After all, this matter is completely related to themselves, and the Kendo tournament is known to be a grand event. After reading the content of this headline, people are really excited. The Kendo tournament will be held on an island in the New World located in the second half of the Grand Line. That island is an island with a strong swordsmanship atmosphere, and there is even a long famous great swordsman living on it. Now Yachiryu will hold a Kendo tournament there in a month, and invite swordsmen, great swordsmen and all those who have swordsmanship from all over the world to participate through this newspaper. And this conference will have the reward that swordsmen covet. The top 10 will receive a reward of 100 million baileys. The second and third place winners will receive a large sword, and the first place winner will receive a treasure that makes swordsmen crazy. The Supreme Sword Anquin, one of the 12 greatest works in the world. The great swordsman Yachiryu Anohanaretsu became famous in a short period of time, and has defeated countless swordsmen and swordsmen so far. Many of them are convinced, after all, how can they not be convinced when those people were defeated by Yachiryu with his own swordsmanship? And so far, Yachiryu has defeated 2 great swordsmen. Originally, the number of great swordsmen was very small, and Yachiryu's ability to do this has proved that her title of great swordsman is not in vain. Now she has defeated the great pirate Kaido in Wano country, and is regarded as a sword saint by the people of Wano country. From the past to the present, female great swordsmen are extremely rare. Yachiryu Anohanaretsu can do this, and she is also beautiful and gentle, so she has attracted countless fans. She is regarded as a benchmark by female swordsmen and female sword masters from all over the world. Now such a person is going to hold a Kendo tournament, which is naturally convincing. And she also took out money and large swords and even supreme large swords, which are regarded as treasures by sword masters as rewards. It can be expected that many sword masters will be attracted. In other words, the birth of the world's #1 sword master mentioned in the newspaper this time is not a one-sided statement of the World Economic News Agency. It is a reality that will most likely appear. As long as you become the first in this Kendo tournament, it is obvious that you will not only have the supreme large sword, but also the title of the world's #1. People also understood this fact after reading this newspaper. That is, the Kendo tournament in a month will become a major event in the world. Countless swordsmen and sword masters will flock to it. It is heard that the president of the World Economic News Agency will also set up a video telephone bug on it. That is to say, many places around the world will be able to witness this event. This is a great expectation for people. The first half of the Grand Line, Sabayati Archipelago, Syaki drumming bar bar. Rayleigh, sitting in the chair, looked at the newspaper in his hand and sighed. I really didn't expect that Big Mom and Kaido were defeated again. The times are changing so fast now. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Xiaoqi didn't say anything, but took a puff of cigarette and exhaled. Hey! Then he spoke slowly. Before, the evil pirate Hisoka defeated Big Mom. Now Kaido is defeated again. Their previous grand alliance is probably laughed at by others. Xiaoqi's words made Rayleigh's eyes narrow slightly, and then he picked up the wine glass and said indifferently. No matter what. As long as they are not dead, they are still powerful and terrifying pirates in the New World. Really? But I'm afraid that many pirates outside the New World don't think so. Looking at Rayleigh's indifferent look, Xiaoqi smiled leisurely. Ha ha ha. Then let reality teach them a lesson. Young seedlings cannot grow without experiencing wind and rain. Rayleigh's laughter made Xiaoqi complain silently in her heart. The wind and rain are so strong that the young seedlings are gone. How can they grow? Let's not talk about this. I am curious about the great swordsman Yachiru. I didn't expect that she would create a kendo tournament. Why? You are also tempted. Hearing Rayleigh talking about the kendo tournament, Xiaoqi also became interested. The great female swordsman even defeated Kaido the Beast and was worshipped as a sword saint by the people of Wano country. The ratio of strong women to strong men in this world is too different. As one of the most outstanding strong women, Anohanaretsu is also gentle and beautiful, which is really eye-catching. Even Xiaoqi admires her. Ha 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 ha. I'm already an old man from the old times. But this event is rare, I also want to see it. There will probably be many outstanding young people going there. Maybe if Shanks walks fast, he can catch up. Seeing Rayleigh laughing heroically, Xiaoqi also had a fake smile on her face. Sure. But please pay for the wine. Rayleigh's laughter stopped abruptly at this time, and his head was full of question marks. What is Xiaoqi crazy about? P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and ask for data. Chapter 169 The Admiration of Jun, The Gap Within the Whitebeard Pirates. Grand Line, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In a Navy office. Tsuru looked at the big news in the newspaper and couldn't help but sigh. That woman is really powerful, she can actually defeat Kaido the Beast. Kaido, the master of the Azure Dragon mythical beast, has a very strong defense. The world government and even the Navy have tried to catch him in the past. But he always escaped in the end. He is very difficult to deal with. He is very resistant to beatings. Even a great swordsman would find it difficult to pose any threat to him. Unless he is a top-level great swordsman, but Anohanaretsu, as a woman, can defeat Kaido, which has explained a lot of problems. On the sea, except for natural monsters like Big Mom, women's power is generally weaker than men. Even if Crane himself when she was young, she was called the Iron Triangle of the Navy with Garp and Sengoku. But to be honest, her strength is completely incomparable to Garp and others. That's why Tsuru admired Yachiru Anohanaretsu for achieving this level on her own. Kendo tournament. I really want to participate in it. A young girl wearing pink clothes and trousers, a saber tied around her waist, and a robe of justice said with some longing. Jun, do you want to go and see it too? But your current strength is far from enough. Hearing Jun's longing words, Tsuru couldn't help but smile. Sister Tsuru, that's the great swordsman Yachiru. She's so amazing. She has defeated 2 great swordsmen and Kaido 590. This time, she's holding a kendo tournament on Wilbur Island in the New World. It's so amazing. Even if it's not for victory, I want to go and see her. Jun praised twice in one sentence, which made Tsuru smile slightly. The great swordsman Yachiru. It would be a good choice if we could recruit her into the Navy. It's a pity that she didn't respond to the previous solicitations, but fortunately she didn't refuse. I heard that she now has a female disciple by her side, maybe we can impress her in this way. At the very least, it would be good to let her befriend the Navy. He was thinking leisurely at this time. Xiao Jun, what do you think if you can worship Yachiru as your teacher? The New World in the second half of the Grand Line. The sea area commanded by Whitebeard. On a white whale ship. Gulala. Young people nowadays really can't be underestimated. Kendo tournament? This tournament seems to affect the minds of many people. At this time, Whitebeard sat on the chair with great momentum. Around him were his sons. Yes. I didn't expect that Yachiryu was so strong that he could defeat Kaido, the beast, and even won the title of Sword Saint. That's a title that Odin has never won. Malko said as if he was looking at the newspaper next to him with dead eyelids. Odin. I haven't contacted him for these years. I wonder how he is doing. But the big sword announced as a reward seems to be Odin's sword. Could that guy be dead? Whitebeard couldn't help but think of it when he heard Marco's words. But he didn't think much about it, but cast his eyes on Vista. Maybe he can ask it clearly this time. It seems that Vista is very excited about this kendo tournament. What do you think? Do you want to participate too? Marco saw Whitebeard's sight and looked over, just in time to see Vista's excited expression. So he put one hand directly on Vista's shoulder and said teasingly. Well. I was surprised that Yachiryu had the supreme big sword, and what surprised me even more was that she actually took out this treasure as a reward. Is she confident that she won't lose? Or is the supreme big sword not important to her? Vista said solemnly. Vista is really shocked now. Dad has the supreme sword, but his sword is a long-handled sword, which is not suitable for ordinary swordsmen. The Anquan that Yachiryu took out now is the most valued and favorite sword style for ordinary swordsmen. Dad, although I am surprised that this kendo tournament is held this time, the two great swords awarded here are Yanma and Tianyu Hazan. These are the swords used by Odin. When Vista heard this, a man in the crowd wearing opposite-sex clothing and with heart-shaped lipstick on his lips could no longer bear it. He is Izo, a native of Wano country. He also joined the Whitebeard pirates as a retainer of Odin. After Odin was poached by the Roger pirates, Izo decided to stay in his favorite Whitebeard pirates and wait for Odin to come back. However, there was no news after waiting, because Odin went directly back to Wano country. Dad, Lord Odin may be in danger. I want to go back to Wano country. Izo said anxiously at this time. He also saw the newspaper report about the big swords awarded by the kendo tournament. Those two big swords were both the swords of Lord Odin, and now they appeared in the hands of the great swordsman Yachiryu. Could it be that Lord Odin was defeated by Yachiryu, his sword was taken away, or even killed? Izo thought of all kinds of possibilities. He wanted to go back to Wano country to take a look. Izo, don't worry, Wano country is now the territory of Kaido, the beast. It's very dangerous for you to go back alone. Hearing Izo's words, Marco next to Whitebeard frowned and persuaded calmly. The geographical location of Wano country is very special, and it is very difficult to go up once. If Izo goes back alone, it is hard to say whether he can definitely go up, and even if he goes up, how can he get down? When Odin wanted to get out, he took their ship to get out, and that place is not so easy to get in and out. Especially now that Wano country is the territory of Kaido, the beast. He is not dead yet. He just lost the war. If Odin really died, then Izo who went to Wano country alone would definitely not end well. But, Lord Odin. Izo's anxious look and the way he still addressed Odin respectfully caught the eyes of a man, and it was Rakio. He was a veteran member of the Whitebeard pirates, and he also witnessed the process of Odin getting on and off the ship and Izo waiting for him. Seeing Izo like this, Rakio couldn't help but feel some anger. Izo, don't call Odin-sama Odin-sama, Odin didn't keep his promise. And he never gave an explanation, and he hasn't contacted us for so many years. What can we say to him? Rakio's words made Izo's face change, and his face became a little ugly. Gullah. Lay Ko, say less. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two became a little stiff, Whitebeard laughed and broke the deadlock. Is so. Let's do this first. Then you and Vista will go to the kendo tournament. Just ask Yachiryu clearly. In Whitebeard's impression, Yachiryu's previous behavior and the experience of being worshipped as a sword saint by Wano country can be inferred that she is not the kind of bloodthirsty person. There may be some misunderstandings. Izo will go and ask more clearly. Now the Whitebeard pirates cannot go directly to Wano country. The current Kaido of Beasts has formed an alliance with Big Mom not long ago. Even if they lose the war, this matter still exists. It is too far-reaching for the Whitebeard pirates to go to Wano country in person. In addition, some of them still have resentment towards Odin. The situation is not so easy to grasp after all. Whitebeard hopes that the gap between his sons can be eliminated. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 170 The Return of Anohanaretsu, the Guardian by. The next afternoon. It is close to sunset. In the windless belt, Ruskana Island full of beasts. Mare sat on the quaint stone roof on the island, watching the sunset leisurely. The refreshing breeze, groups of forests, birds singing and insects chirping, continuous beast roars, interwoven ruddy silhouettes, and huge sea kings occasionally rising from the sea in the distance. This is Mel's occasional leisurely life. Chirp chirp. As a group of crows and sparrows in the forest took off, in the distant sky, a black dot appeared and rushed towards Mel at a very fast speed. Looking at the black dot in the distant sky turning into a black shadow, the last creature that looked like a manta ray flew down from the sky. Mare was still sitting on the roof with a very calm expression. He just watched it fall leisurely. As the manta ray flew down, its back was level with the roof, and 3 figures could be seen on it. It was Anohanaretsu, and next to her there was a pink-haired girl and a white-haired loli with horns. The pink-haired girl was Scarlet, the princess of the kingdom of Dressrosa. At this time, she was wearing a white shirt and pink long leggings, and a saber was tied around her waist. It looked neat and tidy. And the white-haired loli was Yamato, the daughter of Kaido, the beast of Wano country. But now the 2 of them were lying on the bed, a little embarrassed, with their clothes and hair blown very messy. Because the meat flew too fast. Of course, for Anohanaretsu, this is the result of taking care of the 2. Otherwise, the 2 of them would be left out of sight. Xiao Lai is back. I didn't expect it to be so soon. At this time, Scarlet stood up and tidied her clothes a little, and heard a sunny voice saying so. Scarlet looked at the voice and her eyes lit up. A young man with a very special temperament came into her sight. At this time, he was sitting on the stone roof and looking at them with a smile on his face, deep pupils and a sunny smile. There is also an inexplicable attraction that makes people unable to look away. Today, Mel is a creature from 2 worlds with ordinary creatures. His essence has risen to an extremely high level. This is a realm that is difficult for this world to reach. Higher life will always have an inexplicable attraction to lower life, which is the instinct of life to pursue perfect evolution. Now the attraction shown by Mel is the result of his restraint. Otherwise, as a side that is qualified to be the source of evil and cholera in this world, it will unfold. It will cause ordinary humans who witness him to be distorted and deformed. He can no longer be defined by the eyes of ordinary life. Perhaps his power scale is not particularly large, but his essence is already extremely special. So fast? He. Anohanaretsu laughed inexplicably, then jumped onto the eaves, turned his head and said to Scarlet and Yamato, who were unable to move their eyes away. Scarlet, Yamato, you 2 go down to the house. There is nothing for you here. Hearing Anohanaretsu's words, the girl and the loli came back to their senses. Oh! The 2 of them jumped down from the mita obediently. Even though they didn't spend a long time with Anohanaretsu, they usually felt that Anohanaretsu had an inexplicable strength and black belly. Even when she was smiling and gentle, sometimes people would feel a chill in their backs. As if she was a big villain in sheep's clothing. Day. Scarlet stepped on the ground, and then led Yamato into this somewhat quaint stone house. At the same time, he recalled in his mind. Just now, the man called Xiaolai, is this the master's nickname? This kind of address seems very intimate. He can actually call the master so intimately. Who is he to the master? Is he also the master's disciple or relative? Will I also get to know him in the future? What should I call him then? When Scarlet was thinking about something. But she didn't realize that the sound outside suddenly became small after entering the room, as if they were in 2 different worlds. Yamato, who came in, looked at the furnishings in the room with a curious look on his face. There was a stone bed inside, and there were several stone tables and a stone shelf with several layers against the wall. There were also some strange items on it. On one of the stone tables was a flower pot that attracted Yamato. She ran over hopping. I saw a strange creature like a white radish stuck in the flower pot. The reason why it is called a strange creature. The reason is that this white radish actually has a mouth, nose, and eyes. There is even a bubble in the nose at this time. It looks like it is sleeping. What a strange creature. Is this a radish? Yamato looked at it curiously from a close distance. She stretched out her finger and wanted to poke it. Pop! The bubble on the radish's nose broke. It opened its eyes as if it had cataracts, and looked at a little girl dazedly poking its head. Where did this little girl come from? How did you appear in Lord Moore's room? A neutral voice that made it impossible to tell the gender came out of the white radish's mouth. The voice was a little ethereal. If you look closely, you can find that the mouth and nose organs of the radish are actually a little illusory, simulated by some kind of energy, not organs that really grow from living things. Senior sister, look, the radish is talking. And Scarlet also rolled her eyes. She didn't expect that she would be absent-minded for a short while. Yamato was touching things randomly in the room. But this radish is really special. Is this a strange creature? Scarlet had read in the newspaper that there were all kinds of strange creatures in Wanguo. It was a dream fairy tale kingdom created by the Soul Queen Ant. Is this radish a creature from Wanguo? Sorry. Yamato's hands are not very peaceful. I disturbed you. Yamato, apologize quickly. At this time, Scarlet apologized to the radish. No matter what. We are in someone else's place. It's always wrong to touch things randomly. Scarlet's eyes swept across the stone bed. Her face flushed slightly. Is this stone house his bedroom? This is the first time she has entered the bedroom of a man other than her father. Oh. Sorry. Hearing Scarlet's words, Yamato apologized mischievously, and then still looked at the carrot curiously. She almost reached out to pull it out. I see. What a polite girl. At this time, the carrot looked like it understood, and then its expression became a little exaggerated. I asked you how you got in. Don't change the subject. I am Bai, the guardian of Lord Mower's room. You have to get through me before you can do anything. Hey! Even the room has a guardian? So amazing. Hearing Bai's words, Yamato was shocked. This reminded her of some stories from Wano country. Ha ha ha. No way. Yamato's praise made Bai laugh, and the simulated nose seemed to have grown a section. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 171 The Strangeness in Mower's Room, Xiaolai should lose weight. That's not right. At this time, Bai was a little slow to react and realized that something was wrong. It shouldn't have lied to them. However, the fact that they could come in means that Lord Mower acquiesced. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to come in. After all, Wu is not a vegetarian. I don't care how you got in. Anyway, don't touch anything casually when you come. I will stare at you fiercely. Looking at the carrot in front of her, her cataract-like eyes were still wide open as she warned. Scarlet nodded seriously. After all, it was her first time in a man's bedroom and she was embarrassed to touch his things. It is indeed wrong to touch other people's things without their consent. Okay. Big carrot. Hearing the white-haired loli in front of her say with a smile. Bai only felt that countless tic-tac-toes appeared on his head. I'm not a big carrot. I have a name, Bai, and I just look like a carrot, not a real one. Oh. Then Bai, can you tell us what's special here? Are there any treasures or monsters? Yamato asked curiously. Hearing her words, Bai rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? I'll tell you whatever you tell me. Really? You don't know anything. At this time, Yamato looked at Bai with some suspicion. Bai was so angry that he almost jumped out of the pot. Okay, you ask. Everything here is the masterpiece of Lord Mower. Before Yamato asked. On a small bird stand not far away. A golden bird that had been dozing suddenly spoke. The crisp and pleasant voice resounded through the room. Bai, your IQ needs to be improved. The master's things cannot be revealed to outsiders. Do you understand? Wow! What a beautiful little bird! And it can talk. Yamato didn't notice the bird until the bird started talking, mainly because Bai, the carrot with a face, was more attractive. Humph! Got it, Huang, I was just teasing her. That's right, that's it. Looking at Bai still being stubborn, Huang was speechless. It ignored Scarlet and Yamato, closed its eyes and began to doze off. On the other side. On the roof of the stone house, time went back to when Yamato and the others just entered the house. After Anohanaretsu transformed the meat stick into a knife and put it back into the sheath, he looked back at Mel's face. Mare, you said this so quickly. Can I understand that you don't welcome me back? Anohanaretsu had a gentle smile on his face, but the surrounding air pressure was a little low. Seeing Anohanaretsu like this, Mel naturally comforted him. How is it possible? Of course I welcome Xiaolai back. But I would be happier if you can work harder outside. At this time, Mel had a sunny smile on his face. As a boss, he should encourage his employees. Your strength will also improve quickly by then. This is a good win-win situation. Isn't it? Really? Mr. Mower really knows how to plan for me. So thoughtful. It's worth my rushing back. When talking about rushing back, Anohanalai deliberately emphasized his tone. At the same time, she walked over, getting closer and closer to Mower. Looking at her approaching, Mower still had a smile on his face. Bang! There was a figure in Mower's arms, it was Anohanalai. Such a thoughtful word, I'll give you a little reward. At this time, Anohanalai leaned in Mower's arms, and said gently to Mower's ear. A faint floral fragrance wafted from Anohanalai. I don't know if it was her body fragrance or the fragrance of her flower arranging in her spare time, the smell was fresh and natural. Xiaolai's reward? I thought you would draw your sword and chop me directly. Hearing Mower's words, Anohanalai's smile became more intense. Am I such a person in your heart? Aren't you such a person? Hearing Anohanaretsu's question, Mower asked back. Then he hugged Anohanaretsu tightly with both hands, so that she couldn't suddenly attack. But the touch was really good, it felt like hugging a water pillow, very soft and very fragrant. Mower took a light breath on Anohanaretsu's neck, it was really fragrant. It was a bit like the fragrance of osmanthus cake mixed with other fragrances. Was it stained with the fragrance of flowers? Feeling Mower's movements, Anohanaretsu still smiled gently and calmly. It's just that the roots of his ears were slightly red. Have you smelled enough, Mower-kun? If I say it's not enough, can you keep smelling it? He said calmly with a smile on his face. Of course. As long as you can keep holding me. Hearing Mower's words, Anohanaretsu's smile became even more intense. Then forget it. I suddenly feel that you are quite heavy. If I keep holding you, I am afraid I can't bear your weight. At this time, the corners of Anohanalai's mouth froze. She is heavy. Is this a joke? Mare-kun, I'll give you 3 seconds to reorganize your words. Anohanalai's warning made Mower smile. He looked at the sunset in the distance and said leisurely. I don't think it's necessary to organize. Xiaolai should lose weight. Mower's words made Anohanalai's smile a little bit unbearable. He. It seems that Mower-kun's body is really stiff. Someone needs to help loosen it up. Anohanalai said as she was about to get out of Mower's arms. 1 struggle, 2 struggles. At this time, she was a little dumbfounded. She couldn't get away at all. She could only breathe in Mower's ear. Mr. Mower, you can't do this. Forcing a girl will make people laugh. That's too much. It was Xiaolai who offered herself up. Now I'm the bad guy. If this goes on, when will the honest man be able to stand up? I'm so angry. Mower said something that Anohanaretsu couldn't understand, but he finally let go of her hand. Watching Anohanaretsu pull out the knife after he got out of his arms, Mower sighed. He knew it would turn out like this. But there was some mockery under the corner of Mower's mouth when he sighed. What if the employees don't listen? Sure enough, just beat them up. Mower stretched out his hand, and a knife on a knife rack on a stone table in the stone house flew out of the house. The sudden movement scared Scarlet and Yamato in the stone house. There is a blue disc on the top of the stone shelf in the house, and there is a floating blue magic cube in the disc, which starts to rotate at this time. World Transformation Desert. A disembodied female voice rose from the Rubik's Cube 4.5. Anohanaretsu and Mel on the roof also disappeared. The endless yellow sand was floating. What is this? Anohanaretsu looked at the yellow sand for several kilometers around him and the bright blue sky. In the border was a blue light film. She looked at Mel with some doubts. It was because of Mel that she did not resist. Otherwise, she would still have the power to resist with that power covering her. It's a masterpiece, don't worry. Come on. Xiaolai. I think you also want to use your full strength. Anohanaretsu didn't care when he heard Mel's words. Anohanaretsu was not surprised by Mel's strange power. After all, they were all born because of this. Really? As expected still, Mr. Mower understands me. Then, I'm coming. #CA degree. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, Please data. Chapter 172 The Birth of Orochimaru, the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai. 2 days later. The Calm Belt, Ruskana Island. Moer began to prepare a new clone. As for Anohanaretsu and her apprentice, he sent them to the daughter island. Strictly speaking, the stone house on Ruskana Island is his laboratory. It's not for living, of course. With Moer's power, it is still possible to create a comfortable room for them to live in this island. But Anohanaretsu will also stay here for a long time. It's not bad to stay on the daughter island, just let her help train people. Anyway, teaching one is teaching, and teaching more is also teaching. It's just that the atmosphere when Miss Hill and Anohanaretsu met was not so wonderful. It feels like there is a knife. But this kind of the degree of Morgan is still not in vain. Morgan sat on a hill and looked at the scene in the distance. Forest vegetation, birds and streams, and ferocious beasts are all in sight. Anohanaretsu defeated another great swordsman not long ago, and then defeated Kaido, and was worshipped as a swordsman by Wano country. He is also preparing to hold the 20th Kendo tournament. Through the Kendo tournament, Morgans brought out the title of the world's #1 swordsman, which made the world jealous. The attention is very wide. In addition to the reputation points obtained in scattered places before, it also reached 2.28 million reputation points. With this reputation point, Morgan directly increased the swordsmanship of Yachiru to S level. XXXX. The rest is to prepare to create a new clone. Since defeating Whitebeard, Ryomen Sukuna has been floating around. Most of the time, he is adjusting and combining the two abilities of Cursed Evil Sucking and Demon Subduing Cook. Just like the energy storage of the Emperor engine can be combined with the burst of the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon. These two abilities of Ryomen Sukuna can also be used in combination. Although most of the time he is drifting on the sea and lying dead because of this. But it is precisely because of this that someone has already given the world's strongest creature to Ryomen Sukuna. Because his performance is really very strange. He is a person with special abilities, but the sea can't do anything to him, and people have also seen Ryomen Sukuna floating in the sea in the violent weather of the New World. He treated the storm as nothing and traveled around the New World lying down, as if nothing could do anything to him. Plus he defeated the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. So Ryomen Sukuna also has the title of the world's strongest man and the world's strongest creature. Plus he occasionally attacks. Now his reputation has increased by 860,000, plus the original accumulated 2.51 million, there are also 3.37 million reputation. What about Hisoka? This time he also defeated Big Mom and gained 620,000 reputation, plus the previous accumulation and the usual attacks. Now his total reputation has reached 1.53 million. Mare didn't use these reputations. Now Hisoka's power is enough to face the people in this world. Save the reputation first. When Hisoka completes the transformation of his telekinesis, he will probably be able to collect 10 million to upgrade his ability. As for King. Some time ago, King was promoted to the rank of Admiral of the Navy. From the announcement to the promotion ceremony, some islands broadcast the ceremony live. The effect is still good. A total of 1.43 million was obtained, plus he usually took the Navy to do some tasks. Now King also has 234 reputation points. However, King is still the same as always. He goes when there are tasks, and lies in the Navy headquarters when there are no tasks. And the tasks are basically not completed by him, but by his subordinates. After all, with the advancement of the Navy's conscription, there are not a few strong people who join King. In the first half of the Grand Line, these strong people can still cover King. Just recently, there was a spirited guy named Huangmu who followed King. Huangmu joined the Navy's world conscription this time, and he joined because of King. He believes that King's son is the most noble thing. Maybe another reason is that King's power is extremely restrained and he admires him for this reason. In short, this future Admiral of the Navy has now joined the Navy. As a strong man in this large-scale conscription, although he is still young, his strength is considered a monster by many Navy. For this reason, Aramaki was nicknamed King of the Forest by the World Economic News Agency. Due to the large-scale conscription, he was awarded the rank of Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and now he has just joined King's command. Mare looked at the afterglow of the sun and then opened the clone mall. Flash of inspiration, 10,000. Armament Haki, 3,000. Phantom Beast Yamata no Orokai, 20,000. Rashomon, 12,000. Observation Haki, 2000. Multiple Thinking, 8000. Now his mall points have reached 156,000 after these days. Looking at the abilities on the clone mall, he had already made a decision in his heart. More began to call out this system creates a new clone. Soon after entering the creation space of the system, the process is completed step by step. Mare also returns to the original position. In front of him, a man with long black hair and a white coat appears in front of him. The white coat is because Mel defines Orochimaru as a scientific researcher. Welcome to this world, Orochimaru. According to the usual practice, Mel welcomes the new clone. Orochimaru looks at Mel curiously, with an unfathomable smile on his face, and a hoarse and magnetic voice sounds. Like the creator, it's really strange. Please take care of me, Mr. Mel. A few days later, the windless belt, Ruskana Island full of beasts. Looking at the back of Orochimaru flying directly towards the sky, Mel smiled. The clone mall gives the Yamata no Orokai version of the fantasy beast from an unknown world, which is at least very useful in terms of convenience. You can fly directly without transforming. And this ability has a very high research value. Looking at Orochimaru who has become a black spot, Mel walked towards the daughter island. It's time to relax next. Avatar, Orochimaru. Strength, B+. Constitution, A. Agility, B. Spirit, B. Abilities, Fantasy Beast Yamata no Orokai, A. Rashomon, B level, Flash of Insight, B level, Multiple Thinking, B level. Skills, Armament Haki, C level, Observation Haki, C level, Physical Skills, C level. Reputation, 0. Note, D. Current World Ordinary Person Attributes. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please data. Chapter 173 Supernovas praised by Morgans as the evil generation, the lively Sabayati Archipelago. 1 week later. Grand Line, Sabayati Archipelago. On this day, this dreamy and lively foam island ushered in an extremely special day. The pirate supernovas, who were praised as the worst generation by Morgans, the president of the World Economic Newspaper, gathered on this island. These are the supernovas born from the constant major events of the chaotic era, and they are about to enter the new world with their own ambitions. They rose rapidly in this turbulent era when the two great pirates, the King of Fear and the worst pirate in history, Hisoka, continued to stir up the storm. Morgans believed that they were supernovas born in this chaotic era, so he called them the worst generation. Now the pirate supernovas, who were called the worst generation by President Morgans, have begun to land in the Sabayati Archipelago. Today must be an uneasy day. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 13, Shaky's Drumming Bar. Rayleigh sat on a chair in the tavern, holding a glass of wine and drinking continuously. Then he laughed. Ha ha ha. Today is a good day. Shanks seems to be arriving today. I have to get drunk with him later. Rayleigh's words made Xiaoqi roll her eyes. She took a deep breath of cigarette and then slowly exhaled. Huff. According to the information and his speed, he will arrive today if nothing unexpected happens. But this island is not calm now. It's really stormy. Xiaoqi words made Rayleigh look sideways, and the glasses he wore reflected a dazzling light. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. You are talking about the supernovas praised by Morgans as the evil generation. Most of them have come to this island in the past few days. To be honest, they are all gathered together now. Is this a coincidence? Or fate? It's really hard to figure out. Looking at Rayleigh's emotional look, Xiaoqi did not sigh with him. Instead, she put out the cigarette and took the wine on her table to taste it carefully. Morgans keeps changing his mind. He said it was the evil age of 6 when there were 6 supernovas, but now he doesn't even mention the number. He just calls it the evil generation. It's really funny. Rayleigh couldn't help but laugh when he heard what Xiaoqi said. Ha ha ha. You can't blame him for that. Who made the supernovas that rose in a short period of time in previous years suddenly appear all at once now? Rayleigh's eyes narrowed slightly. Speaking of which, Shanks is also a supernova. Now he has really found a group of reliable partners. Well, his partners are basically very young and have great potential. And his deputy captain Ben Beckman is also a supernova. He has strength too. But, speaking of this, Xiaoqi looked at Rayleigh's smile and said solemnly. It's just that it's too early for them to go to the new world with their current strength. The new world is full of twists and turns. It's not easy to survive there. Don't be too careful and get wiped out. Ha ha ha. Xiaoqi, you are still a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Xiaoqi rolled her eyes again after Rayleigh said that. She was just telling the truth. No problem. I believe Shanks will not miss the kendo tournament in the new world. I'll take his ship directly. By the way, see how much he has improved now. A few years have passed in a flash. I really miss it. Rayleigh's words made Xiaoqi refute directly. Some time ago didn't he, the devil's descendant Barrett, come to the Sabayati archipelago? Why don't you go see him if you miss him so much? Xiaoqi's rebuttal made Rayleigh a little embarrassed. He could only say in his heart that people are different. Navy headquarters, Marineford. In an office. A man with high eyebrows, depressed eyelids, and slightly thick lips was sitting in an armchair. He had slightly messy black curly hair, wore sunglasses, and had a cigarette in his mouth. He was looking at the information in his hand seriously. He was the newly promoted Vice Admiral Aramaki of the World Recruitment, a man hailed as the King of the Forest by the World Economic News Agency, and a man who was considered a monster by many navies. At this time, Aramaki finished reading the information, and a wanton smile appeared on his face. Akano, prepare the warship, I'm going to the Sabayati archipelago. A sturdy man in a robe of justice heard Aramaki's words and responded seriously. Got it. Vice Admiral Aramaki. Looking at Akano's serious but not so respectful attitude, Huang Mu didn't care. Both of them joined the Navy through conscription. There are not so many rules for the Navy. And Huang Mu is very optimistic about Akano's ability. The power to change the temperature at will is also a bit tricky for Huang Mu. If his power is not much greater than Akano, Akano's ability can be said to restrain him. Looking at Akano's back as he went out to order other navy. Huang Mu's mouth cracked, and then he took a deep breath of the cigarette in his mouth and slowly exhaled. He can already imagine the scene of Lord King praising him. Now there are 12 extremely the supernovas of the evil generation gathered in the Sabayati archipelago. Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency, believed that they could change the new world. If he could destroy all the supernovas that landed on the Sabayati archipelago at once. I believe that Lord King will be satisfied with his performance. I am really looking forward to it. Somewhere in the Navy headquarters, King yawned. He scared the chef not far away. Could it be that the food he cooked today was not tasty? No. It shouldn't be. After all, Lord King ate so much. So, is it because the fragrance is too strong? It seems that I have to add less seasoning next time. Time passed slowly. The empty office of the Navy headquarters. At that time, Kong, who was in the office, had received the news that Aramaki was heading towards the Sabayati archipelago. He couldn't help but feel a little headache. As the most outstanding person in this recruitment, Kong has always been paying attention to Aramaki. Although Aramaki's current ability is not as good as Kizaru and others, with his current qualifications, he will definitely be a seedling of the Navy Admiral in the future. It is also a good thing for Kong that he goes to capture the supernova this time. But recently the Holy Land gave him a strange order. That is, don't send 2 powerful naval generals to the Sabayati archipelago in the near future. This order is very strange. But since he will give face to the order from the 5 elders, the Navy is now because of King. The reason is that the relationship with the Holy Land is a little subtle. It's just that the times are turning too fast now. The new world is about to turn upside down. So it's still balanced. But Aramaki might not listen to him, it's really troublesome. Sora rubbed his head and was a little distressed. And now there is a piece of information that needs to be paid attention to. The Scythe of Despair, Kabesho, who has disappeared for a while, seems to have appeared in the Sabayati archipelago. I hope Aramaki won't bump into him by chance. The seaside of the Sabayati archipelago. A man wearing a white widow flew from the sky and then stepped onto the island. P.S. Guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 174 The Great Pirate Sig who abandoned the mountains and went to the sea, the red-haired man who was shot in the head. The man who came was Orochimaru who went to sea. Now he came to this dream island with bubbles floating in the sky. An interested smile appeared on his face. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles. Giant alchemy mangroves. This dreamy island is a good holiday destination. At this time, Orochimaru walked towards a place with a large flow of people, admiring the unique culture of this island while walking. Soon after, he came to a restaurant. There were people coming and going on the street outside, and some bubble cars were parked at the door. In this restaurant, Orochimaru could feel some good atmosphere. Stepping back from the creaking door, he found a place to sit down and order food. While he was ordering, a conflict was about to happen in this restaurant. Ha ha ha. Our boss is a big man praised as a supernova by the World Economic News Agency. I heard that other supernovas seem to have come here recently. I wonder how strong they are. How many swords can they withstand from the boss? In the restaurant, there were 20 to 30 pirates occupying several tables. Judging from their attire and atmosphere, they were obviously from the same group. At this time, they were eating and drinking. One of the pirates, who looked like a minion, was drunk and had a red face, and started to talk loudly. The pirates around him laughed when they heard his words. At this time, they looked at the captain who was sitting at the main seat 757 at a table and raised his lips slightly, and began to praise him. That's right. Those supernovas are definitely not enough for the captain to chop with a few swords, you will not be able to block even one sword. That's right, red hair, tyranny king and the like are nothing but paper in front of the captain. The captain will surely shine in the new world this time. Ha ha ha. Of course. Our captain used to be a man who was a bandit king. Now he is a pirate, go to the new world to punch Big Mom, kick Whitebeard and kill the king of fear with one sword. Being a pirate king is not easy. As everyone boasted, one of the pirates who had followed the captain before boasted loudly. Puff 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 ha 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 ha. As the pirate finished speaking. At a table in an inconspicuous corner of the restaurant. One of the young men eating at the table couldn't help but spit out the rice he had shoveled into his mouth, and then laughed out loud. The way he laughed so hard made people worry that he would die of laughter. And his laughter also attracted the attention of many diners in the restaurant. To be honest, although the pirate's words were exaggerated, most people basically ignored him and didn't even dare to laugh at him. Anyway, bragging is not against the law, and the captain of that group of pirates is indeed a veritable supernova. One of the supernovas that rose in a short period of time, Li Jian's Uj. Bounty of 210 million Baileys. He can be said to be a big pirate on this island. And the pirates at those tables are also members of the Li Jian pirates. After recognizing them, even if they keep bragging, ordinary people dare not laugh at them. And now someone dares to laugh like this. It also surprised those who were dining in the restaurant. Aren't you afraid of death? That is. Some people who pay more attention to this aspect of the news looked carefully at the people in the hidden corner, and after careful observation, they also recognized the group of people. They felt extremely shocked and suddenly realized. If it was them, they would indeed be qualified to laugh. Red-haired Shanks, the captain of the Red Hair Pirates, one of the supernovas of the worst generation, has a bounty of 230 million Baileys. And this pirate group also has another supernova, Death Gun Beckman, with a bounty of 150 million Baileys. Not only that, although this pirate group has relatively few members, they are all pirates with bounties. Except for the monkey who only has 1 million Baileys, the others have a bounty of tens of millions of Baileys. As a pirate group, with so many bounties, the overall strength of its pirate group is in this worst generation supernova. I'm afraid he's the best among them. Some people in the restaurant recognized Red Hair and the others, but some didn't. For example, a drunk member of the Rikaikan pirates. The pirate suddenly stood up. Bang! The chair behind him fell directly to the ground, making a loud noise. Everyone was watching the conflict that was about to begin like a good show. Some people even paid the bill and left early. Because it was a conflict between pirate supernovas, and who knows how far their conflict would affect. Day. 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 As the footsteps approached, the crew members around the table where Shanks was eating all had smiles on their faces, as if they were also watching a good show. There was no intention to stop the pirate from coming over. Hey! Brat! What are you laughing at? At this time, the pirate's face was red and his eyes were a little dizzy as he looked at Shanks who was laughing so hard. When Shanks heard someone coming, he slowly stopped laughing. He wiped the tears from his eyes. Then he looked apologetic. Sorry. Sorry. It's just that what you said just now reminded me of something funny. I couldn't help it for a moment. I'm so sorry. Hearing Shanks' apology, the pirate was not satisfied and became more unscrupulous. Funny? What's so funny? Our captain was a man who used to be the king of bandits. What's so funny about being the king of pirates now? You actually think it's funny? At this time, the pirate picked up a beer bottle on the table. Pa! There was a sound of glass breaking. Under the surprised eyes of everyone in the restaurant, the pirate smashed the beer bottle firmly on Shank's head and broke it. Suddenly, there was silence around. Just a moment. Many of the crew members around Shanks burst into laughter. It's so funny. The captain was shot in the head by a small minions. Hey, hey, hey. He didn't even dodge. He is worthy of being the captain, he is just stubborn. Ha ha ha. Really, everyone around is watching, can you be more serious? Beckman, who was next to Shanks, was helpless when he saw the crew members around him laughing, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. What's the matter with those guys? They actually let that pirate deal with their captain. And isn't that man the supernova red hair Shanks? He didn't even dodge when someone hit him on the head with a bottle. Is his strength just exaggerated? Or are they also afraid of the reputation of the Ryomen pirates? They want to make a big deal out of a small matter and a small matter out of nothing. At this time, many people in the restaurant who were watching this farce were also thinking about it in their minds. In their minds and the people around Shanks under the laughter of his companions. The pirate who hit Shanks on the head with a bottle gradually sobered up. After all, he was drunk. The atmosphere around him was not right. At this time, he was sober and couldn't help sweating. Because he finally recognized the man in front of him. Red-haired Shanks, one of the supernovas of the worst generation, has a bounty of 230 million Baileys, which is higher than his captain. And he just hit him on the head with a bottle. What should he do in this situation? At this time, he couldn't help but turn his head and look at Sig not far away. Looking at Sig's calm and composed look, he became bolder. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and ask for data. Chapter 175 Tyrannical King Andre, Snake King Orochimaru. He turned around and saw that red-haired Shanks didn't mean to fight back even after he was hit on the head, so he was relieved. It seems that this kid was intimidated by the majesty of his boss, so he didn't dare to do it. Now, he only needs to say some more harsh words to show the majesty of the Lgian pirates and he can get away unscathed. He will definitely be praised by the boss when he returns. Hey! Brat! This time I'll teach you a lesson. Be careful with your words in the future. Otherwise, the consequences of angering our Lgian pirates are not something you can bear. He was about to leave as he spoke. After all, he was facing a pirate group of more than 200 million, so he was still a little weak. He had to hurry back to the boss to feel safe. When this pirate was about to retreat, a disdainful laugh came from the entrance of the restaurant. People turned their eyes to that position. At some point, a new group of people appeared there. The leader was a young man with short hair and grey-green clothes, looking at the red-haired man with disdain. There were several people following him around him. A man wearing yellow clothes and yellow shorts, with blonde hair, bangs on his forehead and a smiling look was more conspicuous among them. It's him. One of the supernovas of the worst generation of pirates, Tyrannical King Andre, is also the captain of the Andre Pirates. His bounty is 300 million berries. I heard that his ability is the very rare ancient species of the king crocodile form in the animal system. The man in yellow clothes next to him is also one of the supernovas, golden toad hues, with a bounty of 180 million berries, in the form of a poisonous frog in the animal system. These two people are very dangerous. And there are some powerful cotters next to them. At this time, after seeing that it was the Andre pirates who came in, some people couldn't help but whisper. At the same time, they wanted to retreat. If the door was not blocked by the Andre pirates, they would have wanted to run away now. Because the captain of the Andre pirates is a man called the Tyrannical King, whose temperament is arrogant and domineering, tyrannical and cold, and he is not the type to talk to nicely. And his vice-captain Hughes is the same. He looks smiling and easy to get along with, but he is actually a very vicious person. It is said that he once sneaked into a pirate group alone, and just randomly dripped a little venom secreted from his body, and the people in that pirate group were basically poisoned to death. This is also a very scary person. Now they are having a meal, if he gets a little venom into them, they will be finished on the spot. When everyone in the restaurant was secretly terrified, Andre walked to the table not far from Shanks with a somewhat arrogant step and sat down. The cotters next to him also followed closely. Seeing Andre and the others make way for the door, some people began to sneak away. But many people still stayed to watch the situation. After all, supernovas are not so easy to see. Especially this kind of extremely evil generation praised by Morgans as being able to stir up the future era. For ordinary people, being able to live under the same roof with them will be a capital worth bragging about in the future. Are you red-haired Shanks? You were hit on the head by a small minion. You are so cheap. Some people compare you to me. Now I see that you are just a coward. Your pirate group is just a gathering place for cowards. At this time, Andre slammed his legs on the table after sitting down, and then looked at Shanks at the next table with disdain. When he came in, he saw the broken bottle in the minion's hand and heard his last harsh words. But Red Hair still looked indifferent. Andre understood that this man was the type of person he hated the most. He thought he was open-minded but was just a coward. Ha ha ha. The captain was called a coward. What should I do? No way, who made him perform so badly? The captain still needs to be more majestic. Really, attacking us together, it's too much. After hearing what Andre said, the people of the red-haired pirates laughed again. Shanks also laughed at his companion's smiles. He took a sip of wine without caring, then he became serious and said to Andre. Tyrannical King Andre, no matter what you say about me, at least don't say bad things to my companions. Humph. Really? Are you a bunch of cowards going to fight back? Andre also sneered when he heard Shanks' words. What should I do? The captain is so you are just laughing at us while we are defending us. You are really going too far. Hey, hey. Hongo, you just laughed the loudest. You still have the nerve to say that. Ha ha ha. You can't let people look down on you too much. I'll help the captain solve this contradiction. Restore some of the captain's dignity. Really, Loki only said this now. The captain has lost his dignity in the eyes of others, okay? Bang. Accompanied by the sound of a musket firing. Zero seeking flowers 0. In the playful atmosphere, the pirate who was holding the broken bottle in his hand and was a little at a loss when Andre came over fell to the ground. Blood slowly flowed from the ground. A fat man named Loki with a green and white headscarf sat on a chair, holding a gun in one hand and gnawing a chicken leg with the other. As the pirate fell to the ground, he put the gun back into his waist, biting the big chicken leg and laughing with his companions. As if he was not the one who fired the gun just now. His action surprised the people who were watching them secretly. It's such a joke. The conflict with the Lgian pirates is over. If the captain of the Lgian pirates keeps silent after he fired this shot, he will definitely lose face. He is fanning the flames. Are you sure you are helping their captain? It feels too perfunctory. Seeing Loki's behavior, Andre also laughed, and then looked directly at Lgian Sig over there, with a look of scrutiny. He wants to see what kind of people these guys who are called supernovas with him are. If they are not qualified, he will clean them up. Weak people should stay in the quagmire instead of running out to be on par with him. At this time, the pressure came to the captain of the Lgian pirates, Sig, in full view of the public. His face began to lose its composure. In another corner, Orochimaru was cutting the steak on the plate, eating while silently watching the conflict in front of him. It must be said that the service of this restaurant is quite good. In the case of these famous pirates, the atmosphere is a bit hot, but they still serve the food tremblingly. In this regard, Orochimaru expressed affirmation. However, the owner of this store definitely does not want Orochimaru's affirmation. Because the boss of the restaurant will insist on serving the food only if he recognizes the figure who takes orders in the corner. That man is the fastest rising supernova in the worst generation, the Snake King Orochimaru. Whether it is a pirate, a navy, or other personnel, anyone who is famous will be attacked by him. He even captured a large base of the Navy G branch because of this. The bounty is 420 million Baileys. He is considered the strongest supernova in the worst generation by the World Economic News Agency. How could the restaurant not serve the food he ordered? How dare it? P.S. Dear friends, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 176 The Bandit King Who Wants to be the Pirate King, Take My 3 Swords. Sieg, who was in the middle of the restaurant, felt the eyes of everyone around him looking at him. He seemed to feel the mocking and sarcastic eyes. The anger in his heart rose secretly. Although he was no longer as arrogant as before, it was not so easy to get rid of his nature. Now he saw that the subordinates of Red Hair Shanks did not give him face and killed his subordinates directly. This behavior has undoubtedly touched his bottom line. And the tyrannical king's eyes that seemed to be looking at garbage made Sieg extremely uncomfortable. This reminded him of the humiliating experience more than 2 months ago. He was forced to be incorporated into the pirate group and was unwilling to surrender under the eyes of the former captain who looked at garbage. In the short sailing time, he saw all kinds of magnificence of the sea and survived tenaciously. After coming to the Grand Line, he was favored by fate and obtained the secret treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. Then he finally killed the former captain. But he can't go back. After seeing all kinds of splendor and the constant bombardment of newspapers, he knows the vastness of the world and understands that there will be even stronger enemies in the future. What is the Mountain Bandit King? Now, he is the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Whether it is Big Mom, Beasts, or Whitebeard in front of him, he will defeat them with his own hands. Finally, defeat the King of Fear Ryomen Sukuna and become the new Pirate King. And now, these supernovas in front of him will not become his obstacles, but only his grinding stones. Day. 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 Under the attention of everyone, Sword Sigurd opened his chair and walked towards Shanks and the others step by step. And his men also opened their chairs and followed closely behind him. Day. As Sigurd stood still, his men also surrounded Shanks and the others. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became anxious. And Shanks also looked at Sigurd, who was looking down at him helplessly. Why did this guy Loki suddenly give him a problem? It seems that the powerful Sword Sigurd is not easy to deal with. It's really difficult. Red-haired Shanks, since you dare to attack, then you have to take my 3 swords. If you take them, this matter will be over. At this time, Sieg looked down at Shanks. Obviously, Red-haired's bounty is higher than his, but he is still so arrogant. There is a reason for this. He never thought that his bounty was just this much. Because he used too much power. The power fruit, when using his power, he can have the power to move a mountain. And when moving a mountain, the fact that his body can bear the weight of a small mountain shows that he has the same physical fitness under the ability state. It can be said that after using this ability, Sigurd's all-round physical fitness will be explosively improved. His previous swords could not bear his strength. Now he has found a sharp sword of the famous sword level to continue using the sword. The title of Volgianzage has already explained his situation. Sigurd can now use his sword to swing a slash to cut off a warship with brute force. It is precisely because of his previous performance that his subordinates admire and brag so much. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is not impossible in their hearts. 3 swords? If the captain can't even take his 3 swords, should we surrender? Well, this can be considered. Ha ha ha. Lackey and others beside him also made a fuss at Shanks when they heard what Zage said. You are really watching the fun and don't mind the trouble. Volgianzage is the ability user of the power fruit. His sword is very heavy. And Beckman is calmer. He also knew the information about other supernovas. The power of the powerful sword Sig is very strong. It is said that he can lift a mountain. If he uses such a strong power to swing a sword, you can imagine how heavy the blade is. If the opponent's sword is of poor quality, the person will be cut off in an instant. This kind of power is also very challenging for Shanks. Okay. It seems that I have no choice. Sig's words and the booing of his friends around him made Shanks sigh. Why would there be conflicts over eating? Although the source is still him. But that sentence is really funny. He feels funny when he thinks of Whitebeard being kicked over by Sig. Clang. As Sig pulled out the sword from his waist, everyone was waiting to see what would happen. 0. The members of the powerful sword pirates next to Sig looked at Shanks as if he was looking at a dead man. They have seen how powerful their captain is. Although the red-haired man in front of them had a high bounty, looking at his young face and height, they really couldn't imagine the scene of him catching their captain's blade. Will this guy be killed by the captain's sword later? That's what they thought in their hearts at this time. At the same time, they also scattered in all directions. The captain's power was too great, and he must not be affected by this sword. Then, the first sword. Sigurd didn't care that Shanks was definitely not ready, just casually raised his sword and chopped at him. Dang! The crisp sound of the collision of the swords sounded, and it was deafening. I saw Shanks pulled out the sword at his waist at some point to block Sigurd's blade. He also had armed color domineering on his body to protect his body. Because Sigurd's power was too great. With his current simple physical fitness, he was afraid that he would be crushed. Boom boom. Under the horrified eyes of everyone in the restaurant, cracks on the ground spread around from Shank's feet. This is Shanks forcibly directing Sig's power to the surrounding ground 5.8 with his superb skill of unloading force. Otherwise, even if he has armament haki, he will be smashed into the ground by Sig. What a powerful force! Is this the power of the great pirate sword Sig? The ground is cracking. What a monster! Human power can be so great. Is this the power of the sea treasure such as the devil fruit? It's really eye-opening. That red-haired man can block this kind of power. Sure enough, even if he looks young, he is still a monster if he can become a supernova. At this time, the people around began to marvel, and some could not stand the pressure and began to pay and run away. After all, if they really fought, they would die on the spot after witnessing that kind of monster-like power. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 177 Muscle-haired Ghost Kanagia, Huang Miao came. Is the power so strong? At this time, Andre, who was not far away, looked at the dense cracks spreading under his feet. He was also surprised. He looked at Sig and Shanks and agreed with their strength a little. Especially red-haired Shanks, whose information Andre remembered was that he did not have the power of the devil fruit. But he could block Sig's attack without the devil fruit. Could it be domineering? Andre thought silently, and at the same time recalled the powerless figure. Little Apple, I hope you can bring me a little surprise when we meet next time. Thinking about the last words of that person and the key to practice left behind, Andre gritted his teeth. Hisso, I will definitely find you and wait for the next time we meet. I must make you look good. At the moment when Andre regretted it, Sig was also a little surprised to see Shanks holding the posture of receiving the knife and holding a stalemate with his huge force under the knife. This guy actually caught his knife. Sure enough, this world is too broad, this guy who seems to have no deterrent power can also catch his knife. He needs to become even stronger. Sig thought the knife rose again, and then swung down fiercely. Dang! 20 a louder sound rang out. Bang bang! The cracks in the surrounding ground cracked more violently, and some gravel bounced up and down. The ground of the entire restaurant seemed to be free of cracks. In this case, some people paid the bill and left again, but at the same time, some people outside were attracted to come in. After all, the loud bangs inside and the fact that many people hurriedly evacuated from the restaurant really attracted the attention of people on the street. In this case, a group of pirates with muscles that attracted people's attention also entered the restaurant. Someone recognized the woman who led the attention. Dressed up in a flashy way, wearing a pink long skirt. The body was full of exaggerated muscles, the face was hard to describe, and there was stubble, like a man who had grown up, not a woman. The only thing worth praising was the flowing black long hair. It's the muscle ghost who's here. She's also one of the supernovas of the worst generation, Muscle Ghost Konica, with a bounty of 180 million Baileys. She's here too. Now that I see her muscles, I know how exaggerated they are. I heard she's also a back killer. SHH. Don't let her hear it. Otherwise, if she's spotted and taken away for training, it'll be the end of her. At this time, the people in the restaurant were whispering when they saw Muscle Ghost Konica and some members of her pirate group coming in. They didn't dare to speak too loudly, for fear of being heard by Muscle Ghost. It's rumored that she likes to help men train strong and good-looking muscles. If they can train, it's fine. If they can't, they're afraid they'll be exhausted to death under extreme hardships. At this time, Konica ignored the whispers around her. She looked at the blades of Sig and Shanks, who were in a stalemate, and the cracks spreading under Shanks' feet, and her eyes lit up. This kind of powerful man is what she wants to find. The third knife. Sig ignored everything around him, he raised his knife again, exerting the power of the power fruit to the maximum. He chopped it down again. Dang! A loud and crisp sound came from the restaurant, and the complicated sounds within hundreds of meters outside were directly covered. Everyone around was very curious about what was going on over there. Boom boom! Crack, crack! With Sig's heavy blow, Shanks' feet sank several centimeters into the ground. The cracks in the ground had spread to several tens of centimeters deep underground. And the cracks in the restaurant's ground even spread out of the restaurant and spread toward the street. The walls in the restaurant also cracked directly from the ground. This scene made the restaurant owner heartbroken. He almost fainted. He really wanted to rush out and shout, "Don't fight anymore, or his restaurant will be gone." But he didn't dare. Humph. It seems that your sword is good. At this time, Sig looked at Shanks, who was holding his blade tightly, snorted coldly, and then put the sword back into the sheath. If it was his previous personality, Sig would not stop until he killed this red-haired man. But now that Sig has been tempered by the sea, his vision has been improved. 3 swords mean 3 swords. In the public eye. He didn't want to and was unwilling to break his promise just now. Of course, this is also related to the strength shown by Shanks. Day. At this time, Sig turned around and went back to his original seat to sit down. The same is true for his men. They didn't expect that this thin-looking red-haired man could actually block the captain's 3 swords. Sure enough, the supernovas are as strong as monsters. In this situation, these men are also unwilling to conflict with the red-hair pirates. Otherwise, they will fight to the death if they really fight. They have no feelings for the companion who was killed. It is nonsense to say that the Lgian pirates have any strong bond. They are just for the reputation of the pirate group, so that others will not look down on them. Now red-haired Shanks has shown his due strength, and Captain Sig has also shown his strength to achieve his deterrence. That's enough. No one in the Lgian pirates dares to complain. Lgian Sig? It seems that he is not such an easy opponent to deal with. At this time, Shanks also put away the knife in his hand. He sat back in the chair and smiled. Ha ha ha. The captain can still laugh. Look at the cracks on the ground. You can't even afford to pay if you are sold. Loki looked at Shanks with a smile on his face, took a bite of the big chicken leg and said directly. How could it be? My heads are worth more than 200 million in the navy. This money is definitely enough. 723 Shanks directly refuted after hearing what Loki said. So, you want to deliver yourself to the navy? Stop kidding. Then you stay and wash the dishes. We can't afford it. Ha ha ha. Looking at the cheerful atmosphere at red-haired Shanks' table, Andre at the next table felt very unhappy. The captain and the crew were laughing and joking. Even if he has power, he is just lucky. He wants to rule everyone with fear, just like the king of fear Ryomen Sukuna. Looking at Andre's stinky face, Hughes beside him was smiling and didn't know what he was thinking. On the other side, a team of navy has begun to rush over. Behind them is Vice Admiral Aramaki, the strongest monster of the 4 world conscriptions, and Brigadier General Akino, the best of the 3. They are also confident about this mission. After all, Vice Admiral Aramaki is considered to be much stronger than the old Vice Admiral, and even as a substitute admiral, he is still a monster who can do it. Among the current supernovas, unless the latest supernova Snake King Orochimaru suddenly appears here. Otherwise, it shouldn't be too difficult to control other supernovas. After all, most supernovas are pirates who have never entered the New World. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and ask for data. Chapter 178 Surrender to My Beauty. Rain Shiryu's Thunderstorm Pirates. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 24. In a restaurant on a busy street, Kaneko looked at Sig with some fiery eyes. Perhaps this powerful man is the man she is looking for. That woman seems to have supernova muscles. Why does she keep staring at the boss? At this time, the members of the Power Sword Pirates who returned to their seats looked at Kaneko, who was staring at their captain, and they felt a little scared. Could this woman have fallen in love with the captain? And Sig also felt that strong gaze after returning to his seat. However, he still had no expression on his face. As for what he felt in his heart, only he knew it. Da-da-da. The great pirate Power Sword Sig, surrender to my beauty. Under the staring eyes of everyone, Kaneko posed in a proud posture and said to Sig on the seat. Everyone was confused at this time. This woman's words made them not know how to complain. Could she not know what she looks like? And Sig was also a little speechless at this time. Has he fallen to the point where he can only match such an ugly monster? Or does everyone dislike him and want to come over and step on him? Puff ha ha ha. In the silent atmosphere, a familiar laugh came again. Everyone looked back, and it was indeed him. At this time, Shanks spit out the food he had just shoveled into his mouth and laughed again. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, he explained while laughing. Sorry. I thought of something funny. You guys continue, don't worry about me. Ha ha ha. At this time, Shanks was really happy. He was glad that this muscle ghost found Sig. Otherwise, if it was him, his companions who were watching the fun and not minding the trouble would not know what kind of moth they would do to him. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of scene it would be. Kanagia glared at the red-haired Shanks, and scared Shanks so much that he dared not laugh again. Watching him shut up obediently, Kanagia was satisfied and put her eyes back on Sig. What do you think? Sig. I allow you to be my husband. There are not many women as beautiful as me in this world. Sig, sitting on a chair, looked down at Kanagia not far away with a condescending expression. He felt his blood pressure rising. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. I really can't help it. Shanks apologized again at this time. Looking at his appearance, Loki and the others beside him also laughed. Captain, are you interrupting Muscle Hair Ghost in this way because you are peeping at her beauty? Ha ha ha. Hey. Don't tell me that I think the captain and her are a good match. You are really too much. How can the captain match the beauty of Muscle Hair Ghost? Ha ha ha. As Loki and the others laughed, Kanagia, who was originally going to be angry because Shanks laughed and interrupted her again, couldn't help but look at Loki and the others with favor. Sure enough, there are still people in this world who know how to appreciate her beauty. Humph. You have good taste. But don't keep yelling muscles are coming. It's so ugly. At this time, Kanagia said to the stunned red-hair pirates. Then she looked at the subordinates around her proudly. Little ones. What should I call you? Muscle Queen. The members of the Muscle Pirates formed by Kanagia said in unison. Hearing Kanagia's subordinates shouting like this, Lackey and the others looked at each other and dared not talk. There was a feeling of fear in their hearts. Orochimaru sat in a corner and watched this farce with interest. The Navy is coming. It's the Navy. And it's Vice Admiral Aramaki. Run. At this time, there were pirates shouting on the street outside the restaurant. Many pirates, underground organizations, and even civilians began to flee. When the King of Hell fights, the little devils suffer. Many civilians on this island understand similar truths. After all, as the final stop of the first half of the Grand Line, this place gathers countless pirates. Plus, with the prevalence of underground organizations, it is easy to be put into a sack without a bit of vision. Is the Navy coming? And it's Vice Admiral Aramaki. When they heard that the Navy was coming, the faces of the people in the restaurant changed. The supernova of the pirates of the evil generation are fighting with the Navy. It's the thunderstorm pirates of Rain Shiryu. It's going to be exciting. In the Sabayati archipelago, where there are all kinds of people, when encountering such a fight, some people will run away and some will watch. If it's an admiral, he might run away very fast. But if it's a vice admiral, there are still many people who dare to stay and watch the show. The Vice Admiral and the Supernova are fighting. Many people in the restaurant caught this information and their eyes lit up. Now those who dare to stay in this restaurant that is like a dangerous building are those who are brave, curious, or have a little strength. Now when they hear the shouting outside, they all pay the bill and leave. Some even run away directly. It's going to be exciting. Vice Admiral Aramaki? The man called King of the Forest by the World Economic News. And the Thunderstorm Pirates. At this time, the tyrannical king didn't even take 2 bites of the food that had just been served in the restaurant, and he stood up directly. Then he walked towards the door. Obviously, he wanted to go over to watch the show and even have a fight with the Navy. At this time, the smiling Hughes sighed helplessly when he saw the captain's vigorous and resolute appearance. He winked at a thin cotter next to him, and then followed him. And this cotter had to sigh that although Vice Captain Hughes was very cruel when killing, he was usually a very reasonable person. He took Bailey out of a bag and put it on the table. Then he left with people. Captain! Let's go! The battle between the Navy and the Supernova. This excitement must be seen. Ha ha ha! This excitement may not be so easy to watch. At this time, Shanks shook his head a little. As a person who grew up in Roger's pirate group and stayed until Captain Roger became the Pirate King, he has a deeper understanding of the strong. That Vice Admiral Aramaki is not an easy opponent to deal with. It's a little early for them to be such a strong man. They still need time to grow up. It's just that the Navy is afraid that they are not friendly. Now they still need to coat the ship. Unless they stay in hiding during this period, the Navy will probably find them. Let's go and have a look. As Shanks finalized the decision, the red hair pirates also stood up. P.S. Guys, please collect, vote, and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 179 Don't dream of fighting against nature, Hughes's considerations. After a brief discussion, Shanks and his crew left the only 5 million Baileys and ran away, and the Sigma pirates only paid for the meal. The Muscle pirates led by Konica didn't even order food and directly chased the Sigma pirates away. At this time, the boss looked at the 5 million Baileys left by Shanks and his crew in the restaurant that looked like a dangerous building. He was full of tears, and the money was not enough for the loss this time, but he didn't dare to chase him for money. Life and money are indeed more important. Orochimaru in the corner also paid and walked out slowly. These supernovas and the newly emerged navy are all his targets. Defeat them to improve his reputation. He needs to travel the Grand Line as quickly as possible to become famous and improve his talent. Then find a place to do research peacefully. And he heard from Mr. Mower that there is a snake in Wano country who has the ability of the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai, which he is very curious about. It's just right to catch him for research. Orochimaru walked slowly towards the busy street. Boom! On street 923, 100 meters away from the restaurant. The buildings on both sides here are covered by many flowers, vines, and trees. 3 figures waved their knives or slashed in this crazy growing plant to cut off the vines that spread to attack them. They are the captain of the Thunderstorm Pirates, Rain Shiryu, and his 2 cotters, Dark Blood Swordsman and Shadow Swordsman. The powerful slash made them still stubbornly resist in this somewhat rampant vegetation. At this time, the leader Zilliu looked at the vines and even trees that kept spreading around and felt a headache. He didn't expect that when he came to see the strange movement coming from a place, the navy actually came. Fortunately, they ran into them directly. That's fine. I didn't expect that this time he came to be a monster in the big conscription, a tricky guy praised by Morgans as the king of the forest. At this time, Zilliu just felt that he was extremely unlucky. Except for himself and 2 cotters, all other members of the Thunderstorm Pirates instantly fell directly into the vegetation. They became like mummies. Pirates, you'd better surrender with bare hands. Weak guys, don't try to fight against nature. At this time, Huang Mu's hands turned into branches and inserted into the ground. The ground was also constantly growing vines and branches rushing towards Zilliu and the others. In this area, the navy brought by Huang Mu were watching in amazement from a distance. In just a moment, more than 20 members of the Thunderstorm Pirates were killed and only 3 were left. The rest are the captain of the Thunderstorm Pirates, Shiryu Amine, and his officers. The 3 of them are all supernovas called the worst generation by newspapers. Shiryu Amine, bounty 370 million berries. Dark Blood Swordsman, bounty 230 million berries. Shadow Swordsman, bounty 200 million berries. Since the Thunderstorm Pirates have the 3 powerful supernovas are therefore considered the most powerful pirate group among the supernovas. Now they can only struggle under Vice Admiral Aramaki. Sure enough, the generals under Lord King are powerful. Akano, who is the leader of the navy, feels that he is here to watch the fun. Everything can be handed over to Vice Admiral Aramaki. He only needs to take people over and handcuff them. Are the other supernovas here too? Humph. There is no need to bother looking for them. All of them will become my nutrients. Andre arrived at the scene and had not observed the situation much. He found that the surging plants were spreading towards him. At a critical moment. Roar. At this time, Andre roared, and his originally black eyes turned into dark gold, and pieces of leather armor like iron pagodas gushed out of his skin crazily. The whole person's body height increased from 1.8 meters to 2 meters, and he was in the form of an animal-type emperor crocodile. The emperor crocodile is called a muscular crocodile, and its scales are tough to the point of being unimaginable. In the human beast form, Andre's strength, defense, and burst all grew explosively. Bang! The sharp branches pierced Andre's skin but only left white marks. Aramaki, who was not far away, was also a little surprised. It seems that these supernovas have some merits. Aramaki thought with some surprise. Andre's dark gold, violent and brutal eyes also stared at the figure with surging vegetation. Vice Admiral Aramaki in the Navy's great recruitment? Let me see how strong you are, the guy called King of the Forest by the newspaper. At this time, Andre shot towards Aramaki, and the vines that blocked his way did not grab him by force due to his speed and mass. Bang! With a deafening sound, Andrei's scaled arm slammed into a row of bare and intertwined trees in front of Aramaki. Crack! Crack! The tree made a cracking sound at this time. But before Andrei could be happy, Huang Mu's voice came slowly. You little brat, you don't think I have this much strength. The branches around Andrei began to riot. It shot out at a speed far faster than before and tied Andrei's hands and feet directly, as if rushing up to tie Andrei's whole body tightly. Andrei. Hughes, who was chasing Andrei, happened to see the scene. But he didn't rush up, but forced himself to calm down. Because the world full of vegetation had a great restraint on him. The poison in his body might be very effective for ordinary life, but it was undoubtedly a waste of time for plants. In addition, those vines and branches could even bind Andrei, so it was natural to bind him. And he knew that the ability of this newly promoted lieutenant general of the great recruitment was the natural forest fruit, so it was hard to say whether his poison could work on him. Hugh's eyes turned around, and he swept over the three people, Ziliu, who were still chopping branches. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the navy watching from a distance. If those navy were taken as hostages. Thinking so, Hughes took off the gloves on his hands. The members beside him saw him take off the gloves with golden trimmings, and their faces changed and they retreated to the side. Hughes did not pay attention to these details and drew the sword at his waist. His hand wiped the blade of the sword. His legs turned into golden frog legs at the same time. Bang! It was just a moment. He was so fast that the human eye could not catch it, and he shot towards the navy in the distance with a bounce. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 180 Shiryu and his right-hand man, Island Luck Pizarro. Is that the Vice Admiral Aramaki of the Navy? What a monster! He is fighting against many people alone, but he is suppressing those supernovas. At this time, many people have come to the streets or corners that are not covered by vines and trees and watch from afar. Looking at the figure in the distance that seems to have turned the surrounding area into nature. The people watching are all amazed. Not only is this spectacular sight, but also because the three very famous figures of the Thunderstorm Pirates are deeply trapped in the quagmire of the forest. That is considered to be the most powerful pirate group among the supernova pirates. Its captain, Shiryu of Rain, was originally the deputy warden of Impel Down, but he followed that man to escape from prison. He is an extremely vicious and bloodthirsty man with a bounty of 370 million Baileys. His right-hand man is also famous. Among them, the Dark Blood Sword Master Rosetta was famous for his violent and fierce swordsmanship, and could easily cut through steel. After killing someone, his sword would be stained with blood, and the entire blade would eventually show a strange dark red color. Some people said it was an extremely evil demon sword. Therefore, Rosetta was wanted by the Dark Blood Sword Master, and a bounty of 230 million Baileys was offered. The other one was the Shadow Swordsman Modak, who was also a famous swordsman in the first half of the Grand Line, and was known for his swift swordsmanship. I heard that he is now a legendary ability user, the ability user of the light and heavy fruit. When he attacks, his speed becomes even faster, and the enemy can only see his shadow. He is called the Shadow Swordsman Modak, and his bounty is 200 million Baileys. In addition to the scattered bounties of other pirates in the Thunderstorm Pirates. The total bounty of the entire Thunderstorm Pirates exceeds 1 billion Baileys, and is considered the most powerful pirate group among the supernovas of the worst generation. And now they are being suppressed by the newly promoted Vice Admiral Aramaki of the Navy. There is even the figure of another supernova tyranny king being bound by vines and branches. They can only sigh that the man who is called King of the Forest by the newspaper is so powerful. Day. Is it the Vice Admiral of the Navy? The agents of the world government are so annoying recently, let's collect some interest from them. Meow. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps and voices. A group of vicious men came over, led by a young-looking man with white horns on his head. It's him, Island Pizarro. Someone nearby recognized the man with green hair and was shocked. The reason is simple. This man is also one of the supernovas of the worst generation, Island Pizarro, with a bounty of 400 million Baileys. If it were just this, they would be shocked but not horrified. But this man's ability is too fantastic. It is rumored that Island Pizarro can control islands and even move them, so he got the nickname Island Pizarro. This ability will undoubtedly have a huge impact on ordinary people. Controlling the movement of islands is a fantasy. Of course, it is not too shocking for many knowledgeable people. After all, the legendary pirate Golden Lion of the old times is not dead yet. Compared to just slightly moving islands, Golden Lion's ability to make islands rise from the ground in groups is even more unspeakable. Island Transport Pizarro, is he going to attack? At this time, Sig, who was not far away, looked at Pizarro's appearance and began to think in his heart. Compared to others, he came 2 days earlier, and now his ship's ship membrane has almost been crossed. Although the navy in front of him is only a vice admiral, he is called King of the Forest by the newspaper and has a very good reputation. If he can defeat him here, then his reputation will be further improved. After the fight, run away, and there is no need to worry about the navy's search afterwards. Thinking of this, Sig also drew the knife from his waist. Dear, do you want to fight? Let me help you. At this time, a slightly rough but still recognizable female voice sounded next to Sig. Hearing this voice, Sig's face changed. The ugly monster next to him entangled him all the way, and Sig was quite annoyed. But looking at the muscular members next to her, Sig had an idea. If she could help train the members of his pirate group, then the strength of his pirate group might be greatly improved. Now, he could also test the strength of this muscle ghost. If he is really strong, he might be able to form an alliance in the future. Now his pirate group has very limited guys except for him. Now he has to rush to the new world. Even if he is strong, he may not be able to support it alone. And increasing his fame to attract strong people to join is the way he came up with. As a former bandit king, he knows the importance of fame very well. No one would be willing to follow him without fame. Konica, show your strength. If you can catch my eye, I can form an alliance with you. Looking at Konika's face next to him, which was hard to describe, Sig couldn't help but take a deep breath and turned his head. It was a bit close. He couldn't finish his words when he saw her face. It felt like a torture for him to look at her face for a while. Konica, I didn't expect you to call me by my name, so shy. Looking at Sig turning his head, Konica felt that he was shy, and she couldn't help but feel happy. This is the first time that someone has called her so intimately except her father. Dear, I will definitely work hard. We will get married after this battle. Hearing Konica say this, Sig felt that he might have heard it wrong. He said an alliance, not marriage. Is this guy deaf? While they were communicating, the battle between other supernovas and Huangmu was in full swing. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 181 You are facing nature. Huangmu was swallowed? In front of Huangmu, Andre, who was strangled by the vine, roared suddenly. Roar! His face began to deform violently, and his whole body was also swelled wildly, directly stretching and even breaking the vines and branches that bound him. In just a short time, a huge monster about 20 meters long wearing an iron pagoda appeared in front of Huangmu. It was Andre's beast form, the Emperor Crocodile. At this time, his sinister fangs and majestic mouth seemed to be able to bite Huangmu into pieces and swallow him into his stomach. Looking at the dark golden eyes of the giant in front of him that were full of tyranny and cruelty, Huangmu couldn't help laughing. Hey! Who are you trying to scare by turning into this monster? Now, you are facing nature. Even the violent beasts have to bow down to nature. At this time, Andre ignored Huangmu's ridicule, but used his hands and feet to accumulate strength. Suddenly, he pounced on Huangmu, just like a crocodile pounced on its prey. The powerful explosive force made this behemoth burst out like an afterimage, and directly drove the vines that bound his hands and feet to rush forward. The majestic giant mouth showed its sinister fangs and bit Huangmu's upper body fiercely. Boom! A wave of air exploded towards the surroundings. Gurgle! I saw Huangmu's upper body was bitten off directly, and then swallowed into Andre's stomach with a gurgle. The people watching from a distance were all shocked. Vice Admiral Huangmu died just like that? Swallowed by the tyrannical king. This was too hasty. But they soon found something wrong. The rioting vines did not stop, and the lower body of Lieutenant General Huangmu in front of the giant crocodile slowly turned green and disappeared. His figure reappeared from another tree. After this attack, the branches around the giant crocodile also rushed up, binding the Emperor Crocodile more tightly. Even if Andre struggled constantly, it was useless. It's a good attack, but it's just a dying struggle in the eyes of nature. At this time, Huangmu looked at Andre who was struggling constantly and said coldly. Nature? You can't represent it. Let me tell you what nature is, meow. When Huangmu used branches to throw Andre up and was about to use the branches to pierce the softer belly of Andre, the giant crocodile. A voice came. Huangmu looked in response. It seemed that a human face had grown on the surrounding land. A pair of large rock arms tens of meters long kept rising on the ground on both sides of Huangmu, and then closed and crushed towards him. The huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding onlookers. Is this the legendary ability to control the island? So scary. At this time, seeing the huge movement made by Pizarro, the people around were very shocked and looked at the pair of rock giant arms that seemed to be able to hold up the sky. On Ziliu's side, because Huangmu focused his attention on Andre, and Ayun Pizarro was also taking action against Huangmu. The vines rushing towards them no longer had that kind of endless trend. The dark blood Rosado and the swordsman Modak on both sides of Ziliu all focused their eyes on Ziliu. It's time to make a decision. Whether to fight or evacuate will depend on Ziliu's thoughts. At this time, Ziliu looked at the scene where the huge vines split and pierced the rock giant arm of Dayun Pizarro, and he was a little hesitant. If he didn't have the armed color domineering, maybe he would leave. But if he had, so many supernovas might be able to defeat this vice-admiral with their cooperation. After all, even clay people have tempers, and Shiryu, as a bloodthirsty and cold person, is even more so. Swish! Clang! Two obvious noises were heard on the battlefield. A man swung a violent slash and cut off the still dancing branches to join the battlefield. Not far from him, a woman with an indescribable appearance had her hair growing wildly. The black hair seemed to be dancing like a group of demons, protecting the man on both sides. The hair was entangled in the vines and branches like steel wires to cut them off. The supernova Rikaikanzage and the muscle-haired ghost Konoga from the evil generation joined this battle. Seeing this scene, Shiryu also made up his mind. If they retreat now, it would not be good for the reputation of their pirate group to spread, and his bloodthirsty desire is rising. In this case, let's fight. Seeing that Ziliu had made a decision, the shadow swordsman Modak beside him nodded. Then I will cover you, Captain and Rosetta, let's carry out the decapitation operation. He said with a hearty smile on his face. He can only play a limited role against this kind of natural enemy, and his captain and Rosetta are far more domineering. That's why it's perfect for him to cover. Ah! Then you have to be careful, just now I was stabbed into a mummy by other members. If you become a mummy, I won't save you. Ha ha ha! Dark Blood Sword Master Rosetta is also a young man, with hair that flutters like a thorn. At the same time, his hair is a rare red color. It is rumored that his hair turns into this color because of his demon sword. Really? Then if there is a problem, just run away. Modak just felt funny when he saw Rosetta's face. People who don't know how to save people won't say this specifically. Watching the interaction between the two, Ziliu was speechless, but felt that his bloodthirsty mood had calmed down a little. Then, let's start the action on 2.9. He said solemnly at this time. With Ziliu's order, Modak's smiling face also became solemn. He began to rush towards the vines that kept moving in front of him. The mass of the body was constantly changing. When the mass was light, the speed exploded. When it was about to attack the vines, the mass will also increase suddenly. His blade is like a small meteorite sliding at high speed. He has exerted the power of the light and heavy fruit to the extreme of his current ability. Even though he has not yet reached the level of a swordsman who can cut through steel. But his blade can still easily cut through steel because it is fast and heavy enough. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 182 You may really be killed instantly, sword flower 1 turn. While Ziliu and the other 3 were taking action, red-haired Shanks and the others also watched the battle quietly. Captain, should we join the battle? At this time, Loki still had one hand on the chicken leg and asked after taking a bite. Hearing Loki's words, all the members of the red-haired pirates looked at Shanks, waiting for him to make a decision. Shanks looked at the supernovas in front of him who seemed to be cooperating, and fell into deep thought. He had asked passers-by just now. After getting some information, he thought that Aramaki was most likely coming for the supernova. There were too many supernovas gathered on this island now. There were 10 of them, and it was not ruled out that there were other supernovas on this island. Are so many supernovas gathered on this island because they were attracted by the upcoming New World Kendo tournament? Is the action of Vice Admiral Aramaki now that the Navy is preparing to clean up the supernovas? After all, they were praised by Morgans of the World Economic News as the evil generation that could stir up the future. It was normal for the Navy to act like this. Shanks didn't think too much. 22. He hesitated for a moment and decided to join the battle. Anyway, it was a fact that the Navy was coming to arrest them, so let's fight. Although Aramaki was famous as the king of the forest, he looked much worse than the monster vice admirals like Akainu in the Navy. With so many supernovas and meat shields in front, they would not necessarily lose. Bergman and I will attack, so you don't have to do anything, Logi. In any case, the difference in strength between Logi and the others is too great. If they get caught in it, they may be killed instantly. It is better for them to clean up the mess now. Ha ha ha. Shanks really underestimated us. Hearing Logi's laughter, Shanks also responded with a smile. It's not that I underestimate you, but you may really be killed instantly. Seeing Shanks say this with a smile on his face, Logi and the others had the urge to step on his face with their soles. At this time, seeing them speechless, Beckman next to him grinned. It seems that you still need to work harder. Especially you, Logi, don't let your flesh grow in vain. In the atmosphere of the red-hair pirates playing, red-haired Shanks and his vice-captain Beckman also ran towards the vines. At this time, Aramaki was directly besieged by the 9 supernovas of the worst generation. While Huangmu was fighting with them, there was another battle in the distance. Commodore Akino and the pirate supernova Golden Toad Hughes were fighting. At this time, Hughes was holding a knife and looking at Akino, who was bare-chested and steaming. He didn't expect that there was a guy with great strength in the Navy here, especially his high temperature, which simply restrained his poison. That kind of high temperature can directly inactivate his poison, which means that his poison may not have any effect on the guy in front of him. Now he is completely relying on his agile jumping ability to deal with this guy. It's really troublesome. Can you stop jumping around? I feel dizzy. At this time, Akino was a little annoyed looking at the blonde boy in front of him. In fact, he didn't really want to take action. His ability caused great damage to his clothes, and his clothes would be gone at any time. It made him want to be naked. Fortunately, after joining the Navy, he was given high-temperature resistant clothes. But even so, if he gets serious, this suit will be scrapped. Admiral Zifa, the chief instructor at the Naval Academy, did give him some advice. Tell him to try to raise the temperature of only a certain part, such as the fist, or to maintain the temperature of the body surface and only raise the temperature inside the body to see if he can increase the explosive power. He has never thought about these suggestions. He just explodes all over his body, so he doesn't think too much. Now it seems that if he still wants to prevent his clothes from becoming an explosion maniac, especially if he doesn't want to be despised by his naval colleagues, especially Lord King, then he still has to try more. Scorching Fist 3000. At this time, Akino waved his steam-like fist and shot at Hughes. The fist exuded a high temperature of 3000, which was higher than the temperature of magma. In a sense, Akino's fruit ability has a very high potential. Watching Akino rushing over, Hughes also dodged Akino's attack and dodged some shots at the same time. After all, the other Navy members are not dead, they will shoot from behind, but his pirates also came to help. In addition, the other supernova pirates are watching. These Navy members also need to be vigilant, they can't do whatever they want. Hughes took the knife and began to look at the steaming Akino intently. Now it seems that if the poison doesn't work, he can only attack with swordsmanship. Although the speed of this marine is not bad, it is still inferior to him who can bounce. Cut through this marine at the fastest speed. As long as the speed is fast enough, the damage will be reduced. 003 At this time, Hughes adjusted the direction and began to accumulate power with his frog legs like a spring, waiting for the marine in front of him to come over. He wanted to pierce his body with the knife in his hand at the fastest burst speed. Even if the body temperature of this marine is really high, it takes time to transfer heat. And his attack only takes a moment. Looking at Hughes, who was staying not far away, Akino rushed over directly. He didn't understand and didn't care about the plan of this guy in front of him. No matter what it is, even hard diamonds can be melted. There is a reason why Akino is so arrogant. The temperature of his body was from the inside out, and his body had become extremely special to withstand such high temperatures. For Akino, he did not believe that the other party could defeat him with a sword. As Akino shot towards Hughes, he felt a sense of crisis as the distance got closer. The feeling of inappropriateness made him start to change his moves. But Hughes's quiet heart suddenly exploded. Boom! The afterimage that made people unable to see passed through Akino's body. The sword turned. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 183. Are you not afraid of me? Orochimaru made a move. The burning blood gushed out, and the ground was slightly reddened by the blood. Hughes, who was half kneeling with a sword held horizontally behind Akino, panted slightly. His face was not happy because of Akino's injury. Instead, he couldn't help coughing up a little blood. He looked at his abdomen and saw a hole directly in the position of his stomach. Blood is constantly flowing out. Ha ha ha. It's really dangerous. At this time, Akino touched the huge knife scar on his chest. Just now, the guy's blade almost pierced his heart. If he hadn't deviated quickly enough, he might have died on the spot. Chi. As Akino's right hand touched his wound, the wound directly scarred. The blood stopped flowing, and after the wound was treated, Akino turned his head. Step by step, he walked towards Hughes, who had his back to him. There was a hot steel ball in his right hand. He heated the steel ball to the limit it could withstand and then ejected it quickly. This was exactly the move he used just now. Obviously, even if he was really injured, the supernova in front of him would be solved by him. Hughes stood up with some shakiness. At this time, his stomach seemed to have an opening, and blood kept gushing out. Tick. Tick. Chi. The blood began to evaporate after dripping. Akino had come to his side. The unreasonable heat was transmitted to the surroundings, causing sweat to flow down Hughes' forehead. He felt a little dizzy and his consciousness was a little fuzzy. Boy, you had a good time just now, didn't you? Now it's my turn. The shadow cast by Akino's tall figure shrouded Hughes. Hughes turned his head and looked at the tall man in front of him. The eyes were a little blurry. In a trance, he seemed to see the previous memories. You are so close, aren't you afraid of me? What nonsense are you talking about? I heard that you are a very powerful guy, come and be my vice captain. Sure. If you are not afraid of being poisoned by me. Ha ha ha. I am a man who is going to become the pirate king, how can I be afraid of this kind of thing? If you have the ability to poison me, come and try it. Akino's hand seemed to be on fire, and he hit the dazed guy in front of him heavily. 5,000 burning fists. Sorry. Andre, it seems that I can't witness your journey. A little lonely. A faint mood hovered in Hughes' heart. Whoosh. Boom. Hot wind was everywhere. Akino's fist hit nothing. My little brother, it seems that you need a little help. At this time, Hughes felt that he was suspended in the air, and a magnetic voice came to his ears. He looked down and saw that he was tied up by a snake head that was like a thick rope with a faint golden light. When Hughes looked down, the snake head also put him on the ground, and he turned back with some effort. I saw a man with black hair and pale complexion wearing a white gospel looking at me. The golden translucent snake head that seemed to be composed of energy also retracted into his palm. Snake Lord Orochimaru, it's actually Snake Lord Orochimaru. Did this man appear on this island? Snake Lord Orochimaru. He is a great pirate who single-handedly captured a large base of a naval branch with more than 5,000 people. With a bounty of 420 million berries, he is the most recent supernova of the worst generation, but his bounty is the highest. The intelligence is not as good as his. Is the record of this island now because he can fly? As Orochimaru rescued Hughes and his iconic golden energy snake head, the surrounding navy recognized Orochimaru. At the same time, some people who were paying attention to the navy also found clues. It turned out that the supernova Snake King Orochimaru had arrived. Although he debuted the youngest among all the supernovas, he was the most watched. Because he alone defeated the Navy branch base with more than 5,000 Navy troops led by the Navy Vice Admiral. His strength is terrifying. Although the reward is only 420 million Baileys, anyone with a discerning eye knows that his strength is actually far more than this bounty. Because this man did not kill people wantonly, the Navy did not increase his bounty so much. It turned out to be Snake King Orochimaru. At this time, Akino, who was not far away, looked at Orochimaru next to Hughes and his face became solemn. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Since Snake King Orochimaru is known as the strongest supernova of the worst generation, his strength must be extremely terrifying. It is rumored that he can give birth to countless golden energy-like snakes, which have tenacious defense and sharp teeth. Ordinary navy can do nothing about it. That's right, this man is not afraid of human wave tactics at all. Because his record shows this point. Originally, the supernova that appeared in the intelligence did not include Snake King Orochimaru. But now his arrival here is undoubtedly a very big variable. It is a question whether Vice Admiral Aramaki can still hold his ground. Orochimaru ignored the shock and fear around him, and looked at Hughes in front of him. This young man interested him a little, and it happened that these animal-type ability users would be used in future research. He and his captain have a special poison frog in the animal system and an ancient species. Maybe they can be used for experiments in the future, so let's reserve it in advance. Orochimaru put his hand on Hughes' shoulder. A stream of life energy was transmitted to the hole in Hughes' body. Silently, the hole in his stomach was repaired directly. What is this? Hughes reached out and touched the original hole in his stomach, and it was smooth and had been repaired. He was shocked in his heart. What kind of ability does Snake Lord Orochimaru have? Snake Lord Orochimaru, why did you save me? At this time, Hughes felt a little confused. For other supernovas, he should be a competitor. He. Hughes, cherish this life. I will use you in the future. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Then he turned and looked at the battlefield in the distance, where the most intense part had already been carried out. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 184 The battle between Aramaki and the supernova, where do you think this is? On the battlefield full of vines, branches, and trees. At this time, Aramaki was also a little slow and confused, because there were too many supernovas besieging him, a total of 9 supernovas. And these supernovas either had strange abilities or had extraordinary domineering existence. He found 4 among them who could be domineering. And the domineering of 2 of them was not inferior to that of ordinary vice admirals of the navy and was even close to that of veteran vice admirals. Supernova Rain Shiryu and Supernova Red Hair Shanks. Aramaki had learned a little about Rain Shiryu. The former deputy warden of Impel Down, Rain Shiryu, was said to be in Impel Down. He is a gifted guy, and he and Magellan, the deputy director of Impel Down, are both good seedlings that are valued. It is understandable that Aramaki has such a degree of domineering. But he feels a little puzzled that a guy like Red Hair Shanks, who came out of nowhere, also has such a degree of domineering. At this time, with them as swords, Aramaki was fighting very hard. The reason why Aramaki is like this now is that he has too little experience, unlike Akainu and others who have fought a lot. The development of his fruit ability is still a step away from awakening, which is incomparable to his predecessors Akainu and Kizaru. And he himself is not a very hard-working guy. If we define Huangmu by attributes now, his physique has reached A and directly because he has been using his ability to absorb nutrients to nourish his body for many years. His spirit is also okay, with A. After all, it is very mentally exhausting to explode large-scale vegetation and perform fine control. His spirit attribute is not too bad. And his observation haki is not bad either, entering the A-level range, and can cooperate with vegetation to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. As for the others, they are not so good, with both strength and agility being B+. His armed haki is at the level of a veteran vice admiral, and may be even stronger due to the influence of basic attributes. But it is not that strong. After all, he himself did not deliberately practice. Now his combat power limit is completely supported by his physical strength, spirit, and fruit power. Use sufficient physical energy to explode large-scale vegetation, consume spirit for precise control, and use vegetation perception and observation haki to lock. This is exactly the structure of his combat power limit. As the ability user of the Sen-Sen fruit, Huangmu himself can also be called a number nemesis. Because he can replenish some physical strength from the land, and he can also absorb nutrients from the defeated enemies and heal himself. In other words, if there is no guy who is strong enough, he will come in to deliver food to him. Endurance and healing ability all are levers. Of course, with these, his abilities are much less lethal than Akainu's magma, Aokiji's ice, and Kizaru's light explosion of the same limit. Hair dance. The overwhelming hair-bound part of the vines and trees around Aramaki. Flying bird spread wings. Modok swung the blade like a small meteorite to cut off some of the vines around Aramaki. Island rock fist. A huge rock arm stretched out from the ground and blasted towards Aramaki from one direction. In that direction, a huge branch also stretched out and pierced the fist of the stone arm directly through the stone arm. On the other side, Sig swung the blade vigorously. Swish! Boom! A storm-like slash directly cut off many tree branches. Roar! Because Aramaki was distracted, the giant crocodile that broke free from the branches and vines roared, bursting out with an afterimage and biting directly towards Aramaki. Aramaki dodged the giant crocodile's attack. At the same time, the vines on the spot tied up the giant crocodile again. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air shot directly towards Aramaki's forehead. It was a bullet wrapped with domineering. Dang! Aramaki's head was directly covered with armed color, and it collided with the bullet with a crisp sound. There is a flaw. Red blood reverse cross. The dark blood sword master Rosdo, who was not far from Aramaki, shot past him. 2 blood marks appeared directly on Aramaki in the form of a cross. Of course, this little damage is nothing to Aramaki's physique. But it is a shame for Aramaki. Before he could get angry, Red Hair Shanks and Rain Shiryu also caught the opportunity and performed the moves they had been accumulating for a long time. 2 sharp blades flashed and crossed Aramaki's body at the same time. Bang! 2 streams of blood gushed out directly. Aramaki reached out and touched it, and his hand was full of blood. His face was completely gloomy. You guys, do you really think I'm made of mud? Where do you think this place is? At this time, Aramaki, who was completely furious, began to explode. Beckman, who was not far away, changed his face when he heard Aramaki's words. This guy's ability, could it be that? Beckman's guess was not given much thought, because Aramaki had already begun to explode. The roots under his feet spread underground and finally pierced the roots of the world's largest mangrove, the Archimon mangrove. The Sabayati archipelago is actually an island formed on the roots of the Archimon mangrove. For Aramaki, it was an extremely huge nutrient. Fighting here, as long as he was given a little gap, he didn't have to worry about his physical strength and physical injuries. Boom boom boom. The people around began to feel the ground shaking. In the horror of the people, countless vines, trees, and jungles rose from the ground, densely packed, as if the world had turned into a forest. Sea of forests. Confess to me in the endless sea of forests. The faces of the supernovas around Huangmu changed drastically. The forest began to riot. People in the distance began to look at the horrific scene close at hand in horror. The forest tens of meters high twisted and rioted like a devil. It was like a cage that trapped all the supernovas directly inside. They could no longer see the scene inside clearly. In fact, the reason why the onlookers watched peacefully. It was all Huangmu's last bit of rationality. He was now a navy and needed to take care of civilians and other subordinates. He was unwilling to trample on the ardent and equal justice of Lord King. Otherwise, he would be trapped in the sea of forests within a radius of 1,000 meters. How terrifying! How scary! Is this the man Morgans calls the king of the forest? Dead. Those supernovas are definitely dead. I didn't expect that most of the supernovas of the worst generation would end here before entering the new world. It's really sad. People began to sigh at this moment. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote, and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 185 Supernovas who were defeated and turned into mummies, give me some face. When the forest in front of them was rioting. Compared to other people, the Navy felt ecstatic. Sure enough, how could Vice Admiral Aramaki be defeated by these supernovas? He is the man called the King of the Forest. Now that Vice Admiral Aramaki is here, even the Snake King Orochimaru in front of them is not to be feared. Aramaki's outburst suddenly made the minds of the Navy active. Originally, they were very panicked when they saw the rumored strongest supernova Orochimaru appear. They didn't know if Vice Admiral Aramaki could still calm down. But now, looking at the horrific scene in front of them up close, they felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. Orochimaru ignored the thoughts of the surrounding navy, he just looked at the forest disaster in front of him with interest. Hughes, who was next to Orochimaru, looked at the scene in front of him with worry. He looked at Orochimaru. The strength shown by Aramaki now far exceeded his imagination, but the Snake King Orochimaru in front of him also had the record of conquering the large base of the Navy G branch. It is rumored that he can summon endless golden snakes. If he is willing to help, saving Andre may not be so difficult. Since he already owes one life, it is nothing more than one more. When he was about to ask for help, The riot in the forest in front of him stopped. Boom boom boom. As if it were a siphon, the forest around Huang Mu slowly withered and died. Gurgle. Gurgle. As strange sounds came out. The nutrients of the forest were also absorbed into Huang Mu's body through his roots. The injuries on his body had completely disappeared. And the horrifying scene was reappeared in front of all the people watching. 8 of the 9 supernovas were lying scattered on the battlefield, like mummies. Huang Mu looked disdainful among them, which was shocking. Is this the end of going against the so-called king of the forest? These are all extremely terrifying supernovas, praised by the World Economic News as supernovas of the evil generation. Now 8 of them fell down, all like mummies. It was so terrifying. At this time, Huang Mu ignored people's shock. He looked at the supernovas lying on the ground around him with some satisfaction. Just now, Huang Mu crushed them with absolute numbers, and his strength was so great that bricks flew away. What made Huang Mu a little regretful was that the supernova island transporter Piroza ran away, and that guy merged into the surrounding soil. Just now, his energy was mainly focused on the ground. Otherwise, his roots were entangled in the ground, and he would never escape. After all, he was just a Superman system, not a natural system. But if he ran away, he ran away. The little supernova can be caught later. Even if it was the supernova that Morgans predicted would stir up the times in the future, what would it matter? Even if they joined forces to besiege him, as long as he was more serious, he would be defeated by him. And he didn't even have any injuries or loss, and his physical strength was completely at the peak. If there was any loss, it was just mental fatigue. At this time, Huang Mu began to swell up, and the mere supernovas were no longer in his eyes. This was also normal. The 8 supernovas lying in front of him like mummies were his capital for swell up. Now, this island only needed to capture the remaining supernovas on this island. The Golden Thief Wunan and the Blood Shura Galil, and the Golden Toad Hughes. Hey? That's it. At this time, Huang Mu's eyes had no trace of the Golden Toad Hughes at all, and his eyes were completely attracted by a figure next to him. The strongest supernova of the worst generation, Snake King Orochimaru. I didn't expect him to come here. There was no trace of him among the 12 supernovas in the intelligence, but I didn't expect that all 13 supernovas of the worst generation would gather here. It seems that this is his luck. He is going to bury these worst generations who are ready to stir up the storm. A smile appeared on Huang Mu's face, and he took out a cigarette from his body and lit it. Captain! Captain! At this time, the crew members who were watching the supernovas were all worried and even terrified, looking at the supernovas lying around Huang Mu. But many of them did not dare to act rashly. As long as they had a brain, they knew that rushing up now would only lead to death, and they had to wait for the opportunity. Day. 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 In this silent atmosphere, a figure walked out of the crowd. Walked towards Huang Mu step by step. The figure with a white cloak and a hood. It was particularly eye-catching in the silent atmosphere. Who is this person? How dare you go to that monster? Aren't you afraid of death? I can't see his face clearly, and I don't know his identity, but the one who dares to go up at this time must not be an unknown person. When people were whispering, Huang Mu was like facing a great enemy, because an extremely domineering aura was firmly shrouded in him. This is the domineering aura. Such a strong domineering. The guy who came in front of him was by no means an unknown generation. But it's Pluto. How can this big man appear here? Even if this place is the most favorable place for him in this world, he has no bottom in his heart. No matter how powerful the endurance and healing ability are, it is meaningless if there is no time to operate. What should I do? Should I retreat now? Huang Mu thought a little frustrated. P.S. Dear friends, please collect and vote tickets and flowers, please give me data. Chapter 186 Your face is nothing. Come and die. Really, it's Pluto really. That's the right arm of Pirate King Roger. I didn't expect him to appear in the Sabayati archipelago. Is he going to help the supernovas? Hurry up and shoot, this is big news, the supernovas are defeated, and Pluto really appears. At this time, there are several more reporters in the bustling crowd. When many supernovas gathered in the Sabayati archipelago, how could the World Economic Newspaper, which has powerful intelligence, remain indifferent? As the intersection of the first and second half of the Grand Line, the Sabayati archipelago itself has a base of the World Economic Newspaper. Now the supernovas are fighting with the newly promoted Vice Admiral Aramaki, who is known as the King of the Forest in the Navy's great recruitment. How could they be absent from such big news? Although they were a little late to come here. But the onlookers here were not vegetarians, and some of them took photos. These photos may be sold to the World Economic newspaper at a good price. Profits drive people's hearts, which is why the World Economic newspaper seems to be omnipresent. While these reporters were taking photos wantonly. At this time, Rayleigh in front of Aramaki was also a little emotional. He looked at Shanks lying on the ground not far away like a mummy, and felt a little bit amused. I didn't expect that meeting Shanks again would be like this. If he had come earlier, maybe this kid wouldn't be so miserable. But it doesn't matter. Young people should experience more, as long as they are not dead, they can eventually become a giant tree that supports the sky. Aramaki's face in front of Rayleigh kept changing. Finally, he still planned to fight. If he retreated like this, he really had no face to face Lord King. What to say then? Will he leave in disgrace like a loser when threatened by the appearance of a legendary pirate? As long as he thought of that scene, Aramaki felt extremely ashamed. He took a deep breath. At least, he had to fight to prove that he had tried hard. When Aramaki made up his mind, another voice suddenly came out, and it was extremely arrogant. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, I didn't expect you to be on this island. Everyone looked in response. On the roof of a house on one side of the street, a figure was seen sitting. At this time, he stood up, carrying a huge purple-black sickle on his shoulder. The casually tied golden hair fluttered in the breeze. The Scythe of Despair, Kabesho, turned out to be him, the top monster who escaped from the Push Castle during the Extreme Evil War. The bounty is 1.89 billion. As people saw his face clearly, they were shocked. Although the Scythe of Despair has not been so active recently, the Extreme Evil War has not been over for long. Many people still remember his bounty clearly. The bounty is close to 1.9 billion, and there are not many pirates in this world who have such a bounty amount. It is inevitable to leave a deep impression. Seeing that figure, Rayleigh's face also changed. This guy actually appeared here at this time. It's a bit difficult. Rayleigh, since you are here, it's just right, come and help me cool down. I'm so angry recently. The reason why Gabejuo appeared here was for the Kendo conference that was making a lot of noise recently. As a great swordsman, how could he miss such a grand event? But when he thought of the clothes on his body that needed to be carefully protected, he just felt that his anger was rising. Why did he protect this damn clothes? This clothes made him unable to fight as he wanted. Next time we meet, I must kill that guy 10,000 times. At this time, Gabejuo jumped and slowly walked in front of Rayleigh. And Rayleigh also felt unusually tricky. He didn't expect that this guy would be released. The Scythe of Despair, Gabejuo, was a bloodthirsty battle maniac in the previous New World, with a group of crew members who drove his ship. He looked for swordsmen all over the world, and he had chopped both the navy and the pirates. As one of the most famous pirate groups at that time, Roger's pirate group was naturally entangled by him. However, Roger felt that this guy was very interesting, so he did not kill him. I heard that he was defeated by the Golden Lion and was taken away by the navy. I didn't expect to meet him here this time. Ahem. Rayleigh coughed slightly, and then smiled at Gabejuo. Gabejuo, can you give me a favor? I'll be there anytime next time if you want to fight. Gabejuo's mouth cracked at the corners of Rayleigh's words, and then he laughed wildly. After a while, with Rayleigh's somewhat bad expression, Gabejuo's giant scythe was raised by him. He burst over, and the sound came out slowly. Your face is worthless. Die for me. Bang. The ground was broken into pieces like tofu. Dang. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Rayleigh drew out his knife at some point and held the giant sickle that was cutting towards him from the side. Oni shockwave burst out directly from the center of the confrontation between the two. At this time, Rayleigh was a little helpless. This guy in front of him was not easy to deal with. Seeing Rayleigh blocking his attack, Gabejuo also began to get excited. Sure enough, boring daily exercise is not as good as the feeling of fighting with others. In Gabejuo's excitement, the two began to fight. And Aramaki next to him was relieved when he saw Pluto, Rayleigh and Scythe of Despair fighting in a group. At this time, he might be able to retreat with the supernovas. Then let the Navy headquarters send Lord King over, so that these two guys will not be able to escape. As he thought so, his fingers also stretched out branches to tie up the surrounding supernovas. Rayleigh, who was fighting with Gabajuo, also sensed this, and his face changed. If Aramaki really let Shanks take him away, it would be too difficult for him to rescue him. He was not sure that he could rescue people from the city. Dang! How dare you be distracted while fighting me? Rayleigh! You are so annoying. Gabajuo! What is this? Gabajuo seemed to have seen something, and the corners of his mouth curled up wildly. Rayleigh's blade was like thunder, and his domineering aura was wrapped around it, supplemented by superb swordsmanship. He swung his violent slash at Gabajuo. Facing the oncoming slash, Gabajuo had no intention of resisting at all. He just hardened the armed aura of the upper body in advance, and then faced the upper body. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 187 Arrogance will increase people's weaknesses, the duel between Orochimaru and Aramaki. Bang! As Rayleigh wrapped the thunder-like slash and chopped directly at Aramaki. Aramaki broke directly into two pieces. The supernovas he had tied up also scattered. At this time, he quickly said to Logi and his gang in the distance. Take your captain away quickly. Logi and his gang also woke up as if from a dream, and rushed over frantically to take Shanks and Beckman away directly. The same was true for other supernova pirate groups. Only the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates here all fell to the ground, and they had no one to help. Damn it! Aramaki's figure appeared again on the trees not far from Rayleigh. His appearance also made his navy feel at ease. Those navy thought Aramaki was killed by Pluto Rayleigh in seconds. And Aramaki's forehead was sweating. Just now, he quickly moved his body when Rayleigh was staring at him. Otherwise, he didn't know what it would be like if he was hit by Rayleigh. At this time, he 23 looked at Rayleigh staring at him. For those pirate groups who rescued the supernovas, they didn't dare to act rashly for a while. Ha ha ha! Rayleigh, I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to get rid of this damn bondage. When Huangmu was silent, the laughter of Gabajuo was heard in the distance. I saw Gabajuo carrying his giant sickle and walking out of the thick smoke. At this time, his upper body was naked, and his clothes were gone. Rayleigh also frowned. He didn't think deeply about Gabajuo's unusual behavior of not blocking but facing his slash. Now it seems that Zhao has helped him unintentionally. As a thank you, I will use all my strength to fight you. Hearing what Gabajuo said next gave Rayleigh a headache. Let's fight. At this time, Gabajuo shot towards Rayleigh again. As a man with extremely strong strength that Rayleigh was a little afraid of, Gabajuo naturally had outstanding strength. His basic attributes of spirit and agility have reached the level of S, and his physique and strength are also A+. His armament haki is the best among the A-level ones, and his observation haki has reached the level of foreseeing the future. Add to that his superb swordsmanship known for its speed and his violent will that seems to cut through the heaven and earth. He is a very difficult character. At least if the current Admiral Zephyr were to fight him, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. Because Admiral Zephyr's observation haki has not reached the level of foreseeing the future, and Zephyr's fighting spirit is not strong now, and his armament haki is no longer as strong as before. If he really fights with Gabajuo, the result is still unknown. When Rayleigh and Gabajuo fought again, Aramaki began to focus on the pirates who rescued the supernova and were about to escape. What a joke! How could the supernova he had worked so hard to defeat be allowed to slip away like this? Aramaki quickly chased after them, intending to crush all those small fish to death. Swoosh! Golden snake shadows broke through the air. Aramaki sensed the danger and dodged the attack directly. Snake Lord Orochimaru, you dare to attack me. I didn't bother you and you didn't take the opportunity to escape, but you dared to come to me. Looking at Orochimaru who suddenly appeared in front of him, Aramaki said coldly. He. Arrogance will increase people's weaknesses, Navy. Orochimaru smiled slightly at Aramaki. It is a good choice for Orochimaru to get rid of Aramaki first at this time. Because Aramaki directly crushed the supernovas, and Orochimaru only needed to get rid of him. The contrast came out at once. It looks easy to fight if the Navy Aramaki who defeated 9 supernovas was easily defeated by the strongest supernova, it would definitely be a big news. Although the supernovas are not very powerful yet, they are attracting much attention. Because they are the supernovas praised by Morgans as the worst generation, and they are the new generation that will stir up the times in the future. Who knows, there may suddenly be a monster like the worst pirate Hisoka or the king of fear Ryomen Sukuna. The future possibilities of the supernovas are the main reason why they are attracting much attention. Humph! What big talk! Since you have taken action, then you will also be defeated here and become my nutrients. As Aramaki's voice fell, the tree vines began to spread and grow around him, dancing wildly towards Orochimaru. Then, let me experiment. Looking at the crazy surging vine branches, Orochimaru's face was still very calm. Roar! Roar! Two roars roared. Under the stunned expressions of the navy and the crowd watching from afar and Aramaki in front of him, two real golden snake heads stretched out from behind Orochimaru, from originally small to huge after stretching out 10 meters. It felt like the two snake heads could swallow a person in one gulp. But this was not the most shocking thing for Aramaki. What shocked him even more was that one snake head spewed flames from its mouth, and the other snake head spewed a violent wind. The combination of the two was like a natural fire spreading towards Aramaki's vines. What kind of ability is this? I have never heard that the Snake King Orochimaru can produce such a huge snake head, and it can also attack with wind and fire. Does that mean his ability is the legendary animal type fantasy beast 320 species? Aramaki was confused. But soon he began to panic. Because he found that the temperature of those fires was much higher than the temperature of natural fire, and the scale was so large, and it spread towards his vines and trees in an instant with the strong wind. Fire Prevention Forest. A row of trees with fire prevention function appeared directly in front of Aramaki. As a user of the Mori Mori fruit, he also prevented the possibility of being restrained. Although I don't know what special ability you have, it's a pipe dream to think that you can stop me with this. After blocking the fire, Aramaki began to taunt, although the supernova ability in front of him seemed difficult to deal with. But he would not back down because of this, just like this is far from enough. Really? So what? Orochimaru didn't care about Aramaki's words, but said leisurely. The two snake heads dancing around him began to open their mouths slightly. Blue and orange light particles gathered in front of the two snake heads, and Aramaki only felt the dangerous breath surging on them. What on earth is this? Before Aramaki could wonder, a spherical ball of light gathered. Take this move. Navy. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 188. Everyone was shocked, wishing they had more legs. As Aramaki's pupils shrank slightly, the 30-centimeter-long light ball in front of him, which seemed to carry a breath of destruction and was intertwined with green and orange, burst towards him, as if two circles of air burst around it. Can't avoid it. Aramaki didn't treat Orochimaru as seriously as he treated Rayleigh, so he naturally didn't prepare in advance. Until the light ball burst over, he couldn't dodge in time. He could only bear it, covered with armed color domineering, vine branches were intertwined, and the fire prevention forest in front was also surging wildly. Bang bang bang! The light ball directly penetrated the fire prevention forest in front of Aramaki and hit the shield of vine branches intertwined in front of Aramaki. Boom boom boom! The deafening sound resounded through the sky, and the sky and the earth seemed to lose their color. The light ball began to expand directly with a huge movement. Even Rayleigh and Gabai, who had already fought to a wider position in the distance, were attracted by the huge movement. A huge green-orange ball of light dozens of meters long intertwined in front of them. Boom boom boom! The strong wind and shock waves were blowing, but this was not the main thing. More importantly, the brightness of the light ball made people's eyes hurt. The people who had withdrawn from the battlefield 100 meters away earlier used buildings to resist the strong wind and impact, and used their arms to block the dazzling light. Soon, the sound that resounded through the sky disappeared. The world was silent. The people who were watching also felt the disappearance of the dazzling light. They put their arms and looked at the position of Vice Admiral Aramaki. They were very curious about the light ball released by the pirate supernova Snake King Orochimaru just now. The huge movement was very strong at a glance. As the scene in front of them came into view, even if they had been mentally prepared, they were still shocked. A huge pit of dozens of meters appeared in the distance. The upper part of the pit boundary was like glass with dense cracks. The lower part was like wooden charcoal cracks. It was the root of the Yarkai mangrove. There was a small and shaky earth and stone pillar in the center of the pit. Standing on it was Vice Admiral Aramaki. But now he looked a little miserable. It was unbearable to look at. His body was covered with burnt scars, and it looked doubtful whether he could still move. How terrifying! Just now, Vice Admiral Aramaki easily defeated the combined forces of 9 supernovas and turned 8 supernovas into mummies. Now he was beaten like this by the supernova Orochimaru. Yes, the gap is too big. Why is there such a big gap between the supernovas? Is this the strongest supernova of the worst generation? It feels like he is not on the same level as other supernovas. Among the onlookers, the members of the Red Hair Pirates and the Andre Pirates have not yet withdrawn. They looked at the figure that seemed to be shaky, Orochimaru, and the huge snake head emitting a faint golden light next to him, and they all felt incredible. The Snake King Orochimaru is so powerful. He and their captain are both supernovas of the worst generation. The captain's corpse next to them was still reminding them how powerful Aramaki was, but now he was beaten like this by the Snake King Orochimaru. This man is so annoying. The Red Hair Pirate Sloggy and his companions took a last look at the battlefield and evacuated immediately. They hurried to replenish water and food for Shanks and Beckman, otherwise they might die at any time. The Andre Pirates did the same, only Hughes looked at Orochimaru deeply at the end. Young people nowadays are really amazing. Is there another monster among pirates? Rayleigh and Gabai stopped their hands temporarily at this time, looking at Orochimaru in the distance and sighed. Although Orochimaru does not look very young, he is a young man in the eyes of Rayleigh, who is now in his 50s. Now in the pirate camp, there is a new monster called Hisoka, the evil pirate, and the more terrifying king of terror, Sukuna Ryomen. And Orochimaru's performance made Rayleigh feel that this man might quickly become that kind of big pirate. The times have passed too fast. It has only been a few years since the Great Pirate Era. There are so many great pirates, and other supernovas cannot be underestimated in the future. If Roger is still alive, he must be very excited. While Rayleigh was sighing, Gabai looked at the 2 golden snake heads stretching out from behind Orochimaru, and his mouth was also cracked. This guy must be very powerful to chop. The center of the battlefield. Aramaki was very panicked at this time. He did not expect the power of this supernova to be so strong. It was just one attack that almost seriously injured him. The reason why he stood still at this time. It was because the roots under his feet were constantly extracting nutrients from the Ryomen mangroves underground to repair his injuries. Now Aramaki was very eager to retreat. The supernova in front of him was completely different from other supernovas. He cursed in his heart. Is the guy who set a bounty for this Orochimaru crazy? Isn't it cheating to say this bounty? Even if there is a deviation, such a big difference is too much. What? Do you want to retreat? It seems that your strength cannot support your arrogance. The light seemed to be gathering. Orochimaru looked at Aramaki, who was already thinking of retreating, and couldn't help but smile. But Aramaki couldn't listen to what Orochimaru said. Because this guy is still coming. In front of him, a familiar ball of light gathered again between the 2 snake heads. Damn! If he gets hit by another shot, he will probably lie on the ground directly. At this time, Aramaki's ferocity increased greatly, because he felt that he was firmly locked in, and even if he moved, he would be hit by this ball of light. He already had the intention to retreat, but the other party was still pressing him tightly, which was really too much. This time, his roots have been connected to the Yarkai mangrove, with the support of this largest giant tree in the world. Even if he was attacked like this, he would not retreat. Boom boom boom. Countless tree vines and branches emerged from the giant pit, turning into a natural devil forest, and began to entangle with each other. Faced with Aramaki's display of such a posture, Orochimaru also became interested. Roar! Roar! Under the horrified eyes of the crowd in the distance, 2 more huge golden snake heads stretched out from behind Orochimaru. They also joined the moves of the light ball. Water blue and earth brown light particles gathered on the light ball, and the light ball suddenly expanded, from more than 30 centimeters to about 1 meter. 4 colors wandered on the light ball, looking extremely beautiful and dazzling. Run, run! People who were originally stunned suddenly heard a passerby shout and woke up from a dream. At this distance, it seems that their lives may really be in danger. Run, run, run quickly! At this time, everyone had only this thought, and began to flee in panic, wishing their parents would give them more legs. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote, and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 189 Garp and Aokiji's arrival. You actually tricked me. Even the others were like this. Aramaki, who was locked by Orochimaru's moves, was even more panicked. What on earth is this monster? What exactly is his ability? But Aramaki didn't have too many questions. Because the light ball shot towards him again. He gritted his teeth and turned into a huge tree man, enveloping the plants in and around the pit, and began to defend with all his strength. Boom boom boom. The huge light ball was expanding, and there was only endless energy impact within the 100-meter range with Aramaki as the diameter. Ah! The screams were heard, but they were covered by the light ball. Aramaki only felt that his whole body was in severe pain, even though he had used the armament color. As for the natural system ignoring damage, it didn't work. Pain. It really hurts. He just joined the navy, how could he fall here? Lord King. Orochimaru, that bastard Orochimaru. After a while, the 100-meter four-color light ball slowly disappeared. And the people in the distance also looked like they had survived a disaster. The huge impact just now sent many people flying directly, and many people lay down when the shock wave came, minimizing the damage to the greatest extent. Of course, some unlucky people were directly crushed to death by the blown-down buildings. 293 after this, many ordinary people were injured, with various injuries, and some even died on the spot. Obviously, this kind of battlefield is not a joke. If you are too ordinary and still want to watch, you need to bear the corresponding risks. At this time, many people on the field were wailing. Some people were seriously injured or even lost their lives while watching the excitement. It was too unlucky. However, many people who were not slightly injured or embarrassed did not care about those wailing guys. Instead, they cast their eyes on the huge hemispherical deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Some of them could not see inside and ran in to see it. Because they were too curious. Soon, they saw the figure in the center of the deep pit as they wished. I saw that Vice Admiral Huangmyo could no longer recognize his original face and was lying quietly at the bottom of the pit. Looking at this situation, he should not be able to stand up. Is that Vice Admiral Aramaki dead? I don't know, it's too far to see clearly. What a monster! This kind of attack, after today, the supernova Snake King Orochimaru will probably be famous all over the world. While everyone was discussing, Orochimaru looked at Aramaki at the bottom of the pit, and a branch emerged from the bottom of the pit, tying Aramaki and stretching towards Orochimaru like a vine. When everyone saw this scene, they thought that Vice Admiral Aramaki of the Navy was still conscious. Until the branch flew to the side of Orochimaru at the edge of the pit, they realized that it should not be. How could you deliver yourself to the hands of the enemy? Is this the ability of Snake King Orochimaru? What kind of ability is it? It's really curious. The crowd, especially the reporters of the World Economic News Agency, were very curious. Vice Admiral Aramaki. Vice Admiral Aramaki. The Navy present was very anxious, because from the scene, Vice Admiral Aramaki seemed to be unconscious. Now that they have fallen into the hands of the strongest supernova of the pirates, Orochimaru, how could they not be anxious? Orochimaru tied up Aramaki, and the 100-meter pit suddenly produced soil and began to cover it. Seeing that Aramaki was seriously injured and unconscious, Orochimaru also put him down casually. It seems that this navy cannot test his current strength. However, it seems that two stronger ones have come over there, and Orochimaru casts his eyes to the distance. And Orochimaru's actions also made people in the distance look over. I saw two bubble cars in the distance moving at high speed. Ha ha ha, Kyuzan boy, you are still too slow. If you don't work harder, I will win. At this time, Garp was pedaling a bubble car similar to a tricycle. There were also several Navy generals on it. At this time, they felt the flying wind and the flickering scenery. Looking at Garp's childlike appearance and the shaky bubble car, they felt helpless and helpless. Behind the bubble car that Garp was riding was also a bubble car of the same style. The only difference is that the driver was Vice Admiral Kyuzan. At this time, Kyuzan looked a little helpless in the passing wind. When he came over, Mr. Garp wanted to compete with the bubble car, and he had no choice but to agree. If he lost, he would have to grind coffee for him for a month. So he didn't want to lose. But he kept pedaling at a high speed. The chain inside the pedal link was almost smoking. The current speed is already the limit, and if he pushes harder, the bubble car will disintegrate. This is the rhythm of losing. Mr. Garp, that seems to be Pluto Rayleigh. Pluto Rayleigh? He appeared again. Let me see where he is. Hearing Kyuzan's words from behind, Garp was dignified, looked back in one direction, and even his movements paused for a moment. Good opportunity. Kyuzen's eyes flashed. In just a moment, the speed of his feet also soared and had a certain rhythm. He showed a high level of unity between man and car. His car surpassed Garp in an instant. Garp's eyes popped out as Kyuzen's car moved. "Little brat, you tricked me." The loud voice echoed throughout the grassland. Garp also quickly used the same technique to catch up. But it was too late. Soon, as the two bubble cars disintegrated in the air, Kyuzen and Garp also landed steadily in front of Orochimaru and Aramaki. The admirals on the bubble car were caught off guard. Some managed to land handsomely, while others fell flat on their faces. Garp, who had landed, stared at Aokiji. "Little brat, you dare to trick me." If Sengoku knew that he was tricked by a junior after he returned, he would be laughed to death. P.S. Guys, please collect, vote, and give me flowers, and data. Chapter 190. Don't let your brain get damaged by the battle. Use all your strength to fight. Mr. Garp, this is not important now. The most urgent thing is to save Vice Admiral Aramaki. Faced with Garp's questioning, Kyuzen deliberately avoided the question, and then looked at Orochimaru, who was interested in him, and Aramaki, who fell to the ground next to him with a serious face. Just now, they saw the dazzling ball of light from a distance. Looking at the surrounding situation now, is Vice Admiral Aramaki defeated? He was defeated by the evil generation's supernova, Orochimaru. Fortunately, Marshal Sora sent him here in advance. The most important thing is that Mr. Garp also came here. Otherwise, he would not be sure that he could deal with Orochimaru by himself. After all, Vice Admiral Aramaki is not a weakling. The supernova's strength is obviously as strong as a monster, as he was able to defeat him and did not seem to be injured. The dazzling and bright huge ball of light is also a great threat to him. And there are not only the Scythe of Despair Kabesho who appeared in the Sabayati archipelago and the intelligence, but also the Pluto Rayleigh. Aokiji looked at the two people who were looking at this side from a distance more solemnly. The Scythe of Despair Kabesho and the Pluto Rayleigh. It seems that this time there is trouble. While Aokiji was thinking, Garp was depressed for a while and gave up for the time being. Although he was a little jumpy, he would still distinguish the severity of the situation. Tisk tisk tisk. Garp couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the miserable state of Aramaki lying on the ground. He had personally taught this kid when Aramaki took the big test. So he knew exactly how powerful Aramaki was, but now he was in such a miserable state. Looking at the supernova Orochimaru, who was still calm even when facing him and Aokiji, Garp couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that another great pirate will appear in the pirates. But Rayleigh is the same. If he is in the Sabayati archipelago, he should live in the Sabayati archipelago. He should live well in his old age. Does he really think the navy is made of mud when he always comes out? At this time, Garp was speechless when he looked at Rayleigh from a distance. Could this guy live on this island specifically to rescue supernovas when they are in trouble? Garp couldn't help but doubt Rayleigh's motives for being on this island. Da-da-da. The crisp footsteps sounded. Aokiji walked towards Aramaki next to Orochimaru, while being alert to Orochimaru's attack. And Orochimaru ignored him. Compared to the relatively immature Aokiji, Orochimaru paid more attention to legendary navy like Garp. Since he came, whether for more reputation or to test his own strength, then it is worth fighting. Snake Lord Orochimaru, your eyes tell me that you want to fight me. Come if you want to fight. But this place is too close to the flow of people. You'd better come with me. Garp said and shot towards Rayleigh. He was also curious about Orochimaru. This latest supernova is the strongest supernova. Now it seems that it is more than a little stronger than other supernovas. The four golden snake heads behind him look very magical. Is it the ability of some kind of mythical beast of snakes? The powerful move like a ball of light just now was also released by him. This place is not far from the flow of people. If that move is used randomly, there is no telling how many people in this area will be killed or injured. Those guys are too careless. They are still watching the excitement at this critical moment. They are really not afraid of death. At this time, Garp was flying towards Rayleigh, and his mind was full of random thoughts. Orochimaru looked at Garp's back and smiled at the vigilant Aokiji next to him. Then he also flew over with Garp's back. Flying is the instinct of the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai on Orochimaru, just like people are born to breathe. From this perspective, the world behind the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai may be very gorgeous. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, we meet again. You guys always run out. Do you want to retire in the city of Impel Down? At this time, Rayleigh looked at Garp, who was shooting all the way, and black lines appeared on his forehead. He only attacked twice. And the first time can't be counted as an attack. However, he couldn't ignore Garp's words. Because the navy is really powerful now. Marshal Sora, the 3 admirals, the 3 monster vice admirals, and the navy hero Garp. The strength of those monster vice admirals is constantly growing and is beginning to approach the old generation. And there are some good seedlings in the great recruitment. Among them, the newly appeared Aramaki has proved that he has unlimited future in the battle with other supernovas just now. The most important thing is the Navy Admiral King. The threat of that man is too great. Garp, how are you? Let's not push the city forward. Next time, I'll treat you to a drink when I get a chance. Ha ha ha. Is your wine so good? If you show up again, I'll beat you to death. Last time he drank, he drove the King of Terror away. If he comes again next time, Garp really wants to beat this old guy to death. I'm so annoyed. If you want to reminisce, just stay aside. Now is the time for battle. Gabajuo interrupted the interaction between the two and stared at Rayleigh. Just now, Orochimaru stopped the battle, but the battle is not over. Looking at Gabajuo's eyes staring at him, Rayleigh was speechless. Now Garp and Aokiji of the navy have come over, and this guy is still thinking about fighting. Don't let the battle damage his brain. Garp was speechless looking at Gabajuo next to him. But he didn't say much, because Orochimaru behind him followed. He cast his eyes on Orochimaru. Let him try how strong this guy is. He. Navy hero Garp, I have heard of your name, so let me use my full strength to compete with you. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Garp also became serious. But soon his face changed and he became stunned. Roar! Roar! As the roar of the giant beast sounded, the man named Orochimaru has disappeared, replaced by a behemoth with 8 snake heads. 8 heads, didn't this guy fight Aramaki with his full strength just now? Garp's heart became heavy. If this is the case, his strength needs to be re-evaluated. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please data. Chapter 191 Orochimaru's 8-headed ability, Rashomon. When Garp began to take it seriously, the people in the distance were even more shocked. The behemoth that Orochimaru, the Snake King, turned into had 8 snake heads. They were no longer shocked by his transformation into a behemoth, but by the number of snake heads. When he defeated Vice Admiral Aramaki just now, he only used 4 snake heads to defeat him. Now there are 4 more snake heads, which means that the man did not use his full strength at all. After witnessing this fact, those who had foresight began to run away. No one knew that the snake. How powerful would it be if Orochimaru released the previous move in this state? You can't lose your life just to watch the excitement. However, there were also people who didn't give up and ran away. As long as they brought a telescope and stood at a higher position, they could still see it clearly. After all, it was a duel between the strongest supernova of the worst generation, Orochimaru, and the Navy hero Garp. The Navy hero Garp was a navy with a glorious record, and he even had the title of the strongest marine. Although he has lost this title now because of the appearance of a man like King of Hell in the navy. But it is undeniable that he is an unimaginable big shot. On the battlefield, Rayleigh also shot out, leaving the field to Garp and Orochimaru. Just now, he saw Orochimaru using that light ball move. Now that he is so close, he is really worried about being affected. And Gabai's eyes were burning as he looked at the huge monster that was emitting a faint golden light and looked very sacred in the air. I really want to chop this guy. But he finally chased after Rayleigh. He still prefers one-on-one fighting, which feels more refreshing. XXXX. Let's kill Rayleigh first. Ho ho ho. Boom boom boom. When Rayleigh and Gabai were far away, the battle between Orochimaru and Garp began. Garp was stunned. The 8 snake heads used various abilities. The fire column and wind column combined to form a fiery column that blocked the air. The ground was bound by vines and heavy gravity. There was also a purple tide of water and venom flowing on the ground, surging towards him. There was also a huge golden spear above his head falling towards Garp under the effect of the gravity field. It was the snake head with sharp gold ability and gigantic ability that cooperated. If Orochimaru only had the ability of this mythical beast Yamata no Orokai, he would have a hard time using it. There is no need to think about the exquisite coordination of the abilities of the 8 snake heads. It is good enough to be able to play with them all at once. However, Orochimaru now has another ability, multiple thinking. This ability allows him to do multiple things at once, just like multiple people can think differently. It is a very scary ability. And this ability is even more powerful when combined with the 8 heads of Orochimaru Yamata no Orokai. Now Garp is like facing 8 people with the same ability who are besieging him. Garp was confused when he suddenly faced this situation. What kind of monster is this? He can use so many abilities at the same time. It's just that the situation is critical and Garp can't think too much. Other abilities are easy to say, but he doesn't want to try the purple liquid like Tide. This color reminds Garp of the power of the poison fruit of Magellan, the deputy director of Impel Down. He really doesn't want to try whether the Tide in front of him is like the sea wave. The same poison. At this time, Garp began to get serious. He used the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki right away. Boom boom boom. The huge shock wave directly defeated the pillar of wind and fire. And it directly penetrated the Tide. The explosion and shock wave made the purple tide flow in other directions around. Then he broke the vines that bound his legs and feet with a powerful explosive force, and at the same time ignored the surrounding gravity field and shot down Orochimaru. He also dodged the huge golden spear that landed on his head. The current ability of Orochimaru's mythical beast Yamata no Orokai is still A. The ability strength of each snakehead is not too high. It is not so easy to deal with Garp, a man known as a legendary navy. As a legendary navy who fought against the top guys such as Pirate King Roger and the former world's strongest man Whitebeard. Under the carefree appearance, there is unimaginable Conqueror's Haki. His basic attributes are different from those of Sengoku. Sengoku only has AS and Constitution, which directly breaks through the limit of the human body. But that was the credit of the awakening of the mythical beasts. And Garp was able to surpass Sengoku in reputation. It was not luck, except for his agility and constitution, which were S. Strength and spirit were both S+. This was actually in the same range as Whitebeard's basic attributes. Whitebeard relied on the combination of domineering, ability and armed color to exert a strong power. And Garp also combined domineering, physical skills and armed color. Such a Garp wanted to defeat Orochimaru even if he had the super ability of the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai. After all, his level was lower. At this time, Garp had already shot to the lower side of Orochimaru not far away, and he suddenly jumped up. The whole person jumped above Orochimaru. Thunder seemed to be wrapped around his arms. Come down. Orochimaru. Orochimaru's basic attributes of physical and mental strength are actually only A, even if he transforms into Yamata no Orokai, his physical defense has risen to A+. But Garp is very serious now, and he really has to endure his full strength entanglement. Under the dual impact of the body and the mind, even Orochimaru will not be easy. But Orochimaru is very calm, because Garp 4.3 can come here because he let him come. Otherwise, the cooperation of the 8 snakeheads is not vegetarian, how could he let him come so easily? Now he wants to test another ability. Ryomen. When Garp raised his will to shake the sky and bombarded Orochimaru's entire huge body. A grey, black, and purple 3 colors intertwined, exuding a weird atmosphere, a 10-meter-high strange material door appeared out of thin air in front of Orochimaru, and also blocked in front of Garp. Garp can clearly see the strange relief on the door that suddenly appeared. The twisted beasts, birds, people, and evil spirits all look terrifying and eerie. What is this? P.S. Please add collections, votes, and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 192 The Portal to the Underworld, the distance between life and death. At this time, Garp only had time to flash a question. But his fist did not stop, nor did he want to stop. No matter how this strange door appeared. He just had to smash it and run over Orochimaru. Boom boom boom. The powerful shock wave directly hit the strange door in front of him. The deafening sound resounded through the sky. Rayleigh, who was not far away, was fighting with Gabai while looking at Garp. He was also shocked when he saw the strange door. He was not shocked by the strangeness of the door, but that the door actually blocked Garp's power. That feeling was definitely that Garp was using his full power of domineering color entanglement. It can actually block such an attack. What kind of door is that? While Rayleigh was somewhat shocked, Garp, who was bombarding the door, was even more surprised. The door in front of him only had a tiny crack after receiving his attack. What a hell! And he was even more surprised. After being hit by such a powerful force, the door in front of him didn't even feel like moving in the air. Only the roar of vibration lingered in his ears. What kind of door is 24? Why can it be fixed in the air? Is it the ability of space? It is normal for Garp to have this question. In fact, Ryomen, this ability is really the door of space. This ability from an unknown world was exchanged by Mel. In a country in Mel's previous life, Ryomen represented the door to hell. This world does not have a popular hell, but it has Huangchuan. And the ability of Ryomen is now used in this world as the door to Huangchuan. As a door to the underworld, the use of Ryomen consumes mental power. The essence of its ability is that Orochimaru summons or, more accurately, creates a Ryomen to the underworld. That's right, it's a door embedded in space. If an outsider wants to move this door, he obviously needs the power to blast the space with brute force. There is no doubt that Garp's power has not reached that level. And this door is very hard, and its hardness does not come from the mental power used by Orochimaru when he uses his ability. It is the hardness provided by the energy backing of the underworld behind the door. It can be said that this is a very tricky ability. It improves the characteristic of relying on external forces to a very high level. Even though Orochimaru's Ryomen ability is only A level now, it can still block Garp's powerful and domineering impact, and it doesn't even seem to be a big deal. That's right. Those straightforward attacks are the distance between life and death in front of Orochimaru's ability. Of course, the ability is useful. But the mental power used to build a Ryomen is huge. Because Orochimaru needs a huge amount of mental power to build a close connection between Huangchuan and Ryomen, which is the guarantee of its hardness. That's right, this ability consumes a lot of energy, and Orochimaru's remaining mental power is actually not enough to build a second Ryomen. Fortunately, after the Ryomen is made, the consumption of maintaining its existence is not very large. And you can move the portal with less mental power. The more mental power you pay, the faster you move the Ryomen, and after reaching a certain consumption, you can also transfer the Ryomen in space. Simply put, it's like the flashing Ryomen. The longer the flash distance, the more mental power is spent. It is a very manipulable ability. This won't work. At this time, Garp, who was stepping on the moon step, bombarded the strange door in front of him several times. He gave up the idea of competing with the door. Although there were some small cracks on the door after several bombardments. But according to this trend, even if he used all his strength to hit it, he didn't know how many punches it would take to smash it. There is no need to be serious about a door. He planned to bypass this door and continue to attack Orochimaru. Boom boom boom. Garp made a booming sound while stepping on the moon step, and flew directly to the side of the door at a burst of speed. Prepare to make a flexible turn. But soon he was stunned. Because the door in front of him actually moved with his movement. This damn door can actually move? It can be like this? At this time, Garp was stunned for a moment, and his speed began to surge. He walked in the air as if on flat ground, and used the moon step in the air to shave. He wanted to see if this door could keep up with his speed. After a while, Garp gave up, because this door could actually teleport. It was really weird. If so, doesn't it mean that he must break this door to attack Orochimaru? If so, he can only go all out. Garp thought so in his heart. His face began to become completely serious, and he planned to use the strongest attack. Let's see what the effect is. Day. Garp jumped into the air. Ryomen also shifted to the diagonal sky above Orochimaru. At this time, Garp's right hand was wrapped with Conqueror's haki, and at the same time, Armament haki was wrapped around it, and his body seemed to be rumbling. The whole person seemed to be emitting steam. He fell towards Ryomen diagonally below, holding up a fist that could crush a mountain. Break it for me. Boom boom boom. A huge shock wave rushed out between Garp and the door, forming a huge air circle, which looked very spectacular. Thunder flashed around Garp, and the light shone in the atmosphere around Garp like a stream of water. The sky and the earth seemed to have lost their color and dimmed. People in the distance also looked at the shocking scene. After a while, the movement returned to calm, and Garp also looked at the results in front of him. Several cracks more than 1 meter long spread where he had just attacked. Hey! Garp took a deep breath, although this more than 1 meter long crack looked much better than the previous results. But compared with this 10 meter high and very heavy door, it seemed nothing. Forget it, let's keep working hard. When Garp thought so, Orochimaru on the back of Ryomen roughly understood the general defense of a Ryomen. Even the legendary navy with such a great reputation in the navy could not do anything in a short time, so this kind of defense seemed to be good. Now Orochimaru doesn't want to waste time. The test now is enough. Maintaining this door and moving this door will consume his mental power. At present, his mental power is not high enough, and continuing will put a heavy burden on his mind. Because of this door, Orochimaru plans to end this battle. Then, let's try the last move. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 193 Yakidama, so beautiful. At this time, Orochimaru also had a plan in his mind. He planned to use the final move of the mythical beast Yakidama. Yakidama is the light ball move he used before, but those are simplified versions, maybe 2-branched jade and 4-branched jade. This move can be combined with different snake heads, which is also a very convenient big move. The destructive power is also large enough, the power is relatively restrained, and the power is very powerful within the affected range. Buzz buzz buzz. The atmosphere seems to be trembling. As Orochimaru's 8 golden snakes slightly opened their mouths, 7 colors of light particles gathered in front of them. Wind blue, earth brown, water blue, fire orange, sharp gold, poisonous purple, wood green. It seems that the 7 colors form a huge light ball that blends and wanders. 30 centimeters, 80 centimeters, 1 meter, 2 meters, the Yakidama gradually stagnated at 3 meters. The last snake head also opened its mouth, and white light particles joined it, and the 3-meter light ball suddenly surged to 5 meters. It exudes a terrifying breath. Garp outside the Rashomon is not blind, after all, Orochimaru's body is already more than 20 meters high. The 10-meter-high Rashomon only blocked Garp's attack, and did not block his vision. He watched the huge light ball appear with a strong breath of danger. Even if he wanted to attack to stop Orochimaru from releasing it, he was stopped by Rashomon. Damn! This move is too dangerous. At this time, feeling the fluctuations of the atmosphere, Garp had a mouthful of old phlegm in his mouth that he wanted to spit out. This move is very dangerous. It's so dangerous. Garp felt a strong warning coming from his body. I didn't have this feeling when I was watching from a distance before. Was it because I didn't use my full strength before? Another incredible monster has appeared in the pirates. Boom! Garp began to step on the moon step and shot in one direction. In the air, he was like a target, and there was no point of support. This move was very dangerous. Under such circumstances, it was not so stubborn to catch Garp. Day. Soon, he landed on a piece of land at the junction of several huge mangroves. Here you can even see the sea currents in the gaps between the roots of several mangroves. They are not very large, only a few meters to 10 meters wide. While Garp was on full alert, Rayleigh and Gabajuo were also fleeing not far away, and they could clearly sense the powerful waves from Orochimaru. They were too close now, only about 100 or 200 meters away, and they didn't feel safe at this distance. The light sphere was several times larger than before, and the range of this fall was likely to include them as well. If you don't run now, will you be hit by Orochimaru's ultimate move? Among them, Rayleigh is rational, while Gabai is just running for his life. His physical strength is only A and his armament haki is not top-notch. If he is really in danger of his life in the affected area, even if he is warlike and stubborn, he would not want to be killed by the aftermath of others. As for the people watching from afar, they are also trembling. Many people have packed up their weapons and fled frantically. In the crowd, there is a short-haired man wearing red clothes and black pants with a big knife on his back, who looks very arrogant. He looked at the dazzling and colorful light in the distance, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He is one of the supernovas, Blood Shuragalal. When the supernovas fought against Aramaki before, he went to other areas of the archipelago in Shampoo. Now when he came back, he saw such a dazzling scene. What a sacred creature! I don't know what color his blood is. He thought so. On the other side, Orochimaru in the air also watched Garp go away quietly. Garp was indeed quite close to him just now. If the Yakidama was released at this distance, even if there was Rashomon blocking it, the door could still be broken. Now the distance is about the same. Looking at Garp in the distance, ready to go, Rashomon moved away. Bang, bang, bang. The huge Yakidama seemed to burst out several air circles and slammed towards Garp's position. Garp faced the Yakidama falling rapidly from the sky. His face changed, this speed. He burst out with a powerful momentum, and his armed color domineering hardened all over his body. The Yakidama fell diagonally above him in an instant. Garp's whole body was pitch black, and at the same time his body seemed to be wrapped in red blood. He waved his fists that could shake the sky and shatter the mountains. He blasted at the Yakidama at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling light burst out, and the sky and the earth were directly discolored. Because the light was so bright, other places seemed dim. A huge ball of light exploded, bringing with it a powerful shock wave and a strong wind. What is that? What's going on? I feel so depressed. Such a dazzling light, what happened over there? At this time, the people of the entire Sabayati archipelago were attracted by a dazzling colorful light in the distance. Under that dazzling light, the surrounding lights seemed to fall into darkness. It was hard not to pay attention, and the deafening sound and the trembling feeling in the heart also attracted people. In the deep sea, thousands of meters below the sea surface in the waters around the Sabayati archipelago, there are some fishmen swimming here from time to time. They are some fishmen who yearn for the bustle of the Sabayati archipelago and the sunshine on the ground, and there are even mermaids. From time to time, they float on the sea to watch the Sabayati archipelago. At this time, they couldn't help but look up at the place where the roots of the Ryomen mangroves are intertwined. There was a dazzling light, and the seabed, which should have been dark at this location in the deep sea, became bright and colorful. What is that? Is it the sun? In the hearts of these fish people, only the sun can emit such dazzling light. But why is it colorful light? But it is so beautiful. These fishmen began to swim towards the light with doubts, curiosity, and longing in their hearts. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 194 The New Landscape Sea Lake in the Sabayati Archipelago, can he be like this in the future? Boom boom boom. The trembling of the atmosphere gradually disappeared. The dazzling light also disappeared, especially at the junction of the three mangroves around the Sabayati Archipelago where the light ball landed. The people on these three mangroves had the greatest emotional fluctuations, because they were greeted not only by light and sound, but also by a powerful shock wave. There are many people on these three mangroves who were directly killed by the collapse of houses. There are also people who were blown away by the strong wind and fell seriously injured while walking on the road. They are truly disasters from the sky. What is that? There is a lake. Is it the explosion just now? What is going on? And what kind of monster is that? It has 8 heads. The duel between Garp and Orochimaru was not long ago, and people in other areas were about to be attracted by the noise. Because it was far away, the figure over there could not be seen clearly and it was not clear what was going on for a while. But now a huge lake appeared there, hundreds of meters wide, and the huge mangrove roots around it looked like they were cut smoothly. Is there a lake in the Sabayati archipelago, or a sea lake? At this time, people looked at the area over there in disbelief. At the same time, someone used a telescope to look at the golden light in the sky, which was farther away. There was a majestic and sacred 8-headed giant snake. Is that the legendary mythical beast? Was this lake caused by it? While people in other areas were speculating, people in Area 24 were clearer, because they had seen almost all the way from 537 here. What a terrifying power, it actually blew up a lake there. Will there be a new lake here in the Sabayati archipelago in the future? Is this the point? The legendary Navy Garp disappeared. Was he blown to pieces? Could the legendary Navy Garp have died in the battle? He was the man who could chase the Pirate King. Big news, big news. No matter what. The strongest supernova, Orochimaru, will shock the world. The people here were shocked, terrified, or excited as they looked at the huge monster in the sky in the distance. Mr. Garp. At this time, Aokiji in the Navy was also looking at the newly appeared sea lake with concern. He felt that Mr. Garp should have fallen into the sea water, and he would never believe that the man would be killed so easily. After some people in the Navy were stunned, they also thought of this question. They started running towards there and prepared to go down to the sea to explore. But soon, before they arrived, a figure staggered up from the sea lake. It was Garp. What a terrifying power! What a monster! Garp, who climbed up, spat out a mouthful of blood and sighed. He looked very miserable now, covered in blood, his clothes were torn, and his hair was burnt. Now his whole body was steaming, his body was metabolizing rapidly, and his injuries were recovering rapidly. The stronger the physique, the stronger the recovery ability, and Garp was a master of physical skills. At the same time, he had a very terrifying understanding of the life return of the Navy's 6 styles. He could recover from his body's injuries by quickly increasing the speed of metabolism. Of course, the disadvantage was that using it too much would reduce his lifespan. But now Garp had to use it, because even if he used a powerful attack just now, he offset a lot of damage. But he was still seriously injured. If he didn't use it, the monster would attack again. Next year, Sengoku would dance in front of his grave. What a strong physique! It seems that the legendary Navy Garp is worthy of his reputation. Orochimaru turned into a human body at this time and slowly landed in front of Garp. Rashomon seemed to follow behind him, looking very strange. Ha ha ha! Am I worthy of my reputation now? Garp couldn't help laughing when he heard Orochimaru's affirmation. Compared with Orochimaru, he is now very embarrassed. He he he. Orochimaru smiled slightly at Garp's self-mockery, and then said, "This battle ends here. I look forward to seeing you next time, Navy Garp." Orochimaru didn't plan to continue at this time. His physical strength could only support him to release the Yakidama once more. After all, his physical strength was not unlimited. His purpose was not to kill the Navy in front of him. It would be best if the Navy could use it many times. There is a difference only when there is a comparison. His popularity should be much higher this time. Next, if he keeps this pace and walks through the new world, he can find a suitable place to study. I heard from Moerjun that there is a man who controls a group of floating islands in this world, and he also has research that he is interested in. Maybe that man is what he is looking for. Orochimaru thought leisurely and flew towards the sky. And Rashomon also slowly faded and disappeared. Looking at the departing figure, Garp opened his mouth slightly but didn't say anything in the end. Although it felt a bit casual, it would be best to stop the fight at this time. Now he was not sure that he could defeat Orochimaru. He understood that the new world might have an extremely powerful pirate. The attack just now was worse than King's inhuman move in his life. It was stronger than all the other moves he had seen, and it could seriously injure him with one blow. From today on, the pirates in the new world will have a headache. What Garp thought was also what Rayleigh thought in the distance. This supernova really gave birth to a fierce dragon. The reporters in the distance were also very excited, although the battle was over. But this time the material was very popular, and it was time for President Morgans to make the decision. In the Navy, Aokiji looked at the back of the figure going away in the sky and frowned. However, he was also relieved. If he had taken the move just now, he might have died. That man was no longer the supernova Fan Tao. He was an existence that could fight with those top pirates and even win. I wonder if Hisoka can beat him? Aokiji couldn't help thinking at this time. In the area in the other direction of the Sabayati archipelago connecting the 24 areas, a man wearing a pirate hat, a white shirt and a black robe looked at the sea lake and the Navy in the distance. Is it late? At this time, he couldn't help thinking. He was the Golden Thief Unanimous, one of the supernovas of the worst generation. Unlike the Blood Shurigalil, he didn't just arrive because he was far away. It was because he was targeted by many bounty hunters and underground organizations that he was late. The reason for being targeted was also very simple. The name of the Golden Thief explained everything. It is rumored that Unanimous has a huge amount of gold. As long as he can be caught, countless gold can be obtained. Because of this rumor, Wunan suffered a lot after coming to the Grand Line. But he was able to come to the Sabayati archipelago tenaciously despite such rumors, which proved his outstanding strength. In addition to his own good strength, he also has the ability to explode. This is the devil fruit he found on the sea of the Grand Line. Later, he ate it because he could not stand the pursuit and gained the ability. What a terrifying explosion power! One day, can he do this? At this time, Wunan looked at the huge pit that looked like a lake and thought longingly. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 195 Morgans's Rumors, I will show it when the time comes. The next day, the overwhelming news began to fly to all parts of the world on the news bird. The strongest supernova Snake Lord Orochimaru versus the legendary Navy Garp, Navy Hero Garp is defeated, and a new super pirate is born. Vice Admiral Aramaki versus 9 supernovas, the supernovas are defeated. As the newspaper was distributed, people from all over the world were also attracted. The reason is very simple. After the Pirate King Roger opened the Great One Piece era, If the leader of the pirates is Whitebeard, then the most prestigious person on the Navy side is not the Navy Marshal. Instead, it is the Navy hero Garp, who can be said to be the signboard of the Navy. Now the first headline of the newspaper is very attractive. The Navy hero Garp was defeated. And he was defeated by a supernova. The sky of this new world is about to change. Many people think so when they see this headline again. The second headline in the newspaper is equally attractive. The first one says that the supernova defeated the Navy hero Garp, and the second one says that the Navy Vice Admiral defeated the supernova, and there are 9 of them. The two titles together are really curious. It makes people eager to know what happened. After reading the news in the newspaper, ordinary people can't help but worry. Because the pirates are even more powerful. The supernova Snake King Orochimaru of the worst generation actually defeated Garp. They believe this result because from the photos in the newspaper, a clear contrast between Orochimaru and Garp can be seen. One is calm and has a huge portal behind him, while the other is in tattered clothes and covered in blood. No matter how you look at it, it is a sign that the Navy hero Garp is at a disadvantage. Although the two did not fight to the end, Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, made a final conclusion on this result that many people couldn't help but agree. Not only that photo, but also the majestic and sacred figure of Orochimaru when he transformed into a giant snake and the newly born sea lake in the Sabayati archipelago. The sea lake of more than 500 meters was named Yaki Lake by Morgans. Because Morgans felt that Orochimaru's transformation into a giant snake was very similar to the appearance of the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai. As for the general in Wano country who had Yamata no Orokai in Morgans' original intelligence, Morgans directly expelled Yamata no Orokai from his hometown. He privately thought that the general would not eat a fake mythical beast. Of course, this was all Morgans' private opinion. And the high-level officials of various kingdoms were also worried after reading the newspaper. That Orochimaru's power is so strong that one move can actually open several a hole of 100 meters. You should know that some islands inhabited by small countries are only 1 or 2,000 meters in size. This is equivalent to the Snake King Orochimaru running to the islands of these countries and using a big move to destroy other kingdoms. As for other kingdoms, they are also panicking. It's just a matter of others using a few more moves. Now Orochimaru is a walking killer in the eyes of various countries. Although the Navy has a more terrifying king, he is a Navy. And this Orochimaru is a pirate running around, an unscrupulous pirate. Who knows if he will visit their country one day. Navy Headquarters, Marineford, Conference Room. Bang! Morgans is really stubborn. When did Garp lose? He never fought to the end and always spread rumors. At this time, Sengoku slapped the newspaper on the table. Hearing Sengoku's words, the generals in the conference room looked at each other. Although Morgans did make a final conclusion this time, many generals agreed with him. The reason is very simple. A man covered in bandages is right next to him. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, you really think highly of me. To be honest, I'm not sure. Garp's loud laughter came from a man covered in bandages. This figure who was somewhat out of place in the conference room was Garp. His injuries were not completely healed. After all, Orochimaru said he would not fight anymore. Garp would not reduce his lifespan in order to repair his body. That's why Garp is still covered in bandages even though his injuries have not healed. In the eyes of many Navy generals, Garp was injured like this after taking a move from Orochimaru. This situation made most generals agree that Garp would most likely lose in a duel with Orochimaru. Okay. The appearance of this Snake King Orochimaru in the new world, I'm afraid the world will change. At this time, Sora, who was in the main seat, spoke. He looked back at the generals and continued. If nothing unexpected happens, Orochimaru also wants to defeat the King of Fear and become the Pirate King. He is very powerful, and the outcome of the battle with the King of Fear is still unknown. What we have to do now is to catch them all at that time. Sora said, casting his eyes on a man who looked solemn and powerful sitting next to him. King, this task will be handed over to you. Do you have any opinions? King was stunned for a moment at this time, and was extremely reluctant. The new world is very far away. I heard that the weather there is even more violent. And you can't go there to deal with your own people. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with burning eyes, King also felt a lot of pressure. Forget it, just treat it as a trip. When the time comes, just act casually, or let them give you a face and stay in the city. I feel that the latter idea is a bit unreliable. King thought about it in his heart, and then nodded. Seeing King nod, Sora also smiled. With King going, there should be no problem. Originally, they wanted to wait until the great pirates in the New World united to fight the King of Terror before taking action. But they didn't expect that King and the others were all like dead people now, and they just didn't take action. However, now is the time to end it after all. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 196 Suffering is also Strength, Hisoka's Arrival. Grand Line, New World, the sea ruled by Whitebeard. On a ship that looks like a white whale. Whitebeard sat in it with a big move. Because there was new big news in the newspaper. The captains and crew members on the ship who were originally working hard on the deck gathered around Whitebeard to listen. Hwala. It seems that there is another great pirate in the New World. He can beat Garp like this. What an outstanding kid. Whitebeard laughed at the newspaper. Others also finished reading the newspaper and were shocked. The Navy hero Garp was the guy who chased the pirate King Roger. Even if he fought with his father, it was hard to say who would win or lose objectively. Of course, subjectively, they definitely thought that his father would win. This supernova was too dangerous. Fortunately, his father was not the strongest now. The man who was under the most pressure now should be the one. Some people even thought shamefully. What a terrifying ability, he could use so many abilities. Malco looked at the majestic and sacred behemoth in the newspaper with a serious expression. He felt that he had eaten a fake mythical beast. Why could the other party show so many abilities? However, after thinking of Big Mom's ability, he was somewhat relieved. But there is no doubt that this man is very dangerous, and he could actually hurt the Navy hero Garp like this. If he came to challenge his father. Malco was worried in his heart. At the same time, he also strengthened his belief in practicing hard. He couldn't let his father fight alone, and besides the Snake Lord Orochimaru, the other supernovas were also very impressive. The new stars joined forces to besiege Vice Admiral Aramaki, but they were still defeated. However, it does not mean that they are really bad. When they grow up, they will be difficult targets in the future. He does not want those supernovas to disturb their father by passing them. He needs to become stronger. On an island with beautiful environment in the New World. Teach looked at the newspaper in his hand, and his eyes flickered. It seems that choosing to temporarily leave the Whitebeard Pirates is a wise choice. At this time, Teach has left the Whitebeard Pirates and followed the bad news of Pharaoh's Man. After Pharaoh's Man invited him, Teach was moved after learning about his experience. He is still a young man now, still in the stage of full of blood, and he is also somewhat yearning for the new pirates to become famous. It's just that he bet on Whitebeard's ship after all. But Pharaoh's Man's experience and ability touched him. An ordinary person, a lofty ambition and a fruit full of suffering. The fruit of suffering has the power of suffering. Normally, ordinary people would use this ability in battle after gaining it. Inflict suffering on the opponent and make him die in pain. However, that man never used it in battle. He gave suffering to himself, but brought bad news to the enemy. That man laughed so heartily, but said such words. Suffering is also strength, so there is no need to resist it too much. After understanding that person, he remembered his own experience. He couldn't help but ask himself, should he really wait? Hey! Boy, come and exercise. A hearty voice came, and Teach also smiled. Here we go, Uncle Felisman. In the Grand Line, above the seas around the New World and the Kingdom of Wano. Shoo! A loud and clear cry resounded through the sky. I saw a giant eagle soaring in the sky, and at the same time a newsbird just left beside it. Whoosh! The wind in the sky was howling. A newspaper was blown all over and almost torn. It was just that a telekinesis covered it and easily resisted the strong wind. Really good. Such a commotion? Orochimaru. Hisoka looked at the majestic and sacred figure of the eight-headed giant snake in the newspaper, and couldn't help but smile. His mouth was torn, and his eyes seemed to smile like crescents. What a pity, there were so many little apples at that time, and I missed the opportunity to cultivate them. He shook his head as if sighing, but there was a cruel light in his eyes. Then he put down the newspaper in his hand. Whoosh! The newspaper was like a released bird, and was instantly blown away by the strong wind. And Hisoka also looked at the towering waterfall in the distance. That was the border of Wano country. The giant eagle began to fly higher and higher. Wano country, I wonder if Kaido, the beast, has reflected on himself after his second defeat recently. And that Jin, who seems to be a strange race, seems very rare. I am really looking forward to it. He. The giant eagle, with a somewhat ridiculous laugh, officially entered the territory of Wano country. Flying towards the island in the inner sea of Wano country. The Onigashima of Wano country will also usher in a new baptism. Onigashima. Kaido looked at the newspaper, his eyes wide open, staring at the majestic and sacred figure. Is this an animal-type mythical beast ability user? So powerful. It really makes people want to get it. Wivyu, why is this supernova so powerful? This way I can't defeat and subdue him. Watching Kaido start to cry after reading the newspaper. The huge howling was deafening, and the buildings of Onigashima were shaken to dust. The people around were speechless. Boss Kaido started to act crazy again. Only Jin looked at the big bandage on Kaido's chest with some worry. He was worried that Kaido would become autistic after being beaten. After being beaten by the King of Terror, he managed to save face a little bit in front of Big Mom. Then he was defeated by a great swordsman who came out of nowhere. It was not a simple defeat, but he was directly crushed. He still remembered that terrifying woman used a bloody knife to crush Mr. Kaido completely. Such a powerful swordsman made Jin tremble in his heart. Not to mention Mr. Kaido who faced that woman directly. And that woman took the young master away. Although it seems that it will not be bad for the young master, can Mr. Kaido still regain his confidence under the double blow? Under Jin's hood, his face was a little complicated. For Jin, he always believed that Kaido was the joy boy who could bring change to the world and wanted to help him become the Pirate King. However, there are many obstacles ahead. The huge mountain of the King of Terror is in front of us, as well as Big Mom Whitebeard and the evil pirate Hisoka. Now there is the strongest supernova, Snake King Orochimaru. The terrifying swordsman who doesn't know his camp is also a variable. And the man in the navy is also. This is the natural chasm that weighs on the hearts of all pirates. There are too many obstacles, and he is really worried that Mr. Kaido will lose his ambition. As if he could feel Jin's worried eyes. Kaido turned his gaze to Jin. Oh. Jin, what are you worried about? Don't worry, I am Kaido of Beasts. Chi. When Kaido said this, a loud eagle cry also resounded through the sky. A figure also fell from a high altitude into this building with cracks and holes. Under the doubtful eyes of everyone. Da-da-da. Footsteps were heard, and at the same time, a teasing voice sounded. Really? Kaido, you really made me excited. Xi, Hisoka, the most evil pirate in history, Hisoka, is here. The pirates in the building of Onigashima saw the figure clearly and were horrified. P.S. Guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please data. Chapter 197 Orochimaru's Panel, Miss Hill's Initiative. The next day. Windless Daughter Island. Mare looked at Orochimaru's panel and prepared to add points to him. In the first week of Orochimaru's departure, he gained a lot of reputation. After all, he was a rookie, and it was easy to impress people when others didn't know anything about him. And Orochimaru quickly became famous in those days. The most famous record was to fight against a naval fortress alone. Facing more than 5,000 navy led by the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he still defeated them all and left. This is also the reason why many people agree that he was considered the strongest supernova by the newspapers shortly after his debut. In just 1 week, Orochimaru gradually gained more than 800,000, which can be regarded as a bonus for just becoming famous. Mare also gradually added more than 500,000 to him in total, and there are 350,000 left to prepare for the accumulation of his Yamata no Orikai's ability next time. Now the feedback of this battle record is also good. A total of 920,000 new points were obtained, plus the original 350,000, which has reached 1.27 million reputation points. Mare now spent 1 million to upgrade Orochimaru's fantasy beast Yamata no Orikai, and his physique and strength 25 also increased with the improvement of this ability. From A to S and A and respectively. Then he spent another 100,000 to upgrade his armament Haki, which was not yet A level, to A level. Mare did not move the rest and began to save it. And Orochimaru's attributes were also completely new. Clone, Orochimaru. Strength, A+. Constitution, S. Agility, A. Spirit, A. Abilities, Mythical Beast Yamata no Orikai, S rank, Rashomon, A. Flash of Insight, A. Multiple Thinking, A. Skills, Armament Haki, A. Observation Haki, A. Taijutsu, A. Reputation, 172,643. Note, D. Current World Ordinary Person Attributes. Except Orochimaru. Other clones Ryomen Sukuna, Hisoka, King, and Anoha Naretsu increased by 220,000, 340,000, 280,000, and 160,000 respectively this week. Adding to their previous accumulations, they are 3.59 million, 1.87 million, 2.62 million, and 44 million respectively. Now they are all in a stable period, without doing anything big, relying entirely on their usual influence and occasional actions. Among them, Hisoka is more active, and has gone to Kaido's side, and is still fighting fiercely with Kaido. Anoha Naretsu can still get this benefit by staying on the daughter island because of the reputation gained by the citizens of the daughter island and the fermentation of the Kendo tournament. Although the reputation of each member does not seem to be very high. But if it can be maintained, it will definitely be a large amount. There are so many in a week, how many in a month, and how many in a year. If you calculate it this way, it is actually not a small amount. However, it is actually a delicate job to maintain this kind of income, and a certain reputation is required. Just like Ryomen Sukuna, in fact, Ryomen Sukuna has basically been lying dead for more than a week and has hardly made a move. But why does he have so many reputation points? Because he has the title of the uncrowned king of pirates. Morgan's new One Piece path gave him a buff, and almost all those who want to become the pirate king by defeating him are thinking about him. And the first one is always discussed, just like the pirate king Roger is still often mentioned even after his death. But his vice captain Rayleigh, unless someone sees him, who will specifically mention him? This is the benefit of being the first. Even if you are lying down and not doing anything, people will pay attention to you from time to time. Of course, being noticed by others is not necessarily good for ordinary people. It is just that for the mechanism of system reputation value, this is a real benefit for each clone. Mare closed the panel and walked towards the door. Nothing to do for now. I have an appointment with Xiao Lai to arrange flowers in the next time, so let's go. I hope that guy will not insert a knife into him while arranging flowers. At night. Outside of Mare's room. Maisha appeared at the door of the room wearing a very seductive and looming white pajamas. There was shyness and hesitation on her beautiful face. Finally, after hesitating for a while, she took a deep breath and made up her mind. She couldn't wait any longer. Originally, Maisha hoped to wait for Mare to grow up slowly. Even if there were people around, several little girls looked eager, but she didn't care. Because they were too young. Even if a blue-haired girl came later, she still had no pressure, because the girl was too shy. Besides her appearance, she was completely defeated by the girl in terms of figure. But it's not possible now. Suddenly, Anoha Lai appeared and seemed to be very familiar with Moer. Moer was still calling her Little Lai, and she felt a lot of resentment in her heart. He had never called her so affectionately. The most important thing is today. If she hadn't followed secretly, the woman would have kissed her. But now Maisha is in great danger. Now it's just a kiss, maybe they should sleep together next time. She came first, and it was obviously her who picked him up. How could she let others go first? Now, she is going to take the initiative. Dong dong. Maisha knocked on the door slightly to remind her, and then she opened the door and walked into 610. Sister Maisha, is there anything? It's all very hot. Moer sat in front of a window and looked at the moon outside. He watched Maisha come in. He also turned his eyes to admire Maisha's beautiful and seductive figure. Maisha was a little timid when he saw her. Looking at her like this, Moer was a little amused. In fact, Moer understood Maisha's intention. At his current level, there are basically no secrets around him, even people's hearts are transparent in his eyes. From the perspective of life, he is actually a real monster now. It's just that he still plays everything that an ordinary person should have. It's not beautiful to present everything nakedly. So he didn't show a high-handed attitude. The beauty in life needs to be savored slowly, and don't lose your mind because of power. This is the reason why he didn't expand but became more and more normal after he had more and more power. There are many joys and seasonings in this world, he just needs to wait slowly. Everything will develop according to his unique trajectory, according to his will. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please data. Chapter 198 Don't take any loss, hope to think about them. Gata. The door was locked by Mice Hair. Da-da-da. Her heartbeat accelerated a little, but she still walked to Moer's side with a charming figure and closed the window and curtains in front of him. Xiao Mo, don't call me sister in the future, just call me by my name. Maisha looked at Moer who was sitting on the windowsill next to her. With a snap, she supported one hand on the wall that Moer was leaning against, as if she was doing a waldong. The beautiful face bent down and bowed in front of Moer. Moer looked at Maisha's originally clear eyes as if they were rippled with water, and her cheeks were rosy, like a ripe and tempting peach. The sweet scent on her body came towards him, lingering on his nose. Looking at Mel's deep and curious eyes, Mice Hair felt like a bad guy who seduced the boy. But there was no way, she couldn't help it now. She recalled the plots of some storybooks she had found overseas before. She gently lifted the hair that fell vertically in front of Mel behind her ears. She said with temptation and expectation on her face. Xiao Mo, let me be your wife. She said as her face got closer and closer to Mel. Meshaer's eyes were slightly closed at this time, her long eyelashes were trembling slightly, and her cherry-like lips. Looking at Meshaer's seductive appearance, Mel was not polite. He stretched out his hand to hook Meshaer's soft waist and hugged her tightly. He bowed his head under Meshaer's slightly stunned eyes. He lowered his head and tasted it carefully. Sweet breath, warm and soft touch, tasted very good. After a long time, the lips parted. Mice Hair felt dazed and weak, and could only lean on Moer's arms. After a while, she took a breath and regained her senses. Great! She did it. Take the first step. But why is Xiaomo so skilled? Could it be that he has practiced with that woman? Her cheeks swelled slightly when she thought of this situation, and she felt a little jealous. Seeing Mice Hair like this, Moer felt that she was a little cute and lowered her head again. Woo. She seemed to want to struggle, but in just a moment she began to cater to him again. How could she refuse to be close to him? This was what she wanted. Meshaer closed her eyes resignedly, and her soft arms tightly hugged Moer's neck. She began to respond more enthusiastically, and was addicted to it, from being a little unfamiliar to gradually becoming proficient. She wanted to make up for the days after she fell in love with him. It took an unknown amount of time. Until Meshaer's lips were a little red and swollen, as if she was almost out of breath. Meshaer slowly loosened her arms. Anything else? I heard Mel ask this. Meshaer's somewhat muddled head began to think. Anything else? Oh, what was she going to do? Sleep? Yes, sleep. Both of them took off their clothes and hugged each other to sleep. It seems like this. A little embarrassing. But so looking forward to it. As long as today passes, I can hug Xiao Mo to sleep like this every night. That kind of life is so wonderful. Xiao Mo, let's sleep together. Meshaer's charming eyes began to seduce people, and then she said coquettishly. Looking at Mice Hair like this, Moer felt a little funny. Meshaer bought a fake book. It's really too much. Wait for me. At this time, Mice Hair broke away from Moer's arms and looked at Moer shyly. She began to slowly take off the white gauze-like pajamas, and finally untied the two white restraints. The beautiful body was fully displayed in Moer's eyes. She threw her clothes aside and came to Moer with some shyness and cover. Xiao Mo, let me help you take it off. No, it's more convenient for me to do it myself. As Moer said this, under Misha's somewhat dazed eyes, his clothes appeared out of thin air on the seat next to him. Caught off guard, Misha hurriedly covered her eyes. But the gaps between her fingers were a little wide. Is this Xiao Mo's body? It was the first time that Misha saw Moer's body in its entirety. Is that the part below the difference between women? I'm really curious about Xiao Mo's body. Then let's go to bed. Xiao Mo. There was some steam on Misha's head, she stuttered a little when she spoke, and her face was even redder. Okay. Moer had a sunny smile on his face. Then he walked forward and held Misha horizontally like a princess under her shy eyes. Mesha's hands, which were originally covering her face, also wrapped around Moer's neck. Well, very soft and big, and the idea is very beautiful. Mice Hair. Feeling the touch of Mice Hair leaning on his body and the thoughts circling in Meshaer's mind, Moer gave a good evaluation in his heart. Come to the spacious bed with red sheets. Moer put Mice Hair on the soft sheets. Then began to lower his head. Meshayer also hugged Mai Shayer's neck and responded enthusiastically. Slowly, Mai Shayer's lips moved away from the corners of her mouth and began to slide down her fair cheeks and delicate neck. Hands also wandered on Mai Shayer's body. Meshayer only felt her body heating up and became weak and soft. So strange. What is Xiao Mo doing? I feel so hot. I feel a little empty and uncomfortable. Meshayer, are you ready? So happy. Xiao Mo called her name directly. But what to prepare? Meshayer was a little confused. But soon she was no longer confused. A full feeling of pain came, but it soon faded with the cool feeling, and turned into a feeling of joy. In terms of treatment, Moer said that no one in this world dared to say that he was the best. Painless first time, definitely worth it. Originally, is this part used like this? At this time, Miss Haar felt like she had opened her eyes, and then began to indulge in it. In any case, as long as Xiao Mo wanted it, she would give it to him, and that was enough. The yellow and white lights in the room dimmed automatically. The beautiful sound like a yellow warbler also began to surround the room, and the garden was full of spring. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 199 The pirate group can disband, I am Kaido of the Beasts. When Moer and Anohanaretsu discussed taking a hot spring bath. On the other side. The new world in the second half of the Grand Line, Wano Country, Onigashima. Boom boom boom. The roaring sound resounded through the sky. Jin, Quinn, and other pirates watched from afar the two figures galloping in the wilderness of Onigashima. Like a stream of light, huge collision sounds kept coming from the intersection of the two figures. Shock waves kept surging out. The ground around the two figures cracked and large pieces of grey stones flew out. The strong wind blew, making people's cheeks hurt. Dark clouds appeared in the sky at some point, and purple thunder intertwined and shone in the low clouds. Then there was a rumbling sound. Boss Kaido has been fighting with the evil pirate Hisoka for 2 days. When will it end? At this time, a pirate trembled and said. Looking at the scene of the two people colliding in the distance and the ground cracking, he felt extremely small. That man was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, Boss Kaido could stop him now. Because Kaido has been defeated twice recently, the second time was an extremely miserable defeat. In addition, the one who came this time was the most powerful and evil pirate in history, and most of Kaido's pirates had no confidence. But fortunately, Kaido was relatively strong this time and did not lose quickly. It seems that they are evenly matched. In this case, many pirates feel that they have seen hope. If the two are evenly matched, if the two big bosses intervene, then this time, their beasts pirates will not lose. If they can even beat the most evil pirate king in history, Hisoka, it will definitely be a good thing for the beasts pirates. The reason is very simple. Hisoka defeated Big Mom pirates, and Big Mom was defeated after only 1 day of fighting with Hisoka. And their boss was still fighting after 2 days of fighting. What does this mean? It means that their beasts pirates have trampled the Big Mom pirates underfoot. Jin ignored the thoughts of his subordinates. In fact, if he could go up to help, he would also like to. But he understood that Mr. Kaido hated others interrupting his battle. And that man could not be solved by siege at all. His ability has not been used until now. But Jin learned some information about Hisoka's arrival at Big Mom Pirates, and there was a Daifuku who was quite powerful and was controlled by him. He even burst out with a fighting power that was completely not his, and fell down after fighting with Crocodile, the king of the desert. The power of completely controlling the human body made Jin very afraid. Because he was not sure if he could resist such control. Big Brother won't lose again. If he loses again, I think the pirate group can disband. Jin heard Quinn next to him say this and glared at him fiercely. Quinn also pretended to be scared. Then he looked at the man in the field with some admiration. Because he had helped Hisoka make a rap, and was hit by Big Brother for it. To be honest, he wanted to go up and sing a rap that he had created for Hisoka. But he didn't have the courage after all. It would be terrible if that man didn't like him and stabbed him. Boom boom boom. With a huge roar. The collision of two figures. Kaido had already transformed into the human beast form of Qinglong at this time. He wrapped the domineering aura around the iron rod, held it with both hands, and swung the mace wrapped with thunder at a very fast speed and smashed it towards Hisoka. Roaring Thunder Bagua facing Kaido's attack. Hisoka also had a charming smile on his face, and his crescent-shaped eyes seemed to be enjoying it very much. He raised his fist that shook the sky and slammed it hard at the mace that was falling down. Boom boom boom. The atmosphere began to tremble. Lightning flashed outward at the intersection, and the atmospheric particles driven by the shock wave vibrated. Against the dark clouds in the sky, the dazzling light flowed in the void like water. A huge shock wave began to sweep towards the surroundings. The members of the beast pirates who were watching from a distance used their hands to block the incoming impact, even though they were more than 200 meters away. But the shock wave seemed to blow people away when it reached them. Boom boom boom. Hisoka and Kaido refused to give in to each other, and the violent impact swept the sky. The sky is cracked again. At this time, the pirate head's arm that blocked the wind saw the scene of the dark clouds breaking in the sky. He couldn't help but shout in shock. This scene is shocking no matter how many times you watch it. Boom. As the sky split, the thunder between the surrounding dark clouds began to shine. The rumbling sound of thunder was also playing. The waves in the sea around Onigashima were also surging. That was caused by the continuous shock waves on the island. The scene looked spectacular. Really good. Kaido of Beasts. At this time, the two were already standing facing each other, and Hisoka's mouth corners could not help but curl up. When facing Kaido, Hisoka could feel his violent and delicate will. Compared to the Big Mom who made him feel a little boring, Kaido was more in line with his appetite. That's why he didn't use other abilities, but only used domineering and physical skills. Although the previous Big Mom was tyrannical, in Hisoka's eyes she was a very ordinary guy with no highlights. Soon after fighting with Big Mom, he used his ability. Basically, he beat Big Mom like a punching bag. It took a whole day and night to beat her down. It has to be said that Big Mom is very resistant to beating. It took such a long time for her to fall down. For Hisoka, she is a very qualified punching bag. Now Hisoka has all basic attributes of S plus Haki and the ability to predict the future. Even if he doesn't use his abilities, he is actually much stronger than ordinary people. Although armament Haki and Taijutsu are a little worse. But this can be quickly improved through fighting. Armament Haki depends to a large extent on basic attributes. If the basic attributes are in place, the upper limit of armament Haki can be quickly improved through fighting. For example, now, Hisoka's armament Haki has just reached S level. Oh, who do you think I am? I am Kaido of Beasts. Hiso's words made Kaido laugh. After 2 consecutive defeats, he has not grown. P.S. Guys, please add me to your collection, votes, flowers, and data. Chapter 200 Don't underestimate me. Smile like a child. Ah. Looks very powerful. But. A smile appeared on Hisoka's lips. Next, can you still be so heroic? Kaido instinctively felt something was wrong when he heard Hisoka's words. But he just clenched the mace in his hand. Boom boom. He rushed towards Hisoka like a stream of light. The ground broke apart like a piece of tofu, and scattered in the air like a fairy scattering flowers. Whoosh! During the rapid sprint, Kaido stared at Hisoka and waved his hand in a graceful arc. The huge mace slammed towards Hisoka with roaring thunder. Swish! What? It went through. Kaido was shocked at this moment, because his mace went straight through Hisoka's figure without any hindrance. Before Kaido thought too much, his body began to give out an instinctive warning. But it was too late. He saw Hisoka suddenly appear in the air next to him. He waved his fist that shook the sky and shattered the mountains, and in just a moment, the fist fell hard on Kaido's forehead. Boom! Directly bearing this powerful blow, even though Kaido had outstanding defense, he still rolled his eyes and shot out directly after receiving Hisoka's blow with his forehead. Whoosh! Dang dang dang! Along the way, boulders and trees were directly shattered and opened, leaving a mess. Mr. Kaido! Big brother! Lord Kaido! At this time, seeing Kaido suddenly being knocked out, the people of the Beast's pirates who were watching from a distance couldn't help but worry. But this is not the end for Hisoka. Hisoka's telekinesis stuck to Kaido's body, and Kaido flew with him when he shot out. Due to elasticity in the air, when Kaido hit many obstacles, Hisoka had already shot in front of Kaido. When Kaido's mind was a mess, the fist hit again heavily. Bang bang! Kaido was directly smashed to the ground by Hisoka's violent blow. The earth seemed to be broken. There were several big trees on both sides of the fracture, and Hisoka's thoughts instantly entangled a spider web-like thought web around them. Several playing cards wrapped around Hisoka's domineering aura and became extremely hard. Driven by the thought thread, it rotated back and forth at high speed, and the target was Kaido, who stood up forcefully despite the dizziness. Swish, swish, swish. The high-speed rotating cards cut back and forth on Kaido's body, like a meat grinder. Kaido's body was also cut with blood lines, but these were not serious injuries to him. The most important thing was that some cards directly cut through the wounds left by the great swordsman Yachiru. The blood from those wounds gushed out, and Kaido only felt the pain in those wounds. Hisoka, you guy, don't underestimate me. Kaido roared and swung the huge mace quickly. Instantly knocked all the flying cards away, and then pounced on Hisoka. Die! Hisoka! Great mighty Thunder Bagua! What a great move! Hisoka smiled as he watched Kaido's move, and the Conqueror Haki and Armament Haki in his hands intertwined. Boom! The huge sound was deafening. It seemed as if a hole had been opened in the sky. Kaido held the mace high in both hands, turned his back to Hisoka, and his face changed. Because he felt that several cards were flying directly towards him from a distance at an extremely exaggerated speed. That was the cards that were just hit by him. Kaido did not pay attention to the abnormality of his body when he hit the cards again. But in fact, the thoughts entangled on those cards have already stuck to Kaido. At that time, Kaido did not use Conqueror Haki to hit back, so the lines connected to Kaido were not broken. For these cards whose thoughts were not broken, Kaido's hit back was just to accumulate power for them. Hisoka, who was behind Kaido, did not take the opportunity to attack Kaido, but looked at his fist. The attack power of the two-color domineering entanglement just now did not increase much. It seems that we still need to explore slowly. The domineering can be said to be the power of will, and if the power of will is to be as strong as possible, it must be focused enough. When the attention is paid to the armed color and the domineering color at the same time, the concentration on the domineering color will decrease, and the power will also decrease greatly with the decrease of concentration. In fact, the power of one reduction and one increase has not been improved, and may even decrease. Because the attack strength of the domineering entanglement is indeed much higher than that of the armed color domineering. From this perspective, it is actually a good way to achieve pure domineering entanglement. The reason why Ryomen Sukuna can quickly coordinate the domineering, armed color domineering and physical skills to achieve stronger power is largely due to his talent of extreme balance. Obviously Hisoka does not have the talent of extreme balance, he needs to explore slowly. Dang dang dang. Kaido swung his mace and knocked the card away again. Then he could clearly feel that some parts of his body were being pulled, and the direction was exactly the position of each card. What is this? Thinking about the previous intelligence from Hisoka, when he was fighting against the Navy Prison King, he showed an object with a sticky line. Could it be that something was stuck on his body? Why can't I sense it? Kaido tried hard to sense it with his observation haki. Finally, he vaguely sensed a strange power. Now Kaido's thoughts are not connected with Hisoka, although Kaido's observation haki has not yet reached S level. But this kind of thought that has been separated from Hisoka, without Hisoka's isolation and perception operation and the extended coverage of the breath cover. Then Kaido can still see it. Is it because of these lines? Kaido looked at the several lines connected to his body, and then waved the mace, which went through those lines directly, as if those lines were just phantoms. Only when Hisoka wants the thought power to be sticky, this thought will stick to something. Swish! Kaido did not give up and used the armed color domineering, and then he saw that those lines were cut off a little, and the thickness became smaller directly. Thunder Bagua! The domineering color wrapped around and waved it over in an instant. The thought lines broke inch by inch, and looking at those dissipated lines, Kaido laughed, laughing like a child. And Hisoka's laughter also came along. Hehe, Kaido, I hope you can still laugh so happily next time. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please data.